places you'll find the Finger Lakes region of New York this weekend, intersecting with the roar of NASCAR. Fans have traveled from all over, even crossing international borders just to be a part of this event, and it is an event. Road course racing and some incredible fan watching. You can find both here at the Glen.
If you can't get pumped up to race in front of a standing room only crowd, you're not human.
There are trouble spots around this track that drivers will have to deal with.
I'm too old for this. It hurts too much.
The crowd roars!
Get that second flag, son. Yeah, baby, yeah! Hell yes!
We are looking for fans with great stories today and sunburns and tattoos. If you're new to this show, we'll explain, but you can usually find both here at Watkins Glen. And we have a great front row seat. It's not a tent, but we do have a canopy. We are ready for the next chapter, and this track has certainly written some good ones. The Peacock Pit Box in pit stall number 24 this weekend. We are ready for road course racing with Dale Jarrett and Kyle Petty. There's our home location. Welcome inside the track. Kyle, what was a bigger highlight for you? Your win here or that time you met a new friend with a cane?
Maybe the time I met a new friend with a cane. It was a Joey Logano fan. I hope he's out there watching or here. But I will say this. From the very first time we came here, from the very first time the Cup cars came here, so I'll say past, present, and hopefully in the future, this has always been a happening, an event. The atmosphere is always electric. It's like being at the state fair or county fair this time of year where everybody's excited to be here. Everybody knows something big's going to happen. They've just got to watch and wait it out.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people that you encounter around here that have been coming here since those first races and still want to come back, have their special spots. And I think that the fans believe, and it is true, that they can get closer to the drivers and to all the action right here at Watkins Glen. And they're usually provided with a pretty outstanding finish.
Yeah, the track estimates 23,000 campers here this weekend. So, yeah, those fans are definitely here. And the weather has been outstanding. It is a little overcast today. We feel the breeze. But look at current conditions looking good, and it feels great. A great day for racing. You know, they are racing to Miami. Just 5 races left before the playoffs begin in Las Vegas. The final stretch of the regular season starts today here at Watkins Glen. 9 of the 16 playoff spots have already been secured. So time is running out for those drivers on the bubble. Among them is 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson breaking in a new crew chief. Now Chase Elliott won this race a year ago. Today, can he repeat? Looking good so far. He will start from the pole. Chase is in. He won earlier this year at Talladega. His teammate Jimmy Johnson for now is out. He has never missed the playoffs. Last year he made it on points, but without any wins. Driver and crew chief Chad Knaus parted ways. Now another crew chief move for Team 48.
They haven't performed at a level that we expect that.
This is the longest he has gone without a win in his career.
You got a 7-time champion here having issues.
They're still within shouting distance of getting into the playoffs. Something needed to be done.
A crew chief change at the 48 car. Race engineer Cliff Daniels will take over as Jimmy Johnson's crew chief, replacing Kevin Mendering immediately.
Cliff came back on the road with us, and just right away there was a spark there that I'm not sure we were aware we were kind of missing.
There comes a time that you just have to say, this isn't working. We've got to do something different.
So if you're keeping track at home, after Knaus moved to William Byron, Jimmy was paired with Kevin Mendering. Jimmy did say Mendering helped instill some new confidence in him as a driver. Even so, the team giving engineer Cliff Daniels the crew chief job starting this weekend. And you see there, he was with Jimmy during his 2016 championship season. Dale, so this was one of the big topics on our conference call this week. I mean, they are definitely banking on chemistry. Is chemistry enough?
That word gets thrown around a lot, especially when you're talking about drivers and crew chiefs getting along and making making things happen. I think it's a wonderful thing to have. It's great to, as Jimmy put it, have someone there that gives a new spark. How long can that last? Only as long as they have some success. What Jimmy Johnson needs is someone there that listens to Jimmy and what he is needing in a race car to go out and be fast and be aggressive, because that's what you have to be. I don't care if it's here today or the race is coming up. Jimmy needs someone listening to him. We all do this differently as drivers, and so what is working for Chase Elliott and other teammates there won't necessarily work for Jimmy Johnson. Give him what he's looking for, and hopefully Cliff Daniels will do that, and they will have some success.
Yeah, and Dale's exactly right. You've got to give the driver what he needs and the tools he needs and the equipment he needs to go out and perform at Jimmy Johnson's level and win races. I agree. I think this is a spark. Will that spark start a fire? That's going to be the question. And we're not going to find that out today. But I do believe, and we see it in other sports, when a backup guy comes in or a second string guy comes in, the whole team rallies around that one guy. And for that brief moment, maybe for a game or two, they do things they've not done all year long. We see it in the NFL. We see it in the NBA. We see it in hockey. We see it so many places. Will that be what we see today from the 48 team and Jimmy Johnson?
If they do start a fire, you saw that firewood they're selling outside the
yes. You got big loads, right, max loads, super max loads. I mean, the guy had enough stencils for big, super max, and max. That's all he had.
He does it right, that's for sure. Coming up here on the pre-race show from Watkins Glen, our Behind the Driver series continues. Today we'll find out who's behind past Cup Series champion Martin Truex Jr. That should be fun. Plus the latest edition of Ever Wonder. Jeff Burton meets up with Matt DiBenedetto to discuss the role of simulators when it comes to getting ready for a race. And Rutledge Wood hopes to throw a strike today, or at least get a spare. He'll explain when NASCAR America returns. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at progressive.com.
How you doing, Slick Ricky? How you doing, man?
What do you think of being called Ricky Rampage?
You don't know. I had a bad Daytona 1 year, and now people think I crash people at every racetrack I go to.
You got into that situation with Kurt Busch. Are you worried about retribution from him?
No, I'm not. I feel like he's got more to lose than I do.
That's the perfect answer.
Yeah.
Who has a mullet at 6? You do.
I was born with it.
There it is. Look at that. That is a beautiful
Still
sweater.
got that sweater.
I remember the night you were born, because your dad was that weekend. I have the old flags. I would love to give them to you. I'd trade them with you for an autograph.
Oh, wow.
That sounds great. My dad's like, and I really like Kyle, but I wanted to ask him some questions. He wanted to. Kyle talked the whole time.
That's exactly right.
Look at what kind of fun you guys have on Motor Mouth. That looked like a good time.
It was a fun show. Ricky is a great guy. We shot a Racing Roots the day before, but he's great on Motor Mouth.
It was Ricky Stenhouse week. He hopes to secure a spot in the playoffs with a victory today. He'll roll off the grid from the 12th starting spot. This week, Eric Almirola is back on Motor Mouth. He just loves it there. He's coming back. He's going to join Rutledge Wood and Kyle Petty to answer all your questions. Call in this Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on NBCSN. But, you know, there's another reason Eric Almirola is pumped about this race. Wait till you see where he, Rutledge, and a special guest are hanging out.
It is a star-studded event here at the Glen for GoBowling. I mean, not only do we have bowling superstar Kyle Troop here, the Afrofish, we also have Eric Almirola. You're in the GoBowling car. You're at a bowling lane. There's so many things happening in one spot.
There is, and just a lot of bowling, right? Just a lot of bowling. So it's just a really cool event. Everybody at GoBowling does such an awesome job with this event here at Watkins Glen, and who doesn't love bowling, right?
I took a bowling class in college.
Hey, that was a great way for my mom to get rid of me during the summer. She would take me and drop me off at bowling camp in the summertime, and that would kill about 4 hours of my day, so she didn't have to deal with me.
That's a fair point. Now, they're on your car. You qualified 9th. Kyle, can you give Eric any advice today? I mean, in bowling, if you have 9, you got to pick up.
He's already given me the lucky pick. So
the lucky pick, that's a good start, right? I mean, is there any words of advice you can give him today?
I mean, I would say that I don't want to tell the guy how to do his job because he's definitely the professional, but, you know, like they say in bowling, focus on your process and stay in the moment. So whatever his pre-routine is before he gets out on the racetrack, I'm sure he's going to stay focused on that, and he's going to be ready to go come 3:30.
Legitimately great advice. Can you do it? Can you get that car in victory lane today?
I don't know. Time will tell. But, you know, one thing that I'm most excited about seeing is Kyle putting on a helmet. I want to see Kyle put on a helmet.
That's going to be awesome. Fellas, I don't want to slow down your bowling. Yeah. Get out there, throw some strikes, pick up that win today.
We'll see. So far, I'm 3 for 3 on no gutter balls. So that's my goal. When I go bowling with the kids, the bumpers go up for them, but when it's my turn, the bumpers go down. So my goal is just no gutter balls.
No gutters. Well, just if you're not sure, just remember it goes right down the middle here. Here, you hold that. Watch this, man.
Gutter ball.
See, now you go, and you'll be amazing.
You're 0 for 1.
Well, now you go.
Okay.
Crush it, strike. I won't touch your feet just because you tripped me. I won't. There you go. You just needed one more. That was the last one you needed.
Hey, I left 1, and hopefully at the end of the day, I leave number 1.
Let's go get him, buddy.
Let's do it.
Don't throw my pen.
That's a really nice.
My face is on the other side. Don't do it. No, not my face. Oh. Do it. Do it. Don't hit the camera guy. Crushed it. Just crushed it. Nicely done.
That's awesome. Kyle Troop, by the way, has apparently rolled a 300 15 times.
Wow.
On the PBA.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I know. How about that?
Not as impressive as the hair, but
hair,
that's impressive.
I know.
I had hair like that in high school, so I'm not going down that road. I like this hair.
You know where I like to bowl? At Imperial Lanes in Comanche, Iowa.
Yeah.
That's my favorite place to bowl.
I had some reason I knew you had a home course. I knew you had a home course. I knew she had a place.
I do. We're a bowling family.
Yes, no doubt.
So what's the average score?
No, I know. I don't like to.
She's bowled there for years and hadn't got to 300 total yet.
Hey, we want to hear from you today. Send us your questions or comments using the hashtag #LetMeSayThis, and we will showcase the best reaction from fans later in the show. Hey, maybe you want to send us a question about how drivers get ready for a race. Oh, you don't have to wonder for long. Jeff Burton talks to Matt DiBenedetto about road course prep when we return. Sunday, August 18th, Alexander Rossi trying to stay in the title fight with another victory at Pocono Raceway. The NTT IndyCar Series returns to Pocono Sunday, August 18th on NBCSN.
Checkered flag, P4. Good job. Yeah, good job, guys. Good finish. Heck yeah. Proud of you, man. Well done. First time ever, right? Yeah, thank you, guys. Wheels, man. You earned this one, brother. Thank you.
To see them up there running the way they did, I thought it was just great. I went to the car and told him, I said, hey, Matt, awesome job.
Oh, dude, this is team effort. I'm just so lucky to be doing this. I know I say it every time I get interviewed, but my path to get here has been so out of the ordinary and old school, and I'm so thankful. I can't tell you how many people took a chance on me.
That was at Sonoma. Matt DiBenedetto is on a roll. Get it? It's the GoBowling race. Oh, you'll hear lots of those. He's posted career highs in top 10s in lap sled already this season. He finished 4th in that last road course race at Sonoma, was 3rd fastest here in the final practice. Now, Matt and his fellow drivers get ready for race day in many ways, one of them turning laps on state-of-the-art simulators. It's the subject of the latest installment of Ever Wonder.
In 2009, TRD started a project that would ultimately change the industry. It was a very, very well-kept secret till about 2014 or so, and it started to leak out. And when it leaked out, it really moved the ball in a big way. So let's go see what all that noise is and what this project is all about.
We're standing in our driver simulator. There's an underlying model that's in math, and it's running on a computer system in the background.
You guys got me there?
This is just a shakedown baseline from where you ended last run.
It allows this to move to give the driver cues that he's actually driving around the racetrack.
So unlike a simulator at home, where it's all visual. The beauty in this simulator is the driver can actually feel what you would feel in a real race car on that track.
Yeah, that's right. It causes the driver to become immersed.
Looks just like it, feels just like it. You have all the movement, all the bumps, even my kind of belts and everything tighten up on me so I can actually feel like some of the braking force.
Some of what we do in here is for young drivers and also to kind of get everybody ready for the road courses, kind of the more veteran guys too. But really, it's an engineering tool for the teams.
So if you wanted to try a completely different setup, you could come in here and work on that and get a close idea of what it would be like.
Yep, great place to try that because you don't really have very much practice time at the racetrack.
This is a front-end rate pump can change. You know, basically at the track, you take the shocks off, run to the truck, change the springs off, put it back on the car, and go back out. Here it takes, 15, 20 seconds to just load the next run up and go.
So did you ever get sick in this thing?
Oh, the first time I ever did it, it just messed with you and everything's moving around you. I drove 10 feet. I was at Sonoma, actually, first time. And I stopped. I got to get out.
It's actually the difference between your inner ear and what your eyes see. So if you can separate those two things, that's what really allows you to not get sick in here.
So I know you guys want to know this. So who had the biggest barf in here?
No, I can't say.
Come on, you know it.
I'm sworn to secrecy with these guys.
If I get them to say, will you confirm?
No.
I love that Jeff Burton asked that question.
Yes.
Yeah, that is like a simulator on Monster Energy. That is pretty intense. I want to know about Matt DiBenedetto specifically, though. It seems like, Dale, he's been kind of racing for his life, or at least his job lately.
Yeah, let me first say that's incredible technology they have there. I'm glad it came in 2009. I knew there's a good reason I retired in 2008 because I would not do well in there. But let's talk about Matt D. and the incredible job that he's done, the opportunity that he's been given here and made the very most of that, I think, helped bring this team along to a better place. And now all of a sudden you're starting to hear rumbles out there that he may not even have this ride next year, but because of simple math of drivers that Toyota has under contract and at Joe Gibbs Racing. And, nobody ever said this was a fair business, but it should be fair when you're doing your job and you're improving the team and the cars that you're with. You're making a difference in that. So hopefully, Toyota and Joe Gibbs Racing and everyone involved here with this race team will find a way that he's going to continue to be around, because he is deserving of that at the very least, not to go through and make this a better team and then all of a sudden because someone else has a bigger contract that they come in. So I hope they find a way to make that happen. He's a tremendous driver and a lot of fun for us to have around.
Yeah, and those are all excellent points because that's just the nature of the sport right now, and that's the sad part. Matty D is caught in the crosshairs of what the sport used to be and what the sport has become. When we look at the Toyota drivers, and we look at Christopher Bale and Eric Jones specifically, because they're the ones that are a part of this conversation. But Matty D said it a couple of weeks ago. He said, nobody could get in this car today and do as good a job as I'm doing. When you have that confidence, when you've done what he's done in that car, that speaks volumes. And I think every one of these owners up and down pit road, whether they're a Toyota owner or a Ford owner or a Chevy owner, have taken note of it.
If we had the question biggest barf for the three of us in the simulator, I feel like I would win. No, I think I would take
win. No, I can't handle that kind of stuff.
I know, that is wild. That was really cool. And if you want to check out more of our Ever Wonder series, you can on the NBC Motorsports YouTube channel. The channel features Coffee with Kyle, extended race highlights, and much more. What do you always tell people, Kyle?
Subscribe.
There you go.
Subscribe. Motorsports on NBC
Watch,
YouTube
click,
channel.
subscribe, never miss a thing. Well, last year, Chase Elliott earned his first Cup Series win right here at the Glen. Can he win 2 in a row? We will hear from today's pole sitter when we come back.
One of the greatest sights in NASCAR, Watkins Glen. Cars pouring colors out of the corners. It is the best kind of beautiful.
For the 5th straight year, the grandstands are a sellout here in Watkins Glen. Last year, these fans saw a next-generation driver, already voted the most popular, win his very first Cup Series race.
I've left these races pretty down over the past couple years.
All this time, we've been wondering, when would it happen?
You don't run second 8 times by luck.
Yeah, baby, yeah! Hell yeah!
He goes wide!
When he made that mistake
mistaken one. I was too far back to capitalize.
Chase Elliott is driving the race of his life.
Get that second flag, son.
So thrilled, so emotional, so much relief.
I'm out of gas.
The 7-time champion. He's going to give him a push.
That's a pretty cool victory lap right there.
Chase Elliott will lead an all-Hendrick front row to the green flag here at Watkins Glen. Today he'll try to accomplish what only 4 other drivers have done, win back-to-back races at the Glen. He's with Kelly Stavist.
I'm sure Chase Elliott loves to relive the memories from Watkins Glen a year ago. Chase, what is it like showing up here, not just as the defending race winner, but the place where you got your first career Cup win?
Yeah, it'll always be special because of that. You try really hard when you come back after something like that to leave that a year ago, you know, because I've kind of been telling myself your competitors really don't care what happened last year, you know, so just trying to really focus on this year and this weekend and making sure we're doing our part to get better.
Well, you're starting off on the right foot. You got pole position in qualifying yesterday. How important to have a really good showing or a win given the kind of slide that you guys have been on for the last couple months?
Yeah, it's been a rough go this past 5 or 6 weeks now. I started off saying it was a bad month, and now we've passed the bad month part. We're almost into a month and a half. So, yeah, we just need to have a mistake-free day, have a fast Napa Camaro, which is nice. You know, had a good Saturday, which we haven't had a good Saturday in quite some time. So it was nice to do that. Really proud of the effort, and our guys not quitting, Alan, and everybody's been doing a really good job. And just hope we made the right changes yesterday afternoon to be good on the long haul. So we'll see.
All right, Chase Elliott looking for his second win of 2019.
So Brad Keselowski's a pretty good little road racer himself, but it's been a little bit of a drought for you. Is today the day you sort of come back on the left and right places?
Yeah, we've had some good runs here, Dave, but haven't been able to bring it home to victory lane. So hopefully we can do so today with the Auto Trader Ford Mustang. We're starting 10th, which isn't great, but not bad. I think we're going to see this race shuffle up a couple times with the stages and the different strategies. And you're going to really execute on the restarts. Once track position gets kind of settled, it's going to be really difficult to make a pass from there. But there's a couple cars that are just really, really fast. But who knows what we got today.
Brad, this place, we love the atmosphere. The camping is insane. We kind of get relaxed a little bit here. With 3 wins in the bank, can you sort of go out there and have maybe a little bit more fun than if your playoff life was on the line?
Absolutely, and we're going to do just that. We're going to have some fun and try to see if we can bring home win number 4.
All right, it'll be his first here at Watkins Glen. Marty?
Well, Kyle Busch starts third today, and certainly if you believe the garage area talk, the guy to beat for the race this afternoon. So do you agree with all that talk that you had the best car in practice?
I mean, there's obviously a couple other guys out there that are probably just as good as we are, but feeling pretty good about our M&M's Hazelnut Camry. It's obviously been fast since we've been here, and looking forward to today.
How much has the game changed, Kyle, with the extra downforce here? Everybody's talking about the extra speed and how much more difficult it will be to pass. How much will that change the racing game today?
It's going to definitely change it a lot. There's not going to be a whole lot of opportunity for you to outdo somebody else in particular areas because the off-throttle time is less. So there's less opportunity there for you to be able to make moves and make passes and such on your competitors. And even looking at some of the guys, some of the fast laps, my fast laps to other fast laps, like the driver traces are so close and so identical that it's crazy to find any differences between them two. And so it's going to be that much harder to try to outdo somebody without them making a mistake.
All right, real quick, we've seen a couple of passing showers today. Would you be up for maybe at least one stint in the rain? What do you think?
No, I'm definitely not a rain guy. So rain, stay away. Come back another day.
All right, Kyle wants it to stay nice and sunny today. I think there's maybe a few drivers in the field, though, that wouldn't mind a little rain this afternoon.
Well, Marty may be onto something because if Kyle's car's as good as everyone says, that might be an advantage for one of these other guys to at least be able to take it to Kyle. But our Kyle here, you're writing stuff down. Sometimes I don't know if that's song lyrics or if it's notes.
That's true. That's true. It could be a song here.
On what the drivers are saying.
I just like to listen to those sound bites and pick out some of the things they say. And, you know, it's fascinating that you come to a road course and Kyle Busch, he's watching other guys' info, so he has the other drive and the off-throttle time. It amazes me that every track we go to, they talk about off-throttle time. We're on the throttle all the time is basically what he's saying. And that's how you beat people, because you get your car so you can go back to the gas a lot quicker. So that's pretty interesting. But if you've got a good car and you're off-throttle the least amount of time, chances are you're like Kyle Busch. You end up in victory lane a lot. I will say that. But if you go back to I want to go back to Chase Elliott's, and I just kind of chuckled a little bit where he said, you know, the competitors don't care what you did last year. Hey, tough lesson. Competitors don't care about what you did last week, dude. It's all about this week. But I'm going to tell you, Chase has come back in here with a lot of confidence and really has shown it on the racetrack.
Yeah, winning makes all the difference. And
Yes.
when you have won at a place that a lot of others haven't, then you have that advantage over them, at least going in, because you know what it takes in that type of situation. And what I've heard from the drivers this week in talking about how much further down their braking points are, I think that that's going to make into turn one, into the inner loop bus stop, if you will, up on the end of the back straightaway, even more interesting, because now where you would try to outbrake someone, you're actually closer to those points of turning in to those areas. And so it's a lot more of a risk for yourself and taking your competitor out. So that's going to make it even more interesting, I believe. Plus, it's going to bring the pit crews and crew chief into the mix even more to make the right decisions.
And we're going to talk about those pit crews coming up in just a little bit. Steve Letart's going to join us a little bit later in the show. But, you know, right now I know a lot of fans out there have been having a blast playing the NASCAR Pick'em game on the NBC Sports Predictor app. We've already handed out one big jackpot this year, and today we have another. Let's go ahead and explain how it works. You have a chance to win up to $20,000 in today's race by using this. It's free to play, easy to use. For each stage, you pick the driver who will have the best finish from a group of 4 drivers. So, Dale, can you show us, because I know you do this each week, can you show us your phone how easy it is?
Yeah, so it's just go to the app, and I've already got to stage 1 here. So if you can see that, it's not about picking the winner. It's just the best finisher of these 4. So as you look at that, I'm going to take Denny Hamlin as my winner of stage 1. And then let's see if we can load stage 2 here.
So you think Denny Hamlin out of those 4
out of
choices?
those 4. Yeah,
Okay.
and then the second stage is Clint Boyer, Kurt Busch, Joey Logano, Ryan Newman. Okay. I'm taking Joey Logano in that one. Okay. And then as we get, let's see, we're going to save that. We'll go to stage 3 here.
This is how we all use our phones, by the way.
Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott. This one's really hard.
Okay.
So you're basically picking the winner of the race. And I'm going with the man that won last year.
You're going
Elliott.
Chase? Yeah. Even over Martin Truex, okay.
Well, just call me. I'm trying to do something.
I'm not saying this. Don't
People
listen to
out
me.
here are so good. I'm just trying to do a little something different. Not
All
that
right,
would
so-
be. But it is really easy. Hey, if I can do it, trust me, you can get in there and make this happen.
I feel like when we kind of set this up that you were gonna. That's kind of was the message we were sending.
That's exactly right.
If Dale
That
can do it,
everybody can.
They gave it to me, and I said, Dale, you do it.
Yeah, I mean, you give it, if
Kyle
you can
can't
get
do
your
it.
phone to your 4-year-old, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
So coming up later in the show, Dale already kind of told us. So if he's picking stage 3, who are winner, but you're going to make your top 3 picks.
Yes, top 3.
Top 3 finishers coming up later in the show. Again, you can download the NBC Sports Predictor app on your device or go to NBCSports.com/predictor to make those picks. All right, let's go back to Rutledge Wood. Rut, have you been enjoying your long extended weekend here in Watkins Glen? Have you gone anywhere cool?
You know, Chris, I totally have. And when we get back, I'm going to show you a place that I love, my track, my roots, Outlaw Speedway. And if you're an outlaw like this guy, Josie here, show him the back of the shirt. You're not going to want to miss Outlaw Speedway when we get back.
My track, my route. Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the little track though, the bull ring, 3/8 mile. That is where I cut my teeth and learned every good habit and bad habit. My dad, he raced, and he raced to win. He didn't go there to make friends. As a kid, I couldn't go into the garage area and these pits. But so in the grandstands, when it was Dad's time to race, it was like, whoa, I'm in my seat. I don't know, just going to the track, it was a way of life. My first race, it's late considered by most, was when I was 15 and a half. Kind of slid me in there because you're supposed to have a driver's license. Take me home. A lot of kids start when they're 8, 9, even younger in quarter midgets, but Mom kept giving me a baseball bat, baseball glove. But for me, it was just that track with my dad. My mom, she was the ticket taker at the front gate. She was paying the checks at the back gate. She would help line up qualifying. It's like the Bushes were always there.
Kurt Busch, it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Kurt. He starts 7th, and I was just looking over our shoulders. Look at, guys, where our Peacock pit box is. We're splitting the Busch brothers today. Kurt and Kyle. That's where the Peacock pit box sits. Just a little, I'm just trying to
Sometimes they have to be separated.
There you see? There you go. Couldn't have said it any better. All right, let's see what Rutledge is doing. Rutledge, Josie was outstanding, by the way. That was fantastic.
That guy's a real outlaw. You know, Krista, down here on pit road, you definitely get that feeling of how important racing is to this area. But when I heard Kurt Busch was going to be at one of those local tracks at Outlaw Speedway Friday night, I had to go check it out myself. Tell me about your history with this place.
Yeah, I bought it in February of 16, so this is my 4th season with it. And it's been a lot of fun, a lot of work, and just love it.
When was the first time you ever ran at this track?
04 and 05, yeah. We won the most mod features both years in a row, and then I had to buy the thing, you know what I mean? I don't know what I'm thinking about, but...
I'd have to think, on race day, you've got to be the busiest guy here.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard. My crew says I need to race on Saturdays and not race on Fridays because, you know, I'm doing the track, doing the prep, and trying to do race direct on top of the trailer, and so it's super busy, and then all day long trying to get it ready to go, and then you're trying to concentrate racing, and because that's what you love to do too.
Sure.
So it's hard, but it's fun. I work 80, 90 hours on my other business that I own, and then I've got great staff that's here. I mean, that's the key for us being successful.
What was it that you had to buy this track and make sure that it wasn't lost?
Yeah, it was definitely you know, going down the tubes, no car count, no crowd. And then when we bought it in 16 there, we instantly tripled the car count and the crowd. And, you know, we've had Tony Stewart shows here every year, World Outlaw Late Models. You know, we've just really turned it around, and it's been really good.
We saw Kurt Busch is here tonight, Clint Boyer's in the stands. For you, what does it mean to know that guys that race in NASCAR love what you're doing?
Yeah, it's really exciting to have them come back, and you know, because they always bring more fans when they come, and when Tony comes, you know, he packs the place, and you know, I really appreciate, you know, the NASCAR guys coming down, and you know, the grassroots thing, and you know, it's just great for us.
And Krista, what's amazing is out here, Tyler's here with his girlfriend Jordan that actually runs the track, mom, dad, son, all these friends that are all here because Saturday and Friday are for racing at their track, but Sundays are for racing NASCAR. How cool is it that they came out here too after all that, the hard work they put into Outlaw Speedway? It was a great time. Tyler, you're the man. Thank you so much, Krista. Superstar on pit road right here.
That's a good crowd you've got right there. It's a good group. And that's what grassroots racing is all about. Remember, we want to give a shout out to some of our My Track, My Roots racers. Australia's James McFadden won last night's 360 Knoxville National. Sharing in the victory was team owner Casey Kane. Very cool. Sirius XM's Mike Bagley is working with us here in Watkins Glen for Radio Style, while his tag team partner on the morning drive, Pete Pistone, was taking in last night's action at his home track, Rockford Speedway. Oh, Pete's got a big fan club too, huh? Also last night, DJ's home track, Hickory Motor Speedway, the site of the Throwback 276. Ryan Repko won the late model feature, driving a Dave Marcus-inspired paint scheme. And afterwards, he got to celebrate with the man himself.
Wow, that's cool. That is a cool one right there.
A lot of time spent at Hickory Motor Speedway, right, Dale?
Oh, absolutely. Doing a little bit of everything, just like they were talking
That's
about.
That's right. Fans can also take part in our grassroots tour. You simply go to a local track, just like Kurt Busch did. You may run into him. Share your story by using the hashtag MyTrackMyRoots and post a picture. 9 races ago, William Byron was 15 points below the cut line. Since then, he's gained 77 points and finds himself in a great position to make the playoffs. We're going to hear from Byron when we come back.
This is America's National Park of Speed, just north of Milwaukee. It's Road America. And after today's NASCAR Cup race from Watkins Glen, we'll move here for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Chip Ganassi Racing will be competing in a Ford GT, and Team Penske in an Acura prototype will start from the front row after Dane Cameron won the pole yesterday. Juan Pablo Montoya takes over mid-race, and they lead the championship. It's tight. The top 6 are still in play with 3 races to go, including today. And it's a Penske sweep of the front row with Elio Castroneves starting second in the number 7. And Elio is also in the championship. Montoya and Cameron have won twice. You need a win. Is today the day?
That's right. We're really looking forward to that big win. Great job, Dane. I call him sneaky Dane. But no, he did a great job. Only a few hundreds of seconds shows that the Acura Team Penske is really putting together a great great package. And now we just got to make sure we're 9 points behind, obviously, our sister car, which is Juan Pablo and Dane. And we want to try to make sure that we cut that gap so we continue to fight for this championship.
The Mazdas are a little farther back in the championship, but they're fast here again, and they've won the last two, and they start right behind you.
Yeah, they're right behind. You know, the competition is getting even more stressful towards the end of this last 3 races. However, as you said in the beginning, we got to make one win because that win makes a big dividend. So hopefully we can make that today a big one.
And the Mazdas also won at the Glen. That was their first win ever in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Well, there have been 6 winners in DPI in 7 races. Helio Castroneves will try to make it 7 in 8 coming up later today. So that's right after NASCAR from Watkins Glen. It's the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship coming up this evening here on NBCSN.
Yeah, just like Kevin Lee said, the IMSA race from Road America coming up after our coverage here in New York. So much cool racing happening this weekend, and the fans here know playoff positions are up for grabs.
Playoffs, playoffs, playoffs.
90% chance we're done.
The time is coming.
God, how many bad things can happen to you in a row?
Unbelievable.
Certainly the wrong time of the year to have some bad luck.
Got a rub, got a smoker here.
Larson got up out of shape.
Right side spoiler is down.
Let Boyer in the fence.
We have had very fast race cars, but everything that could have gone wrong, it went wrong.
All of these drivers right in the mix. Every position is a point.
Is this going to be this intense to the end?
If we don't win, then yeah.
There has been quite a bit of drama among the bubble drivers. Eric Jones enters today's race on a roll. He has posted top 3 finishes in the last 3 races and now sits 39 points above that cut line. He's with Kelly.
What a run it's been for Eric Jones. 3 straight top 3 finishes. And when we spoke back in Daytona, you were 15 points below the playoff cut line. You come here 39 points above. How has this team been able to kind of turn the ship around so quickly?
You know, it's been a good couple months, really. I mean, from Daytona on, we've just really been on it. From the pit crew to Chris making good calls. I've limited mistakes on my end, and just everything's really come together. So it's been good. We've had really fast cars, and it's nice to be running up front every week. And the DeWalt Camry's good again this week, and I managed to, sausage up qualifying pretty well, but it was all good. I think we've got a fast enough car to get back up to the front, so we'll keep working on it. But fortunately, we're better off than we thought we were going to be starting 14th. So we'll work from there. But it's been a good weekend.
Yeah, this track is a unique animal. How much of that track position do you feel like you can make up on track, and how much is going to be left up to Chris on the pit box?
It's going to be interesting today. I think the fuel mileage is pretty tight for a lot of the guys with the stage lengths, and this new package is probably using some more fuel, so it's tight. I don't know how it's all going to work out. We need to get some spots at the start, get ourselves back up in the top 10, and kind of work from there. But it's going to be tough with the stage calls on what guys do, if they really jump the stages or not, or run it out. I don't know. It's close on fuel for everyone, so I'm excited to see. It makes it a little nerve-wracking from my position. I don't always know the whole situation, so it's going to make for an exciting race, though.
Certainly fun for us to watch. Eric, thank you.
Kyle Larson starts with a little better track position, a nice top 5 qualifying run for you. So with the playoffs 5 races away and a little bit of a cushion for you, what's your mindset going into today's race?
Not to crash or anything like that. So that's how it's been for a while. But I don't know. Our McDonald's Chevy, I feel like handled pretty good yesterday. Just off on speed compared to the few really fast guys. But I feel like we're a top 10 car, so hopefully we can get some stage points out of the day and get a solid finish. So we're I think 37 points above the cutoff, which is just nice, but it's not too comfortable. So just got to have a clean day and keep stretching out that gap a little bit and hopefully make the playoffs.
You've done so well in different disciplines, Kyle, and we love road racing at NBC. Do you enjoy this against the ovals necessarily, or is it just another part of the deal that you excel at?
I don't know. It's another part of the deal. It's fun though. I enjoy it. I didn't do any road racing at all before making it to NASCAR. So I've seemed to take well to qualifying. In the races, here at Watkins Glen, I've done pretty well at. But Sonoma, we've struggled, got better. We finished in the top 10, I think, this year. So, that was good. But I do enjoy it.
I wish we had a little bit more of them. I don't know if I would like to do it every week, but I do enjoy it. And like I said, we run well. We have speed. Just gotta do a little bit better job on my end to be faster on the long runs at some of these places. But looking forward to today. I think we've got a good shot at a good finish.
All right, go make the most of this one. Marty?
Well, the last road course race at Sonoma a few months ago now. I was going to say a couple weeks ago, a few months ago now. You guys played the game very differently, William. You guys went after points, and you didn't really kind of think about the win. Will you play it differently today because you're in a much different points position than you were back then?
Yeah, we will. I mean, it's this place is a place that you can play the strategy to where either you get points in stage 1 or you get them in stage 2, and that still sets you up for a good finish. So I feel optimistic about what we can do with our strategy. It's a really open race for strategy. So, I think our points position helps us. I think our qualifying position really helps us, and the speed that we have, knowing that I think we're a top 4 car, so if we can continue that throughout the race, it's going to make our race a lot easier to try to compete for a win.
So we're standing above Victory Lane, and I don't know if you would have picked maybe a road course as your first win, but it worked for Chase last year. Do you feel like road courses open up the opportunity for a driver to get their first win maybe more than other tracks do?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the race car, and wherever your race car is good, you got to make yourself good. So, I mean, I feel like, this is a place where obviously Hendrick has good race cars lately, and you got to take advantage of that as a driver. So I would not have said Watkins Glen a couple years ago was my strong suit, but I think over the last couple years, working with Max and working with several different people on road courses, it's become more of a strong suit. So Sonoma was a great track for us, qualifying second, winning the first stage. So we just got to translate that into a win.
Max, of course, he mentions is Max Pappas. So we've had 7 different faces in Victory Lane in the last 7 races here at Watkins Glen. Krista, he would love to make it 8 for 8. That's William Byron.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Max Pappas hugging Austin Cindric after his win in Victory Lane yesterday in the Xfinity Series. So, Kyle, Marty really asked the question I think all of us were wondering. The way they played sort of the strategy in the points game in Sonoma, it sort of changed the game overall for some of these bubble drivers.
Yes, it definitely changed the game for William Byron. And there was a Chad Canals call. We're going to get points in the first stage. We're going to get points in the second stage. And we're going to throw this race away. And that's basically what they did. They gained 18 stage points there. 18 stage points. If you take those 18 stage points out of where he's at right now, it puts Byron, Jones, and Larson all within 7 points of each other. So he has a huge advantage going into this race. And we heard him say there, we're coming to this race to gain some stage points, but to try to win the race. So now they've put themselves in that position. But we go back to Jimmy Johnson. We go back to Ryan Newman. We go back to some of those other guys. Will they imply and will they, I guess, institute or have the same strategy that William Byron did and race for stage points?
Yeah, I questioned that whole deal at Sonoma with William Byron, who looked like he had a car, especially through that first stage, that was capable of him running up front and competing for a win. And why would you take that opportunity to learn? You might not win the race, but to learn that much in racing for a win in the Cup Series is so hard to do. But I will give Chad Canals all the credit. He played it exactly right. He did what he thought was the best for his young driver. And Chad Canals is doing things now that for 16 years he never even considered. All he thought about in making decisions for Jimmy Johnson was, how are we going to win this race today? But he's brought William Byron along. They've got themselves in a great points position to where today, with a fast race car, I think, as William said, he can put his driver in a position to possibly run up there. Again, he might not translate into a victory here today, but just racing around those guys to see where you need to get a little bit better, so the next time you come here, you can challenge for a win. So I applaud them. They're going about it the right way, and he's got his young driver in a position not only to make the playoffs, but racing for race wins also.
Yeah, I think doing the math, dating back to mid-May, they've gained 77 points.
Yeah,
William Byron has a ton of momentum coming into this race. Well, coming up in just a bit, actually, when we come back from the break, our crew chief, Steve Letard, is going to join us to talk about the challenges teams and these pit crews will face today.
One of the greatest sights in NASCAR, Watkins Glen. Cars pouring colors out of the corner. It is the best kind of beautiful.
We're going to call this race a little differently than we normally do. We're going to call it radio style. The S's will be covered by Mike Bagley.
Fans jumping up and down, yelling, screaming, losing their minds. lanes here at Watkins Glen. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will have the inner loop and into turn 5.
Truex is definitely putting the pressure on in turns 1 and up through the S's.
Jeff Burton has turn 6 and 7.
Joe, right in front of me. Joey Logano in the sand. This race comes down to these two drivers right now, headed up the back straightaway.
Yeah, the radio-style broadcast, one of the highlights of our season. We've got you covered. Yeah, these heard the S's, the bus stop. That's where Dale Jr. is going to be, right? That's Dale Jr. Mike Bagley's going to be in the S's. Steve Letarte and Rick Allen will be upstairs in the broadcast booth, kind of showing you all these different perches. Is it a perch or a tower?
Well, it depends on, I guess, where you're at. Jeff Burton keeps talking about his scissor lift.
His scissor lift.
So I think you have all kinds of options out there.
You see our crew chief, Steve Letarte, has joined us. And before the commercial break, I don't know if you heard, but we were talking kind of the strategy of how stages have changed things, specifically Sonoma, what Chad Knaus and William Byron did. You as a crew chief, where do you think is going to happen today? Are we going to kind of see some of those same strategies?
So Watkins Glen, I think, is a little more straightforward than Sonoma as far as the length of the race and how the cars broke it up. If you look at last year, the strategy was to pit right before the end of stage 1, but then luckily the strategy to try to win the race was to win stage 2, which is great, right? That kind of kills two birds with one stone. You get points for the stage and have the right strategy for win the race. But the concern is with this new rules package and this downforce, they're burning more fuel. Yeah. So I think to pit before this first stage, somewhere around lap 17 or 18, is a huge gamble. I still think drivers will take it, but I think that gamble is more somebody who's throwing a Hail Mary to try to win the race. I expect William Byron, Jimmy Johnson, and the likes of those types of cars to stay on the racetrack, try to finish up front both stages. A good day in case things maybe go off the rails a little bit in that final stage. Yeah, and that's why I wanted to go with you on the Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson with the new crew chief. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Do you have an A plan and a B plan? A plan, win the race. B plan, gain as many stage points as I can. And when do you pull the trigger on which one you're going to go with? And I hope Cliff's listening. He might have a C plan, a D plan, and maybe an E plan somewhere in the notebook. So my first ever race on top of the pit box was a New Hampshire race in 2005. I went up there, I studied, I planned, I blinked. It was over. We ran 14th. I'm not even sure when we pitted. It happened that fast. And that's my fear for Cliff. Why he has the experience on top of the pit box, the engineer's seat is much different than the crew chief's seat. You have a lot of information coming at you. While I think he is going to do a great job, I would tell him to take a deep breath, make sure everybody understands, hey, guys, I appreciate everyone's help, but I got to do this. Even if I'm wrong, I have to do it. If he does that, I think he'll be fine.
So what's it like? You did this. And what's it like going in for him with a 7-time champion and being the man and standing up to that? Because you had to go at with Jeff Gordon, right?
The best advice I never took, Jeff Gordon called me in and said, hey, treat me like everyone else. I could never do it. He was my mentor. He gave me that job. That's the biggest regret I have working with Jeff Gordon is he told me to do it and I still couldn't do it. I'm sure Jimmy Johnson has told Cliff that, hey, I'm one of the guys. But doing it is a lot different than saying it. And if Cliff wants to be successful, though, he has to do it. Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus was the most successful / dysfunctional. I'm not sure how you would describe that relationship, but they have 7 championship trophies to prove it worked. I think Jimmy doesn't need quite Chad Knaus type leadership, but he does need leadership. That's what Cliff's going to have to do. Through the years, we've seen some crazy things happen on pit road. And listening to these guys talk about off-throttle time, using more fuel, pit road's going to be critical today. They've changed a little bit of the rules where you've got to change the left side tires first. You've got to go to the outside of the car first. They've taken the right side window out. What will the fans see with some of these changes? So, Kyle, the basic concept is here at Watkins Glen is one of the few tracks on the NASCAR circuit, the only cup track. Xfinity does it a couple other places where the driver is not next to pit wall. You pit basically backwards. The reason NASCAR made this rule is teams used to change the closest tires and come around to the outside because it's more normal for the pit crew. The problem is it's very dangerous to have all those pit crew guys on the outside of the pit box with everyone leaving. Let's just clean it up. It's actually here and everywhere moving forward. If you're going to change 4 tires, you have to start farthest away from pit wall. The problem with this pit road is with everything happening backwards, making sure everyone knows where all the tires are rolling, making sure a tire doesn't get away, making sure you don't have a simple mistake driver. Even your drivers are on the wrong side. Very easy to drive through too many pit boxes. We would expect the leaders to pit probably only twice, maybe 3 times. You cannot recover from mistakes here. We have seen it before. Chaos can happen, and if you're at the end of pit road here, it's actually a little downhill. You lose a tire, that thing will end up at turn 1.
Steve, most of the time when we come here, we're just talking about how much fuel you need and making the pit stops to there. But we saw yesterday tires make a difference, and a pit call that I think you and I both and some others, when they brought the leader in, Austin Cindric, late in the race to get 4 tires. Could we possibly see that? I know there's more competition here today, maybe more cars on the lead lap. Could that be a possibility?
You guys were all going crazy with that.
Oh, my God, that was great. Your expression was great just then. I hate we didn't have it. I ran into Alan Gustafson after qualifying, congratulate him on the pole, and he said, just for the record, I was with you. I can't believe they pitted. But you know what? Brian Wilson's 22 team proved us wrong, that tires could matter. Now, he was very fortunate on the restarts, but the trophy's there. Doesn't matter what the story is. And I really think, I don't think that's going to change the front 6 or 8. Remember, we have a much deeper field on Sunday. We have way more cars that I think can go out and win this race. So I don't think it's going to change the front 6 or 8. But the worst strategy in Watkins Glen is to be the last guy on any strategy. You don't want to be the last guy on 2 stops because that means you have older tires than the guy behind you. So I think that it's one of those things. You talk about an A plan, a B plan, a C plan. There is no plan. You have to pay attention. You have to listen. And unfortunately, it's a gut feel, and hopefully your gut feel was right.
Yeah, let's say that Austin Cindric went and did the job as a driver yesterday, too.
Unbelievable.
Once he got those tires.
Unbelievable. Yes. Hey, okay, you're in the booth. What did we expect to see today? Well, what makes Watkins Glen so spectacular is it is as fast as a super speedway, but yet races like a short track. Pushing and shoving is not just expected, it's encouraged. We're going to see it contested into turn 1, contested in the S's, contested in the inner loop. What used to be 2 or 3 passing zones has turned into really 6 or 7. There are now teams using spotters in turn 7, a place that was just a harmless 90-degree right-hand corner when the 3 of us raced this track. Not anymore. That's another passing zone. So what I expect to see is that. It's aggression. The drivers know that the crew chiefs are calling the best strategies, but you mentioned Austin Cindric, he executed. Whatever your strategy is, it can be won or lost on these restarts. So I expect some nervous engine builders, some nervous fuel men, some headache-filled crew chiefs, and probably some worn-out drivers in 90 laps.
Sounds like we might need some cameras on pit road after this.
Yes, we do. Yes,
I also,
we do.
and you're upstairs with just Rick Allen because Dale Jr. and Jeff Burton are in their different locations. So is Rick's arm going to be all bruised because you have no one else to like?
I have nobody to hit, but I will say it's tough for me because I have to stay focused. That radio-style coverage is so exciting. I turn into a fan, and then they'll ask me a question I'm like, I'm not sure I was listening to all that. I was just listening to the race. But it's actually better for me. In races like Pocono and here when the strategy's so crazy, having those guys doing such a great job out there on the racetrack allows me to take a half a step back and make sure I can try to keep up. Remember, these crew chiefs, they are the best chess players on pit road, and to try to keep up with all 40 of them can be next to impossible.
Hope the coffee's as good here as it was at Pocono, man.
I know, I can't wait. I can't wait. You know, one more. If you're going to make a hot mic confession, I love coffee. It's a pretty great one.
I know. So I was going to ask you, your location right now is on the pit box. Your location is going to be upstairs. But Letard on location is your podcast.
Yes.
And you have Martin Truex Jr. Can you give us a little sneak peek?
It's so much fun. So I started this beginning of the year to try to spend some more time interviewing. I love when I listen to great interviews. I didn't think I was that good at it, so I wanted to sit down with people, get experience. I sat down with Martin Truex Jr. at Pocono. Remember, that was the site of that big breakthrough win of the 78 team. We talked his entire career. He told me about his first ever real race car was a modified for Wall Stadium, if you can believe it. He took it apart, put it together before he was even old enough to drive it. That was fascinating. And then he reminded me how tough it was that first year on the 78 and how that year really galvanized his relationship with Cole Pern. So many great stories. I hope everybody enjoys the conversation.
All right, a lot to look forward to. Go get another cup of coffee, all right? Martin has been Mr. Road Course. We're going to keep the conversation going about Martin Truex by learning who he leans on, who he credits for some of his success. You might be surprised. Behind the Driver is next. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at progressive.com.
Truex up front, 1 corner left. Martin Truex Jr. will win at the Glen.
Martin Truex Jr. outboxed the field, and it's going to result in a runaway victory.
Martin Truex Jr. has done a masterful job all afternoon long.
Once again, the king of the road here at Sonoma Raceway is Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, baby! You are the fan.
Today's Progressive Safe Driver, of course, is Martin Truex Jr. He's been a beast when it comes to road courses. Over the last 5 races, Truex has 3 wins and was in contention on the final lap to win the other 2. Well, from a clam boat in the Atlantic to the top of NASCAR, Martin Truex Jr. has come a long way during his career. So how did he become the driver he is today? Kyle Petty sits down with him behind the driver.
Martin Truex Jr. is a first-time winner in the NASCAR Busch Series.
Kevin Bono Mannion, the crew chief, on top of the pit box.
Man, Bono, these guys are incredible. We don't give up, and I'm telling you, we can win this championship. I can't wait for the rest of the year.
So you come south, as you came along and got an opportunity with Chance 2 and all that, they hook you up with Kevin Mannion. How important was Kevin?
Oh, Bono was huge because we got along well. We had similar personalities. He was kind of laid back and, from the Northeast and modified routes. He was still a young guy, when we got together. We just had a young group of guys that were, similar backgrounds, kind of just misfits all thrown together, And it worked well. We just had fun right away, and I felt at home and I felt comfortable. And I knew that, they were going to give me holy crap, what are you doing?
So you knew he was a misfit. You just said you knew he was a misfit.
Oh, my God, that's hilarious.
How's it going, man?
Holy crap, what are you doing?
How's it going?
We were both young then, but we both have gray hair now. What's the deal with that?
I didn't know you were standing back there watching.
Yeah. Was he always this laid back? When you guys...
Not at the racetrack.
Not at the racetrack?
No, during the race, he yelled, get mad.
You better listen to me. You better listen right now. All right? We missed the setup today. It was a piece of shit. Now look what you've done. Now we're going to finish even worse.
Come a long way, Kyle.
He's calmed a lot. Have you calmed down in your older years?
Yeah, for sure.
I want to go back to Chance 2 for a minute. Looking back on it, oh my gosh, that's a magic time.
For me, it was all just kind of a whirlwind, and I was just kind of living in the moment, trying to have fun with it.
What was it like for you?
Well, like Martin having an opportunity, Dale Jr. as well gave me an opportunity to be a crew chief, so we worked god-awful hours, but had so much fun doing it. And the wins came, and things just fell into place.
Martin Truex Jr. goes back-to-back in the championship race.
There's Kevin Mannion.
When you look at what he's gone on and done, you set that foundation early on. How much pride do you take in?
Oh, a lot. I mean, I texted him after he finally got another win. It's about time, and then winning a Cup championship is just huge.
How about this, Martin Truex Jr.? You are the champion, baby! Woo! My God! Holy... Yeah!
A couple kids out of the Northeast with a dream and a lot of passion and kind of the same personality, just kind of quiet, laid back.
Do you think that bond ever goes away? Do you guys still have that connection?
I think
always
we do.
have that bond.
It's something that you don't even have to talk about.
Yeah.
Like, we don't even talk that much when we see each other. It's like I'm always excited to see him, but like now, this is a huge surprise. But those are memories that you never lose. They're always there.
Some of my best friends I don't talk to, but you know that if you need something, you can call them. If they need something, they can call you, whether it's a day, 6 months, a year. Just last night I got a group text from Chance 2.
Yeah.
We got to have a reunion. It's just coming up. It's been 15 years. So it's crazy. To me, it seems like yesterday.
Yeah. Congratulations, both of you, man. Don't let that slip away, dude.
Thanks.
Don't ever let it slip away.
So they're both so reserved. I thought that one was going to not necessarily be touching, but they always make you cry.
No,
they always sort of get you.
They do. Watching the ones that Dale's done earlier this year, they pull at your heartstrings. But these two guys especially, because they're quiet. They're both quiet guys in the first. I can't believe that Chance 2, they still have a text chain. That all those guys that worked together all those years ago still text each other and stay in touch. But Kevin said something, and I laughed about it later, and the more I thought about it, the deeper it was. Some of my best friends I don't talk to. That bond that they have, that bond that they established with each other, that bond that they still carry, they're happy for each other when the other one wins. They're happy for each other when the other one has something special in their life. But they're happy just to be friends, and they're content with that. And that's something that is very rare. Cup trophies are rare, championships are rare, but having a friendship like those two have is the rarest thing on earth.
Yeah, that was so cool to bring that, the questions that you asked, to bring that out, because these aren't two guys that will stand and just talk about those things. So to ask the right question for us to hear that and how much they mean to each other, because they won't stand and tell people that. It's just incredible, though. We've all been in that situation. We can think back to people that really made that difference, that gave us that confidence, that helped us to get to that point that we knew, we thought in our mind signs that we could do it, but they gave us that everything that we needed to get it done.
Yeah, and Bono and Martin, a two-time Xfinity Series, Busch Series at the time, champions. Cool to see some of those pictures, too. So a couple of misfits, they said, from the Northeast. That's the route they took. Every driver takes an interesting route, I guess you'd say. Right, Rutledge, to get here?
That's right, Krista. You know, some drivers start with a family business. Other drivers leave their home in Monterrey, Mexico, and end up in Buffalo, New York, just like Daniel Suarez. With here, this is Troy Williams. This is the guy who helped bring Daniel to the U.S. to get him started. I want to know, for culture shock, when Daniel Suarez showed up speaking no English and landing here, what was that moment like?
Well, I think that from a young kid coming there from Monterrey, Mexico, living in, you know, everything is pretty close to the same temperature. So when he flew in here, he thought, you know what, I've been to Phoenix before, I've been to California, flies into Buffalo. Holy moly, there's 2 feet of snow.
No jacket, right?
No jacket, no boots, no gloves, no hat. He's got his helmet bag, he's got his clothes, he barely has a sweatshirt, and from there is when it all started.
And I saw this week he got a chance to go back to visit the shop. Tell us a little bit about what that moment was like for you to have him back after all these years to see the success he's had.
Oh, it was a special moment, you know, just to bring back things. We've trained 90% of the, you know, Mexican drivers that have come to the U.S. have trained through that shop. It's a small little 4-bay garage shop. And for him to walk in here, and he had started telling stories like, hey, I know there's a room back there, and I used to hide in there, or I used to take a nap in there, like, where's Danny? Because there was one good thing that he was good at, and that was cleaning. And that's what I was trying to teach him, is how to clean, because he didn't know anything else. But I'm like, grab a broom, let's clean, we're going to have you do something, and he'd go hide.
That sounds a lot like Daniel, but now he doesn't hide there. He hides in the gym, which is obviously where he spends a lot of time. Now, Kyle, I know you're thinking, this guy, that name sounds familiar. Oh, yeah. Troy is the one that, when you remember in 02-03 with Truex, the car that went over the fence, that was this man right here, a legend. A big part of the reason that Daniel made it here today, though. And you can bet for sure, Krista, if they make the victory lane, Troy's going to be there with him.
That's so cool that he's here. I know Buffalo isn't that far away, but the fact that we were able to tell the story, have those photos, and Rutledge was able to talk to Troy.
Listen, it is cool. Daniel, he said landed here. Daniel drove his 64, I think, Volkswagen all the way from Monterrey, Mexico to here to be a part of this. So that is truly a special story on how a driver gets to the Cup level.
Well, coming up, we're going to turn the show over to you. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? Your thoughts on NASCAR in today's race. Coming up, and let me say this next, here on NASCAR America.
Hey, Kyle, let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Let me say this.
Steve Phelps, one of the top executives in NASCAR, and Boris said.
It gets better every week, man. Boris said just moved all the way to the top. I do have to say that. That's
Nate
good.
Ryan is here with the voices of the fans.
I am. Hashtag let me say this. First one is from Joshua Cannon. Kyle, DJ, a lot of discussion today about road course strategy. And Joshua is wondering, should NASCAR consider removing the caution at the end of stages on road course and essentially eliminate that strategy of pitting under green right before the stage end?
I'll let Dell answer. I'm still confused by the 7th inning stretch in baseball, so I'm going to let Dell go with this.
So we're saying we still give the top 10 their points. We're just going to keep going.
Right.
Yo, I hadn't really thought of this, but I kind of like the idea because I think it certainly has changed. The road courses are a different animal of their own, so why not make it a little bit different as far as the stages go and not throw a caution with those? I like that idea.
Okay, I've got a question for a hybrid owner, which I know we have one here on stage. At eBit Motorsports wants to know, with the recent news of IndyCar moving to a hybrid engine in 2022, should NASCAR consider electrification of its engines?
Okay, if NASCAR starts today considering electrification of engines, then we'll get around to it in about 2065 because we just went from a carburetor to fuel injection a few years ago. So let's slow your pace there, slow your roll. Yeah, I think they're going to have to at some point in time. I do believe we're going to have to look at the hybrid engine, the electric engine, whatever that may be, because I think it's not only for motorsports to survive in this environment and in this world that we have today, it's going to have to be flexible and change.
Fred Rosado with a good driving question. Hashtag let me say this. He wants to know, it seems as if teams here at the Glen are pushing the car in front of them through the braking zone. Drivers are doing this as a popular technique to force wheel lock of the guys ahead of us. Saw that a lot in the Xfinity race yesterday. Is that something NASCAR maybe should consider policing, or is that just
none whatsoever? They need to stay out of that. Let the drivers do what they want to do, and then the drivers police it after it. NASCAR needs to step in after some drivers maybe have an altercation, then they can do that. But on the racetrack, let the drivers handle that themselves. It's a part of it, you know, and it's just another ploy and another tool that you have as a driver. These things are hard enough to pass, so make it happen if you can.
Yeah, we saw Justin Allgaier police it himself yesterday with Ross Chastain. So that's how it needs to be policed. If you get it, if somebody does it to you, you're going to do it to somebody else.
Okay, this one includes Krista. Hashtag let me say this from Adam. Because this is the GoBowling.com at the Glen, what's your highest game in bowling? All three of you.
I don't know what it was. It was like, I mean, I cracked 100. I cracked 200.
Wow.
Once.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not good. I like to bowl.
Wow.
I refer all my bowling questions to Kenny at Imperial Lanes.
There we go. You're jonesing for a pass, for a free pass out there. That's it. I have no idea what mine was. I took bowling in high school. Yeah. So so I can actually score bowling.
You should be above 100 then.
Yes.
One more for you, Kyle, from Brian Donati. He wants you to know, hashtag let me say this, that in bowling it's not a home course, but a home bowling center. So
home
very
bowling
important correction
center.
for you.
Like
Sorry.
oh my gosh. Home lanes.
Home bowling center. I presume Brian knows something about bowling.
Yeah, so they don't knock over things, they knock over something. What's it called? It's a pin.
So
it's
mine would be Penn Station in Newton as Krista got hers.
Nice, very good. Good job.
Oh
All
my
right, thanks,
gosh.
Nate. Do you have one?
No.
No, you don't have a home course?
I don't.
I'm sorry, home lanes?
They not share the same home
center.
bowling
You have
center.
a home concert venue. Summer Jam used to be here, right?
Yeah. The Spinas.
600,000 people they used to bring in for Summer Jam.
Wow.
Nate knows
No
it
way.
now. I'm speaking
I
Nate's
know.
language. I'm trying to bring Nate in. He's a concert guy. He's a concert guy. Coming up, thanks, Nate. Jimmy Johnson and the 48 team created headlines this week, but will a new crew chief provide the medicine Johnson needs when it comes to making the playoffs? We're going to count you down to green next. One of the most beautiful parts of the country, the Finger Lakes region of New York, the site of this weekend's NASCAR race. It's one of only 3 road course races on the year for the Cup Series drivers. It looks different, it is different, and something special is in the air.
If you can't get pumped up to race in front of a standing room only crowd, you're not human.
There are trouble spots around this track that the drivers will have to deal with.
I'm too old for this. It hurts too much.
The crowd roars!
Get that second flag, son. Yeah, baby, yeah! Hell yes!
Welcome to NASCAR Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic, as we get ready to go racing.
The grandstands are sold out, over 23,000 campers ready for a fantastic race day. I talked about Summer Jam. Rumor is they're still finding abandoned cars from that event here on the grounds. Kyle's abandoned car is still at Charlotte Motor Speedway, right?
Yes, it is.
Fans have been setting up those campsites all weekend on the Peacock Pit Box with Kyle Petty and Dale Jarrett. Dale, this is an opportunity day, at least for some drivers.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's actually been an opportunity week that started on Thursday night with Stuart Friesen getting his win, and then Austin Cindric yesterday taking advantage of that opportunity to get his first Xfinity win. So is that opportunity going to present itself today for maybe William Byron or someone like that to get that first win? We saw Chase Elliott right here last year get his first victory in the Cup Series.
So you're sensing a theme.
Yeah, that's what I'm going off of.
And look, I'll stay with it. It's an opportunity for the fans here, and I think they announced in the drivers' meeting the 5th consecutive sellout. Fans here and fans watching at home to see a great race, because we see so many great races on the road course. This is an event. This is a happening, and it's going to be a big day here.
Yeah, you see all the people, all the colors behind us. Just a great scene right now. And it's a beautiful day. It was overcast this morning. The breeze, the temperature had dropped quite a bit, but the sun is out shining now. There you see, yeah, a perfect day for racing. Let's show you what's on the menu, presented by Sonic. No question, time running out on the regular season. Only 5 races remain until we head to Las Vegas to start the playoffs. That means the drivers on the playoff bubble not only have to take on this very tough course, but keep an eye on those trying to get past them in the standings. Dale mentioned Chase Elliott winning this race a year ago. Well, he starts from the pole, so things looking pretty good this weekend, too. Chase Elliott doesn't need to worry about the playoffs. He took care of that with that win at Talladega. As for his teammate Jimmy Johnson, he's in danger of missing the postseason for the very first time. On Monday, the 48 decided to shake things up.
They haven't performed at a level that we expect that.
This is the longest he has gone without a win in his career.
You got a 7-time champion here having issues.
They're still within shouting distance of getting into the playoffs. Something needed to be done.
A crew chief change at the 48 car. Race engineer Cliff Daniels will take over as Jimmy Johnson's crew chief, replacing Kevin Mendering immediately.
Cliff came back on the road with us, and just right away there was a spark there that I'm not sure we were aware we were kind of missing.
There comes a time that you just have to say, this isn't working. We've got to do something different.
Johnson's new crew chief, Cliff Daniels, is a racer himself. He competed on short tracks in his home state of Virginia. At 31, he's the youngest crew chief currently in the Cup garage. Kelly Stavis is with the driver of the 48, Jimmy Johnson.
And Krista, a pretty good start to the weekend for this 48 team with Cliff Daniels at the helm now in 8th place qualifying position. And Jimmy, we don't expect anything to change suddenly overnight, but what difference do you expect Cliff to make over the long haul?
He's definitely bringing a spark to this race team, and I think our communication is on a little deeper level. And we know there's some intangibles there that you can't see on paper that really do make a difference between a driver-crew chief relationship, and we're trying to exploit those right now and get ourselves in the playoffs.
All right, this week we lost a former Busch Series team owner, Stan Herzog, and I know that he was instrumental in your career. What has he meant to you?
Yeah, Stan and the entire Herzog family really is the reason why I'm here today. They gave me a start in their off-road truck and shared the similar vision and desire to make it to Cup someday. Chevrolet was a big piece of that in grooming us both for that journey. I made it to the Busch Series with them, won a race with them, and then my Hendrick opportunity came along. And so none of that would have happened unless it was for the entire Herzog family. And certainly sad to hear about the passing of Stan earlier this week. I just want his family and friends to know that I'm thinking of him.
All right, very nice. Thank you, Jimmy. And Krista, remember, he was racing for that Herzog team when he had that spectacular wreck here in Watkins Glen.
Oh, yeah, and we've seen those highlights all week on NASCAR America. No question, though, Jimmy mentioning the Herzog family. He certainly knows where he comes from and is appreciative to all the people who have helped get him here. But the storyline surrounding this 48, Kyle, is this crew chief change and the fact that Cliff Daniels, an engineer, not,
yes,
first time as a crew chief, young, and with a big microscope, a big spotlight on him.
A big spotlight. I find it amazing that we talk about him being the youngest crew chief at 31 and William Byron's like 18 or 19 or 20. You know, I mean, the difference between what a young crew chief and a young driver is in this sport, you know, it's glaring right there. It's 10 or 12 years. But I look at this, and Jimmy needs that spark. They need something. Sometimes change is good. Sometimes just a kick in the rear end to say, let's wake this group up. Let's go do something. And I think that's what we have to look at. He's stepping into this role, and his job is just to keep these guys moving forward and try to make something happen.
Yeah, and could they have given him a more difficult race to go call as his first time on that box as the crew chief? Probably not, but you know, let's see what he's made of. And they needed to make things happen in a quick fashion because time is running out as far as Jimmy Johnson being in the playoffs. So they're not expecting to make Jimmy Johnson a winner again immediately, but they want a better performance every week, week in and week out. And they're hoping that Cliff can bring that, and we hope that can happen too.
How about some more pressure for Cliff? He and his wife expecting their first child in about 2 weeks, so he could get that phone call at any moment as well. I just want to throw some
just throw some more. Just heap some more. He's 31. He can handle it.
All right, coming up, we're going to hear from several of the drivers we expect to be a factor today, and that includes last week's Pocono winner, Denny Hamlin. We're going to check in with Rutledge Wood, who may have the best job this weekend. He gets to hang out with the thousands of fans who've come here to experience one of the best weekends in NASCAR. And today's race will also feature our radio-style broadcast. Our crew has been placed all around the 7-turn gem of a road course. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Enjoy the Car Hop Classic for a knockout price of $2.99.
Here comes Hamlin on the inside. They make contact. Out of 4. Harvick with the advantage. He'll hold him off. Harvick wins again in New Hampshire.
my fault. Damn it, I knew what to do there.
I don't know. Second sucks.
Denny Hamlin, Eric Jones, 2 laps to go. Denny Hamlin is going to be the spoiler today. His 34th career win.
It's been awesome to work with this team this year, and man, we're on a roll.
Is it Denny time? Denny Hamlin picked up his 3rd victory of the season last week at Pocono, continuing what's been a great comeback after going winless last season. Just a few moments ago, our Dave Burns talked to him.
Well, Krista, it's often a good day for Denny Hamlin at Watkins Glen International. After yesterday, you were one of the cars kind of talked about in the garage area. You feel like it's one of the top cars?
Yeah, I thought we were, definitely a top 5 car for sure, and, we qualified 6, so we got ourselves in a good position. I think the key is, though, all the cars I think we're going to be racing are right there amongst each other. So I think there's a small group of us that are, was really exceptional over the long run. So I think that hopefully this FedEx Cares Toyota can maintain track position up front. That's going to be the key to this race, is that whoever can just not make mistakes and whoever can execute on pit road and have the right strategy.
Denny, this time of year, how important was last week's win?
It's good. It's been, we've had the speed for a while now, and it's just we put it all together. We haven't, we went through a tough patch over, probably May, June, where we had extreme speed, but just never finished the race where we should have, and now we're starting to finish them where we should be.
Yep, you put it all together, you can be a winner.
Well, the job for Ryan Blaney today got a little harder this morning when they had to make an adjustment to the race car after they made it through tech. So not failing tech, but you do have to start at the back. What kind of challenge is that going to be today here at the Glen?
That'd be a challenge. We track bar bent yesterday, and we didn't catch till this morning, so that stinks. We got to start in the back, but nowhere else to go but forward. But so we'll see. But I thought our PPG Ford Mustang was pretty fast in practice. It was a shame we didn't qualify better. Thought we had a little bit better long-run car. We could just never lay a lap down, but we'll see. Track's a little bit cooler today, so we'll kind of see how that goes. And your strategy changes up a little bit, when you got to go to the back and when you want to pit, where you can get to in the first stage, if you pit early or not. So that's, you kind of have an idea of that, but it can all change. So that's something they have to be on top of today, and I have to be ready for. But it's such a cool day. I love this place. The fans here are great. There's so many. They sold out, I think, for the 5th year in a row. So awesome to come to a place with great fans and great weather, and hopefully it'll be a good day for us.
Yeah, we all love the atmosphere, no doubt about that. So you and I were talking about the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Cars nowhere near the same, but to get in the rhythm, does that help at all for a race like this?
Yeah, I think this year, this is my first time I've ever done the Xfinity race here, and I think this year was probably the most different those 2 cars have ever been, and it was really interesting going back and forth with them, just how they drove and handled, and these cars, the Cup cars with the high downforce, you drive them so much harder than the Xfinity cars. So that's really been tricky, especially qualifying our Cup cars right after the Xfinity race, running that many laps on it. But I think it helps a little bit of just trying things, kind of seeing where the track goes, what adjustments help what, and kind of what you're looking for in any corner. So I think it helps a little bit just as far as seat time, track time. But the car-wise stuff, they're way different. But it's like I said, at the end of the day, nothing can beat track time, and definitely we got that yesterday.
It's going to be fun to watch Ryan Blaney try to come from the back to the front today.
Well, Marty, if you look at Martin Truex Jr.'s numbers on road courses as of late, they are staggering. Top 2 finishes in 4 of the last 5 races, 3 wins on that. What is behind that success?
Just confidence and good race cars. I think, Cole and all the guys have done a good job of giving me what I need and what I feel like, I need to win with. And, pit strategy, a lot of things have played out in our favor as well. So we'll see what we have today. I thought our car was pretty good yesterday. Not quite as fast as we've been in the past, but seems good in the long run, and hopefully we can take advantage of that.
I think you're on a whopping, 6-race winless streak? We've got 5 more races ahead of the playoffs. What's the focus of this team as you head to the postseason?
I think our downfall this year has been consistency, and I feel like the last couple of weeks we've kind of started to work that in, with a couple of really strong runs at tracks that are challenging. So hopefully we can keep that going here today. Keep that consistency going. We need to get some more playoff points if we can as well, and it'd be nice to get another win or 2 before the playoffs.
Well, they start with some decent track position. Krista, Martin Truex Jr. will start 4th.
Yeah, and all these drivers, I'm watching the scene behind us. You see a Martin Truex Jr. fan right there. I just watched Kyle Busch. He just got to the stage because he was mobbed by fans behind us, and there's a little boy and a little girl with 18 hats who are just going crazy right now because they just got him signed by Kyle Busch. But yeah, we heard from some of the top dogs right there.
Yeah, and look, I think when you look at that, I think Truex and Denny are going to be factors. I think that 12 team with Ryan Blaney have put themselves in a little bit of a box. We talked about them being there at the bubble, only 30-some points. It's going to be incredibly difficult to get first stage points, much less get second stage points. They're going to have to count on putting that thing in the top 10 at the end of the day and having a solid run.
Yeah, I think their focus just changed to now we're looking at a top 10, gather as many points as we can, solidify our playoff position a little bit more. When you look at Joe Gibbs Racing, I believe they have 3 of the top 5 road racers in their camp, and we could see another 1-2-3 finish as we saw at Pocono last week with Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., and Denny Hamlin there. So if you plan on winning this race or challenging for that, and I know Chase Elliott did that last year and is on the pole today, but he's going to have to beat those Joe Gibbs Racing drivers.
And those are live pictures right there, the driver's introduction stage just across from where we sit. Those are the drivers getting ready to be introduced, those who qualified up front. Your front row, William Byron and Chase Elliott is on the pole. We have to say goodbye to Kyle. We're not done here yet, but Kyle has another job he has to do today.
I am filling in for Jeff Burton.
You are heading to the NBC car. Right now, Kyle is half suit, half fire suit, because he's going straight from here into the NBC car. We look forward to seeing those pace
It's going to be fun. I might not make it back.
All right, we'll have to see. So tune into the post-race show. See if Kyle Busch makes it to talk to the winner this evening. But Rutledge has so far talked about sunburns, bowling, rut. What's left?
Well, you know what? When we get back, Chris, I'm going to tell you all about an amazing cause very close to Corey LaJoie's heart. Has to do with these shoes and that logo right there, Samaritan's Feet. We'll tell you all about this amazing cause when we get back.
Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Enjoy the Car Hop Classic for a knockout price of $2.99. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR, perfect for race fans. A beautiful day, Watkins Glen, New York. There you see Eric Almirola talking to Jimmy Johnson before driver introduction. Looks like Alex Almirola wants a little more daddy time before this race begins.
And he's got a good view of everything going on.
Yeah, he does. What a cutie. Having a lot of fun here as they get you ready to race. But, right, you were telling us before the break about a really cool initiative that's going on with Corey LaJoie.
It sure is. You know, Corey decided that he wanted to run Samaritan's Feet on his car for a sponsor. And the way he was able to do that was to talk to his team owner and say, look, I want to give up a month of my salary to put him on the car. And then that's where everybody else took over. He set up a donation page. You can find it on Corey's link on Twitter. But, Corey, you guys were hoping to get $20,000. You guys are over $113,000 for this amazing mission that happens around the world. How does that feel?
It's unbelievable. I mean, that's obviously what happens when God takes control and blows it to the next level. Because, like you said, we were supposed to raise 20 grand. We're trying to raise 20 grand. Here we are almost at 120 grand. And I wanted to thank each and every person of the 1,650 names, I think, that are on this thing right now for helping out. It's impacting way more people than we could ever imagine. So to have Samaritan's Feet on this car is unbelievable. And just because your name might not be on the car, after this, because I can't physically write anymore once I get in the car, doesn't mean it's not going to be cataloged and maybe written on a car at Charlotte. We're going to try to do this thing as well. So we got almost 1,700 names on here that people that sacrifice a lot to raise awareness to the 1.5 billion people in the world that can't afford shoes.
Chris, it's unbelievable. He and his wife spent so much time writing all these different names on there. Samaritan's Feet, an amazing group. You can still donate on Corey's Twitter. You can find that link and be a giver like so many other people did here this weekend. Thanks, Corey.
That is really cool, Rut. And I know Corey said he was going to write the names, but when you see it visually, Dale, you can see that his feet are going to be tired after this race, but his hands are tired right now.
Yeah, it's just amazing what these drivers do and the amount of money that they raise for different causes, and just hand it out to Corey. Hope he has a great day out there today.
Yeah, we know a lot of the fans who are here at Watkins Glen, maybe ones who donated, have their names on that car. So many of you at home have been doing the same. The scene is fantastic here behind the Peacock Pit Box. Driver introductions have wrapped up. They're going to get you ready to race. Chase Elliott will have the best view of all coming to the green. Can he go back to back?
I've left these races pretty down over the past couple years.
All this time we've been wondering when would it happen.
You don't run second 8 times by luck.
Yeah, baby, yeah! Hell yeah!
When he made that mistake in one, I was too far back to capitalize.
Chase Elliott is driving the race of his life.
Get that second flag, son.
So thrilled, so emotional, so much relief.
I'm out of gas.
The 7-time champion. He's going to give him a push.
That's a pretty cool victory lap right there.
Chase Elliott trying to win 2 in a row for these drivers, a trophy, potential playoff berths up for grabs. For you, the fans, how about 20 grand? You have a chance to win up to $20,000 in today's race by using the NBC Sports Predictor app. It's free to play, easy to use. Earlier in the show, Dale, you showed us how to pick your stage group. Now we're going to put you on the spot for your top 3 drivers, the drivers who are going to finish 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and give us 3, 2, 1.
Oh my gosh, this is so difficult. When I started doing this, I probably edited it about 3 or 4 different times. I'm not sure how you go about doing this, but Martin Truex Jr. is going to be somewhere in the mix, and then Kyle Busch is always in the mix here. Yeah. I think Chase Elliott goes back to back. So those are mine. I hope somebody out there wins this $20,000.
I know, hard to argue with that. You know, it's been a week of drivers throwing shade, pointing fingers, sometimes raising fingers. If any tempers are still lit, the road course, the perfect place to fuel the fire. Playoff spots are on the line. Is a new winner poised to strike at the GoBowling race at the Glen. The boys are upstairs and all around this track. It's road course racing next on NBCSN.
Welcome to the Finger Lakes region of New York. It is a beautiful setting, Watkins Glen International, for road course racing. Lefts and rights, uphill and downhill. As we look at the playoff standings, 5 races until the playoffs will get underway. The important line right now is the cutoff line between 16 and 17. 3 drivers separated by just 12 points, Boyer, Newman, and Johnson. Alongside crew chief Steve Letarte, I'm Rick Allen. Steve, what's the recipe for the incredible racing we've seen here at the Glen?
Well, I think it starts with the racetrack. 7 turns with some elevation changes. That races like a super speedway. We see speeds well over 150, 160 miles an hour. Yet, with that speed, we're going to see bumping and banging. Not only is it expected, but it's encouraged. If you're going to run up front here, you're going to have to push guys out of the way.
All right, so who's your favorite?
Well, I think you have to look at Kyle Busch. He's qualified well as a 2-time winner here at Watkins Glen. He's been outstanding all weekend. And how about the pole sitter Chase Elliott? He got that first win a year ago. But I'm really looking at his teammate, the young 21-year-old William Byron. He's never been in victory lane. Could he match his teammate and get his first career win here at the Glen?
Well, we have a lot of fun here doing this broadcast. It's radio style from the Glen. In the S's will be MRN Sirius XM's Mike Bagley. He'll have the action from 2, 3 through 4, and then he'll hand it off to Dale Earnhardt Jr., who has the inner loop and the carousel. A lot of action took place there in the Xfinity Series yesterday. Jeff Burton has turns 6 and 7, and 7 is where actually the pass for the lead and the eventual win took place in the Xfinity Series race. And then Steve and I will have the action down at the start-finish line. We bring the guys in from their perches all the way around the track. We'll start off in the S's with Mike Bagley.
Thanks, Rick. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the S's here at Watkins Glen International. Turns 2, 3, and 4. A very difficult set of corners. Look how narrow the track is. This is turn to the right-hander, leading to the left-hander. That's turn 3. Across a short straightaway, you grab a gear, drop the hammer, and you're working your way through turn 4 up to the backstretch. This end of the racetrack, fraught with peril. Look at that. That's our man Kyle Petty from 1993, leading on the white flag lap, loses control in turn 2, takes the Intimidator with him, and Mark Martin snaking his way through and getting one of his many wins here at Watkins Glen. The S's are narrow, and they are very testy, and they will lead to the back straightaway, which then sets up for a unique set of corners called the inner loop, and our man Dale Earnhardt Jr. is at the end of the backstretch today.
Yeah, the racing's always wild into this braking zone going into the inner loop. Guys side by side trying to fight for position, getting into this corner. And you see, they don't always agree on who has the lane, right? Last year we had Brad Keselowski and Kyle Busch making contact, spinning off course. We see a lot of guys try to go in there side by side. Usually one of them gets spun out. Also exiting the carousel, we see a lot of guys using up a ton of racetrack on that outside, jumping that curve. They get really loose there, creating a lot of passing opportunities all the way up to turn 6 where Jeff Burton is.
Yeah, it's awesome. They're coming off that carousel. This is an opportunity to make that pass. It's the second longest straightaway on this course. So this left-hander, turn 6, you try to outbrake somebody. That's where the action started yesterday. These two guys, this is for the win going into turn 6. big push to the back of the bumper, moves him out of the racetrack. Watch this right here. The A.J. Allmendinger, that 10 car, he is set up for turn 11, but this corner is so tough. He missed the corner. Austin Cindric was allowed to get side by side with him. That was coming to the white flag. Austin Cindric went on to win this race. That all happened right here in turn 6 and 7.
So much excitement all the way around the racetrack. We can't wait to get things underway. To get things started, though, we'll go trackside for pre-race ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as the New York State Police Troop E, Zone 3, presents our nation's colors. At this time, we would like to honor the victims of the recent mass shooting in El Paso, Texas, and Dayton, Ohio. Our thoughts and prayers are with them and their families. Please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please remain standing as Reverend David Fife of Elmwood Avenue Baptist Church offers today's invocation.
Let us pray. Lord God, thank you for the opportunity to gather here at Watkins Glen International for this year's running of GoBowling.com at the Glen. We ask your blessing upon this race, Lord, with your hand of protection upon each driver, course worker, and crew member. Grant us a safe race and help us to remember that all good things come from you. Amen.
Here to perform the Canadian National Anthem, please welcome actress and singer Trina Vargas.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Here to honor America, please welcome United States Navy musician second class Rachel Venel, accompanied by Kevin Gallagher of Empire Interpreting Services as they perform our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that Star-Spangled Banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Impressive on a breezy day, bringing the American flag down to the front stretch.
sun beat down. I had the radio on. I was driving. Trees flew by. Me and Del were singing. Little runaway. I was flying. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery. Going where it leads. Running down a dream.
Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series racing from Watkins Glen. Go bowling at the Glen. And for some storylines before the engines get fired, let's go to pit road, and we'll start with Kelly Stavist.
Rick, 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson is not in position to make the playoffs, so the team has made a change at crew chief. Cliff Daniels will be calling the shots today for the first time. Jimmy told me Cliff has provided an instant spark to this team and said their communication is on another level. But no one expects this team to turn things around overnight. Instead, the 48 crew looking for a solid top 10 finish today, Dave.
Kelly, the run-up to the playoffs for Kyle Busch, it has been very good. 4 wins on the season already, and he's at a place that he loves, Watkins Glen. What better place to make up the 6 points he still lacks to Joey Logano for the regular season championship, Marty?
Dave talked to Brad Keselowski a moment ago. He said, honestly, I'm not sure we have the speed to be able to finish in the top 3 or even win this race today. But Watkins Glen is one of those races where it allows you a ton of strategy options. And no doubt the 2 team and Paul Wolfe, one of the best on pit road at making those strategy calls. So look for some interesting moves on pit road today to get track position, because, Rick, that is going to be huge.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. And that's one of the biggest reasons why Steve Letarte sits up here with his calculator, his pencil, piece of paper, and you're going to figure out maybe the best strategy. We'll find out which strategy works the best for those trying to get to victory lane. It's time to fire the engines. Let's go trackside for the command.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome our Grand Marshals, members from the Go Bowling family, joined by President of the New York State Bowling Proprietors Association, Brian Borowski.
Drivers, start your engines. Let's go bowling at the Glen.
Stage is broken down. 20, 40, and then it's only a 90-lap race. It happens quick. Everybody's got to be on their toes. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Go Bowling. Go to GoBowling.com to find a center near you. Subway, make it what you want. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans.
Fans jumping up and down, yelling, screaming, losing their minds here at Watkins Glen.
It'll forever be a special place. I mean, how could it not?
Chase driving the race of his life right now.
I feel like ending practice on Saturday, we could have a shot if things went our way.
Here comes Elliott to the inside. The crowd on their feet.
I felt like it was us, the 18 and the 78, and felt like it was going to be whoever executed the best amongst us 3.
This race comes down to these 2 drivers.
Hey, we are in control of this race, and it's getting down to where it really counts.
He went wide in turn number 1.
I just remember thinking, all right, just don't mess up, you know, and go into the first turn messed up.
Here he comes, half back. You're still good, all clear, all clear.
Obviously, there was some really tough days, and you know, some of those seconds were way tougher than others. To me, that's what kept the drive and kept the motivation.
Bring it home, just bring it home.
For the first time, Chase Elliott wins in the Monster Energy Cup Series.
A lot of satisfaction and certainly some relief.
That's one of many right here. Yeah, baby, yeah!
The fans are screaming, and I just felt like at Watkins Glen, people were genuinely excited to see us win. There's a lot of things that you don't really think about when you're in the moment, but looking back, just a day I'll never forget.
It all started 1 year ago. The wins did come afterwards. He's had 3 since then, 1 already here in 2019. And leading the field as the official pace car for today's race is the 2019 Toyota Camry. Want to take a look at the starting grid brought to you by KFC. That will roll across the bottom of the screen. Again, the front row you see there, Hendrick Motorsports cars, Chase Elliott and William Byron making up that first row. So many great places around this racetrack, such an incredible facility. And our man Rutledge Wood is going to be finding a bunch of spots all the way around the track to enjoy and take in all of the atmosphere. And he's got a group of friends around him again. Hey, Rut.
You know I do, Rick. This is an amazing spot. We're right here inside the track, inside turn 1. And, you know, this is where all the action is going to happen as soon as that flag drops. I even found Kenny, the sunburn guy, who was hoping Chase Elliott gets back to victory lane. But I'm going to try to find all the great spots today to watch. But, Rick, this is one of the best. These fans love this track. They're surrounded all over the place, and you cannot find a better racetrack to go to and enjoy than this one right here at Watkins Glen, buddy.
Looks like a lot of fun. We know all the fans are going to enjoy themselves, and Rut's going to make it even a better experience for those fans around. All right, Steve, let's take a look at the race breakdown. I mentioned earlier this is a short race, at least as far as lap-wise.
It is a short race at a great racetrack here at Watkins Glen. Just under 2.5-mile road course, 90 laps, 220-mile race. Think about this, about 9 shifts of laps. You can do the math. That's a ton of shifting. Stage 1 and Stage 2, both 20 laps in length, which leaves the final stage a little bit longer, 50 laps total. Fuel window, 31 to 34. And get your calculator ready, Rick. It's going to be a 2-battery sort of day.
I'm letting you do all the math, right, Steve. I'll let you do all the math. Well, today's joyride in the Toyota Camry on-track car actually has Kyle Petty filling in for Jeff Burton, and his passenger is David Badaya. He's a 3-time Olympian competing in individual and synchronized diving. Most of his career was on the platform, but he's transitioning to the springboard, and I'm telling you, the Purdue University Boilermaker is going to have a heck of a ride now. All right, KP, show him a good ride around Watkins Glen.
Here we go, David. This is all on you, man.
Oh, baby.
We got some cars in front of us here. We're going to have to get around them.
Oh, we'll pass them.
What do you feel right now, man?
I mean, you can feel it in your chest. Oh, man. I probably couldn't have another driver taking me down this track right now.
How's this feel?
These turns are great.
You said you were more nervous than in the Olympic finals.
Look, the preparation towards it, your heart's beating out of your chest. Now that we're doing it, it's like going into the final knowing you got it.
Man, how does it feel when you dive? I mean, this is like diving into turn 7 here, or whatever corner this is.
Look, I was telling you earlier, I got to be on for 1.4 seconds 6 times. You're on the whole time like this.
Yeah. Listen, man, good luck. Good luck in everything. 1-time gold medal winner, silver medalist, 2 times bronze. It's like being with Jimmy Johnson, man. Thanks for riding.
Please, thank you, Kyle.
Thank you, man.
I love the smile on their faces. That's the best part. How about KP? The steering wheel got a little loose on him there when he was coming into the inner loop.
He had me nervous. David was a little calmer than I'd be. He must have not. I suggest any passenger who's going to ride with Kyle Petty needs to do some Google search before they strap in. But fun times for sure.
Looks like a lot of fun. And obviously, we had a lot of fun there riding along with KP and David. Now we're going to ride along with a few different drivers, right, guys?
Yeah, guys, we're going to have Ryan Priest here in the 47, starting at 29th. The Kroger Camry, he's going to be carrying us along the front bumper right on top of the racetrack here. It's going to be some awesome camera shots from that. Also, Daniel Suarez with the Coca-Cola cam. He also has that helmet camera we love so much, started back in P18.
And that Kevin Harvick, the Mobile One cam, right on top of his car. We'll see some great shots from there. But check this one out. We got the foot cam. We're going to watch that footwork Kevin Harvick uses all day long. And also Martin Truex Jr., the road course king lately. The Toyota cam. You can expect to see this car out front all day long.
All right, well, let's go back to pit road, and we'll check in with some more of the storylines. We'll start with Kelly.
And Rick, we just heard Jeff Burton call Martin Truex Jr. the road course king, and that's because his numbers as of late have been staggering. 4 top 2 finishes in the last 5 races, 3 of those wins. He told me it's because crew chief Cole Purr knows what kind of cars to give him to win these races, but he also told me he comes carrying a lot of confidence. Today he feels really good about the long run speed in that 19 Toyota. Dave?
Kelly, Kyle Larson is 37 points above the playoff cut line. That's fairly comfortable, but you heard what he said to us in Countdown to Green. The objective today, not to crash. He's got to protect and not finish way down in the order and give all that cushion up. He's always run well here, never failed to finish a race, Marty.
Dave, Watkins Glen is a 2.45-mile road course, so a lot of teams will use 4 spotters around this course. Not Chase Elliott and his team. They just used 2. Eddie DeHaat, his normal spotter, and over in the bus stop, just like last year, his dad, Bill Elliott. There you see him with the hat, the Napa hat on, and kind of getting a moment here of praying before the race begins for Chase. He helped guide him to his first win here at Watkins Glen last year. I talked to Bill about it yesterday. He said, listen, if I'm talking, that's bad. I want to talk as little as I can. If I'm not talking, that means Chase is running well. Going to be fun to watch Dad, watch son try and win for back-to-back races here at Watkins Glen.
Thanks, Marty. It's time now for the Subway Fresh Take. We heard Marty mention 2.45 miles. Let's get you a little more familiar with the track. Jeff, take us around it.
That's a great racetrack. This is huge. Turn 1, a great passing zone. It's downhill into turn 1. That downhill continues all the way to the bottom of the S's. Turn 2, you're in turn 2 right now. You're approaching turn 3 is the left-hander. The right-hander coming up is turn 4. It leads to that incredibly long straightaway where you're going to go down to the inner loop where Dale Jr. is located. Look how long that straightaway is. Tons of braking into the inner loop. 2 cars side by side here. Spells trouble. They leave the inner loop. This long right-hander. Turn 5, better known as the carousel. It lasts forever. And if you don't do it well, it completely messes you up for this second longest straightaway on this racetrack right here. That leads to turn 6 where I am. A heavy braking corner. Turn 6. That leads to turn 7, a very, very tight right-hander that leads to the front straightaway. This is not a ton of corners on a road course, but it's exceptionally fast and challenging surfing for all the drivers to deal with.
And we're looking forward to watching these incredible drivers negotiate throughout all of the twists and turns that the Glen present to them. Well, it's been well documented. Cliff Daniels is now the crew chief for the 48 team and Jimmy Johnson. Let's listen into the radio.
All right, guys, let's jump on the wall. Get ready to kick this thing off. Jimmy, we got your back all day. Let's be smart, be patient, execute what we can, and let's go have some fun, all right?
The full boys can't wait.
I like that. Not only his first ever time up top the pit box, but the youngest active crew chief at 31 years old. I think the biggest challenge for Cliff is going to be just that, being the leader of this race team. I know when I became the crew chief for Jeff Gordon, he told me to be the leader, to be in charge, but it's so difficult when that driver is your mentor, is the guy that kind of helped raise you. And I feel like that's the same way with Jimmy Johnson. He's worked with Jimmy for so long, Cliff has, that he knows him and he trusts him, but he has to be the leader of the ship. It's going to be interesting to see how it works out for the 48. You know, interesting point, Marty mentioned 2 spotters for the 9. Had a little talk with Jimmy Johnson's spotter. They actually are using 5 spotters, if you can believe that. So they have spotters all around the racetrack. Just tells you so many different opinions on how to be successful here.
Well, the different times around the track that they could be around traffic. So there's so many different areas that maybe the driver would need a little assistance knowing if someone is coming up on their back bumper.
And this is what's changed. You know, in years past, it was get it sorted out and kind of settle in. Not anymore. When they wave the green flag right here, it is full attack mode for everyone at the front of the field.
You don't want to be a bowling pin when you have the GoBowling at the Glen, meaning you don't want to get hit, but there will be some contact around this race course. Engines fired up, going through the gears. Green flag is out as they dive into turn 1. Chase Elliott has the advantage. Right behind it, William Byron and the 18 of Kyle Busch. Busch settling into third.
Here they come now through turns 1 and 2. The S's, everyone scattering further back, but Chase Elliott up front, out front, and into the lead as they work their way through the S's for the first time this afternoon. Through turns 2, 3, and 4. Chase Elliott leads them up the back straightaway.
Chase Elliott with a comfortable lead over his teammate William Byron into the braking zone of the bus stop. Everybody coming through there. Single file except back here around 3rd, 4th, 5th place. Looks like these guys are all stacked up behind Brad Keselowski out of the bus stop. A lot of guys having to give and take quite a bit right there to get through there cleanly. They single file through the carousel.
Yeah, through the carousel, they weren't single file, but right here at the end of this line, they're side by side, trying to make it 3 wide. That's not going to work. They're going to have to single it out. Now they're starting to get single file right along with Suarez into this left-hander, which is turn 6. Approaching turn 7, not a very good pass, although an attempt for the pass. Can Suarez take advantage of this, make it 3 wide on the front straightaway?
Going to try to follow Joey Logano up here on the inside of that 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Suarez into 21 or 41 right behind. Around goes Kyle Busch. The 18 spins through 1. He gets it straightened back out again and headed the right direction.
And everybody scatters behind him, but he's got a lot of ground to make up. Kyle Busch will find his place in line in turns 2 and 3, right behind Eric Almirola. He came off the end of the front straightaway to the inside of William Byron racing for second. Kyle losing the handle on that multicolored Toyota, spinning down to the inside. But what a tip of the cap to the rest of the field to not get checked up and go tailing in when Kyle Busch loses control in turn 1. Dale Jr.
Yeah, we're back in the carousel here. Kyle Busch seems to have gathered things up really, really lucky not to get any damage there. More damage than he has to his car. Seems like he's got away cleanly. No flat spots. Everything's good.
It's got to be a little bit of a concern. Did he do any damage to those tires? Just overheating them with that spin. But really, you think about it, you spun in turn 1 at the beginning of this race. It's still running in 10th position with no damage. I would say he has to feel fairly fortunate in an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, Jeff, a lucky break for the 18 to not make any contact. Hopefully he can stay lucky, as Dale Jr. mentioned. See if those tires hold up and they're secure. You absolutely do damage as they spin around. But basically, just too hot, cooked it into the bottom of turn 1, Bagley, and lost control.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of ground to make up. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson, closer to the front of the field. He's running in the 5th position. You're looking onboard with Martin Truex Jr., who rides in 6th. Truex, the road racing ace, angling up behind Larson at the exit of the exit.
Not close enough to be able to do anything in this braking zone. Gonna have to be a little closer than that. You don't even see him really make much of a gain. Larson with good speed in the braking zone. Look at him slide the car and hang the car out through the inner loop. Man, that 42 car is really yawed out, really loose. The back of the car swinging around through the corners, but Truex gains a little bit through the carousel.
And that's something we've seen from Kyle Larson in this team. They've been very good qualifiers on road courses, but have not had the long run speed. They're going to have to get the back of that car settled down, or it'll eat the rear tires off of it. Truex is going to apply pressure. He knows the back of the car is not hooked up, so he wants to put as much pressure on him as he possibly can.
Rick, that's the question. 1 lap speed is one thing. But now these guys are going to be expected to make 10, 15, 20, 25 lap runs. So will the car continue to handle as good as the 19 here, who pulls to the bottom of the 42, but the 42 contests the pass?
Battle for 5th position. Larson has it. Truex in the 19 trying to take it away. He'll pull to the inside of the entrance to turn number 2. Slide underneath Larson. He'll go to position number 4, and he's got a lot of ground to make up. He's 6.7 seconds behind the race leader.
Yeah, behind Larson now, Brad Keselowski closes in. He wants to try to take advantage of the 42 car as well and try to get by that 42 car. No real opportunity right now. Faces him off here in the carousel, trying to close in. Seems to be able to close the gap just a little bit. See if he can gain on him on corner exit, get the throttle down, be able to make a move. Not as wide as Larson. Larson really driving that car hard.
Yeah, Larson's using all of the racetrack that's available to you off that carousel. Now, see that battle, Kyle Busch passing his brother into turn 6. Dave.
And Jeff, he'll make his way back up to the front. Kyle's so good and so smooth here as long as all 4 tires stay up. And they said only a little scuff off the left front of the Goodyear sign on the left front tire there, so no big deal. But Steve, the question now is, if you're Adam Stevens and he told his driver better not to pit here, try to strategy's changed so much. What would you do with this running just inside the top 10 now?
Well, as reported, lucky for the 18, if you can believe it, he spun out, and he only fell back to 8th. So I think at this point, it is whatever strategy Adam Stevens was thinking from the beginning of the day. Sounds like the tires are fine. The dent on the left front fender is very small, so I think it's not panic. Stay the course with your strategy.
5 laps in, and we have already seen cars get airborne. Yes, that's right. In flight, the 9, all 4 tires off the ground, and the spin by the 18 of Kyle Busch. It's Chase Elliott still in front. Coming up on lap 8, Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series racing. Go bowling at the Glen. NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You can follow your favorite drivers all race long. Select up to 8 different cameras, or you can watch 4 at one time. Just go to NASCAR.com/drive. This is a great camera shot right here. The Kroger cam for Ryan Preece as he dives into turn number 1. Marty?
Hey guys, problem for Eric Almirola. Certainly good points position, no doubt about that. Plus 94 coming in above the cut line. But an issue here very early in the Watkins Glen race. Take a listen on the radio.
The shifter's getting ready to break off, swiveling inside the housing in the circle. Close by, we got another one ready.
So what they're going to do on the stop here, Steve, is Trevor Adams, who's the interior guy, is going to hop in the car, change out that shifter whenever they can for Eric Almirola. Checked in with Chad Haney, the car chief. They think they can get it done, but they would love to do it under a caution. So what kind of predicament does that put the 10 team in here very early in the race?
Well, the first predicament is hope he's right with his prediction, that it just needs to be swapped. There's no way the driver can tell if it's the handle, the mechanism underneath. There's a boot that basically goes over the shifter that protects the driver from any fire that happens underneath the race car. So there's a lot you can't see, and it's not easy to work on. This is a track that these drivers are going to shift 9 times per corner. That's over 800 shifts over the course of this race. So they're going to have to definitely try to resolve this as quick as possible.
Here they come up into the S's, shifting forward and watching Brad Keselowski. He's running in the 7th position right now, but Dale Jr., his hands are full. Kyle Busch is in attack mode.
And Kyle's looking low here in the braking zone, trying to pressure Brad into a mistake. No mistake by Keselowski. Man, I'm real surprised at how much the back of these cars are moving around. Brad, right on the tailpiece of the 2 car. Look at the 18, man. He's pressuring him hard. No mistake still. Brad, he's cold as ice. Oh, look, there it is. There's a mistake headed to you.
And so now can Kyle take advantage of it. He's showing him that he wants the spot. Just shows the nose. Brad Wisely says, you know what? You had to run. I'm going to give it to you. Now Kyle's got to check his speed up a little bit. Just don't let him cross you over. Hit your marks. That's the way you do it. Pressure him. Make him make a mistake. Take the spot.
Kyle Busch moves up to 7th now. Again, he was in 3rd when he spun in turn 1, dropped all the way down to 10th. He's passed a couple cars up into the top 7 now. Everyone's still chasing after Chase Elliott, though, but a great battle there for 7th and 8th.
It comes into turn 2. Now Kyle's gotten around Brad Keselowski to take that 7th spot, and he's a very methodical road course racer, very smooth to the S's, hugging the curves to the inside of turn 3, down to the inside of turn number 4. He's got a lot of ground to make up.
Big battle right here. Oh, look out. The 24 of Byron almost cleans out the 11. Both of them trying to go through there side by side. We talked about that in the pre-race. It ends badly usually. Very, very lucky right there for Byron. He wouldn't give up that position in the braking zone. I think maybe Hamlin surprised him a little bit there.
William Byron ran so well at Pocono, running well today. But Denny Hamlin, how about Denny Hamlin? One last week, but check this move out right here. Into that inner loop, pulls to the inside.
I think it's just a
side. Who's going to take the spot, Junior?
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit of a... It was a move where I don't think Denny got there far enough deep in the zone for the 24 to even give it up. He gave him plenty of room. He knows he's there, but they both committed in the braking portion of that area of the track and could not back up any further. Could not really give that position to the 11 getting in the corner. Very, very lucky.
And Denny Hamlin had been hunting down William Byron slowly but surely, been turning some of the fastest laps on the track, and as you said, comes here off a win last week. The timing of that epic, because 2 weeks ago he lost in that a side-to-side battle with Kevin Harvick. So they said it was nice to get the bitterness out of their mouth from that near win a couple weeks ago. But they felt like they had a top 3 car and a chance to win this one today, and now he's in the runner-up position.
18 of Kyle Busch has made his way past Kyle Larson. We had mentioned earlier he was in 7th, now up to 6th.
Yeah, Kyle Busch, he is exceptionally fast. Fastest lap on the racetrack that last lap. He's trying to make that ground up. Lost on the first lap. Does not want to get behind, and then that hurt him with his strategy, Steve.
Yeah, he wants to try to catch back up to help his crew chief out. As you see, William Byron got passed by the 11 last lap, and now he's under pressure by the 11's teammate, the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. as they climb the hill.
William Byron, after getting swept up in the S's a couple of laps ago, finds a new challenger at the back door, and that challenger is Martin Truex Jr. Byron running in 3rd, Truex Jr. in 4th. Truex, though, a little ground to make up before he can challenge for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, he's not close enough to do much here, not even really pressure the 24 into a mistake. See him closing the braking zone there. A lot of great speed on the entry to the bus stop. Great on throttle as well. Good drive off at the bus stop where the cars are really edgy right there. He's rolling real slow right here, trying to pedal the throttle, trying to get the throttle down out across that curve. You see how rough it is on the driver crossing that curve. But check out his shifting. I see where he is right now, 3rd gear. Now he's going to go down to 2nd. No clutch required in these cars. Just get a little bit of throttle. Will not have to downshift into turn 7. Going to leave turn 7, going down the front straightaway. There'll be an upshift and a downshift.
Martin Truex Jr. continues to march toward the front. He's up in the 4th position now, and he's going by that 24 of William Byron. So 3rd now for Martin Truex Jr. So Chase Elliott out in front as we go NASCAR nonstop from the Glen.
When you know what's behind you, beside you, and up ahead, you can keep your mind on bigger things. Safety first and second. And throughout the all-new Ram 1500, Motor Trend's 2019 Truck of the Year.
Now get 20% off MSRP on select 2019 Ram 1500 Classic models in dealer stock.
This is a payday bar. It has a truckload of peanuts and a caramel core that gets the job done. It's 10.5 centimeters of awesome. Unless you get the king size, which is 14.7 centimeters of, oh yeah. Payday. Get to it.
Nothing gets a family's full attention like my freshly prepared chicken. The delicious KFC $20 fill-up with 8 pieces of extra crispy chicken and sides will surely get your kids off their phones. And they may even look at you, their loving parent. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Janice.
What's up, Doug? Hi, Cheryl. What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
I'm going to open 2 beers. Okay. You tell me what sounds more refreshing. This one? Or this one?
Busch.
Agreed. The second one. That's 2 for Busch.
Nothing gets a family's full attention like my freshly prepared chicken. The delicious KFC $20 fill-up with 8 pieces of extra crispy chicken and sides will surely get your kids off their phones. And they may even look at you, their loving parent. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
NASCAR is what you talk about around the water cooler. It's what a father passes down to his son. NASCAR is why you work hard all week so you can go racing on the weekends. It's the edge of your seat Sundays on the couch. It's where you find your deepest rivals and your biggest heroes. NASCAR is the greatest party on the planet. For all of the ways to show what NASCAR is to you, visit the NASCAR shop.
I got a shotgun.
I got a shotgun.
No. Don't start. I got a shotgun.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
On my 3.
Okay.
Run! Woo!
Rated PG-13.
You're watching Monster Energy Cup Series racing for Watkins Glen. That Monster Energy #1 of Kurt Busch currently running in the 10th position.
And don't forget, coming up Wednesday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Be sure to be tuned in to SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. Our weekly NBC Sports on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio conversation. This week, A.J. Allmendinger will stop by. We'll talk about that debacle with the simulator the other day. And we'll also talk about that great run he had here at Watkins Glen yesterday and preview next weekend's racing action as well.
Well, we're right on board the Moto 1 camera for the 4 of Kevin Harvick, completing lap 15, working lap 16. Rick, we said it was going to be a 2-battery day for the calculator. It's getting ready to start right away. When you talk about road courses and how you call the strategy, the most important thing for the fan to understand is you normally can come to pit road and not lose a lap. That means you want to pit before the caution comes out. Well, in stage racing, the drivers, the crew chiefs, they know in 5 more laps the caution will come out. So somewhere here at lap 17, maybe the leader at lap 18, we expect cars to hit pit road. The concern this year is that the fuel mileage is worse. So these guys are going to have to really stretch the tank if they want to stop before the stage, or maybe they'll get crazy, take tires now and fuel only at the stage. But it all opens up here in about another lap.
Yeah, you see Michael McDowell and Joey Logano having a little fierce battle out there between those guys trying to fight for 13th. So, Steve, a lot of the leaders are saying they want to go to the end of the stage. If you watch last year's race, you're right, everybody pitted on lap 17, but this year the leaders saying they may go to the end of the stage. So my question to you, why is that the case this year and wasn't the case last year?
It's that big spoiler on the back of these cars. It's just hurting the drag. What does that mean? It's like they're pushing a big dump truck or a tractor trailer. It takes more fuel. Simple enough. Their fuel mileage isn't as good. It's uncomfortable. They're actually about 4 or 5 laps outside of the window to pit that early, but you have to be aggressive at times. I think some people will take advantage.
McDowell trying to be aggressive with Buescher here, the 34 and 37. We're fighting for position. We also see Logano back into this mix for that 13th spot. Boyer also involved here.
That battle comes to the S's, and they're lined up in nose-to-tail formation. There's Kevin Harvick. He's trying to find his way through, trying to get him on the back bumper of his teammate, Glen Boyer. They exit turn 4 and head to the inner loop.
You can see just up there ahead, Logano peeking out a little bit, either trying to get a little air to the brakes so he can try to improve his braking zones, but not really in position to make a pass on McDowell. McDowell, a driving instructor at Bob Bondurant's school I went to in 1998 to get ready for Watkins Glen in the Xfinity Series. Pretty impressive road course ringer.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Look at the heat behind him. He's got great teams, great drivers that he's having to hold off. But check out this footwork from Kevin Harvick. Let's ride around with him. He's turn 6, leaving turn 7. So you heard right there, you heard the call from the pit crew. All right, hold the brakes hard into 7. A hard right down pit road.
And now a very busy location. Brad Keselowski heading into his stall. Marty.
Look at this host of cars coming down pit road. Steve's exactly right. You cannot connect the windows to make it on one more stop to the end of the race here unless you get a lot of caution. But what you can do, you know that stage break is coming, Dave. You could come back down and get fuel at that point and be even with everybody else.
Joey Logano, knowing that his car works well entering the corner, has troubles getting off of the corner. So a Phillips Sunoco fuel and or Goodyear tire change will help him out. Kevin Harvick on pit road as well. Mr. Blue Shoes today. We've been watching that. A lot of fun. Harvick also with service.
And now as they come off pit road, they'll blend right back out onto the track in between turn 1 and turn 2. So you see the traffic coming through turn 1 right now that they will have to deal with those guys. As Chase Elliott just came across the start-finish line, that means that pit road is closed now.
Yeah, pit road is closed, but look, I mean, they didn't lose a lap, but you see how close it is. You want to talk about a risk? Man, if the pit stop goes bad, if that thing falls off the jack, Chase Elliott is going to lap you. That would be a huge setback. With 2 to go, though, everyone has executed that well. But now, look, play nicely, guys. You can't have an issue because right there on the same straightaway is the leader of the race.
Yeah, all these guys file through the inner loop right here. They're just trying to get to the end of this stage, take care of their tires. No need to really hustle it and try to really race anyone. You want to get in a position if it's easy, yes, but you don't want to really abuse your car, abuse your tires.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Junior. The goal here is not to pit when the caution comes out. This group could be the lead. Then the leader of the race will come out of this group. So why push your tires? The only goal here is to stay in front of Elliott. See, back on William Byron. William Byron, we're hearing he has grass on the grill, a lot of grass on the grill. Coming to 1 to go in this stage, Steve. That is a ton of grass. I wonder if they can make it this lap.
Well, the problem is pit road's closed. So if he pits right here, he's going to have a bigger issue. You see here how he got it. He straight lines the bus stop. Dale Jr., your spot on the racetrack is the popular place to have an issue. You see the 24 stays on the racetrack one more lap.
Steve, it looks also there could have maybe moved that splitter just a little bit. Raising that splitter up off the ground could affect the handling of that car.
Need to keep an eye on the temperatures. Keep an eye on the temperatures.
I agree with that, but unfortunately I'm not sure what he can do if they are climbing.
William Byron right now running in the 5th position. This is the final lap of stage 1 out front. Still Chase Elliott, who stayed on the racetrack. And again, expecting to come to pit road at the end of this stage. But a good battle here, which could be for the race lead, as all of those in front of this group will be coming to pit road on the stage end. So Logano just in front of Harvick. Those two separated by about 10 feet as they come through 7 for the final time.
They have to make a whole nother lap. Remember, they're just in front of the leader, so this isn't their final time. They're just now getting the 1 to go because they're that far behind the leader who's just showing up. See, Chase Elliott right here will go on to win the stage. Very uncontested.
So it's Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin will finish 2nd. Go down to Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch. How about Jimmy Johnson needing those stage points, finishing in 6th. Larson, Eric Jones, Kurt Busch, and Eric Almirola rounding out the top 10 in stage 1. Chase Elliott right back where he was. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Ally. Do it right. And by Ace Hardware, the helpful place. Interesting turn of events that have taken place to start this race.
Listen, when you come to a road course, you have issues with the same people, it seems, every time. Right here at the 18 of Kyle Busch, this seems harmless to me. He gets underneath the 24 of William Byron. I thought this was no harm, no foul. I don't think Kyle Busch likes it. A few laps later, he sends the 24. We saw him go through the grass. We weren't sure how he got there. He got sent by the 18.
Okay. I'm finishing off. Okay, so sit around. So sit around. And if I see that 18 come back around here without you knocking the of him, we're going to have a problem.
That was Chad Knaus to his driver, so then you see the damage. How did he get the damage? After the green and white checker, you see the 18 slowing down. William Byron goes up and runs into the back of him to show him his displeasure. The problem is the damage is all to the 24.
And Steve, we've heard this before, the crew chief getting mad, telling the driver to react. Listen, I don't blame you for being mad, but you got to let the driver handle it. If not, you end up with situations like this. Now, who came out on the short end of the stick? William Byron has a car that's destroyed. You got to let the driver handle it the way he feels is best. If not, you can walk into a fight that you end up losing.
So now the question is, as we see all these cars come to pit road, you know, what is everyone going to do? Is everyone going to stay out, or some people going to take fuel? Big question mark here.
Well, Steve, the big picture, too. Also, William Byron, 62 points above the cutoff line for the playoffs. Kelly.
We'll start with Martin Truex Jr., who comes to pit road from the 3rd position. He said the 19 car is pretty good overall, but he feels like the other cars around him could roll the corners a little bit better. 4 Goodyear tires for him. Meanwhile, his teammate Denny Hamlin said that he's loose getting into turn 2, tight everywhere else, especially the bus stop. Marty.
So far, 22 laps have been run. Chase Elliott has led every one of them. Bottom of your screen, and he thinks that 9 car can be even better. He said it's just okay, building tight in the right-handers, and he feels like he's losing too much time up through the S's. You see the right side tires going on, that track bar adjustment trying to help him out a little bit. It looks like the 9 will hold serve and win the race off pit road.
And we look at that race off pit road brought to you by Kroger, and Chase Elliott. He stays in the #1 spot. Brad Keselowski, 23 positions, fuel only. Getting ready for the start of stage 2. GoBowling, they have been at the track all weekend long. And would you like to take a lap around Watkins Glen in that? A bowling pin. Well, I'm sure if anybody would do it, it would be Rutledge Wood. Time for Hey Rut, presented by Toyota.
Rick, you know I would have loved driving that, but yesterday I got a chance to take out the new Toyota Supra on the track, one of the pace cars. And the craziest thing I noticed is when you're coming up the hill, up through the S's here, you know, it is a totally blind hill. So if you're not top 4 or top 5, every time you go over this crest, it's totally blind. And Dale Jr. told me, you go hit those rumble strips as hard as you can, hit those curves going into the bus stop, because you won't believe what it feels like. To me, and that car looked really composed, but when you see the other cars hit it, they're getting that trans tunnel over the middle, launching it. To me, it felt like hitting a speed bump at 65. But Dale, the one thing I don't get, and I know you have a perfect view, I mean, when you see a car leave the ground like that, it upsets it so much. How are some of these drivers, especially when they're trying to go next to each other, how are they able to get this thing through there smoothly at all?
Usually they don't when they go through their side-by-side run. I saw your video from yesterday, and I'm not real proud of your commitment. You should have tried to go through there a little faster and use those curves a little harder.
Come on!
Next year, buddy.
Done. Next year.
Marty.
So, Rick, sort of the other end shot of all this 24-18 drama that happened on the racetrack is that the 24 of William Byron coming back down pit road right now is on the damaged vehicle policy, meaning they're on a clock now to be able to get all the repairs done, and then they have to meet minimum speed. So this should be the final stop, according to Chad Knaus. There you see him kind of head in hand, kind of dismay over what's happened here in the last little bit. That should be the final repairs for them, Dave. Hopefully they can meet minimum speed from here.
And Marty, Kyle Busch was speeding exiting pit road, so he'll have to start in the rear with William Byron. This could be interesting. They came back down pit road to work on the left front of that car from the inside and the outside to make sure it was sealed off. Interestingly, the back bumper of that 18, the one that William Byron tried to do some damage to, nothing more than a little scrape. It looks like that chewed pencil from the kid next to you in school.
Great report about those guys and their DVP and that whole clock. Luckily, that resets. Once you get to minimum speed, they're going to drop the green here. Both the cars look like they're in good shape. I think they should be able to meet minimum speed. Let's listen in to what Kyle Busch's thoughts are on the situation.
Push that nose in pretty good. Yep. Pretty sure I can see it from here. Making it more of a car shape, again, might be better, but I don't think we have time for it. So whatever we got, we got. No, we don't.
Well, that's when your crew chief points out the damage that your driver knows he put in the car. This is going to be interesting. Remember, we saw yesterday two pretty level-headed guys, Justin Allgaier and Ross Chastain, trade blows with one ending up at the tire barrier. We'll have to see if this is over.
Level-headed, I like it. The field approaching the Geico restart zone. It's Kyle Larson and Kevin Harvick making up row one. 2 by 2. They file in front of the grandstand. Larson with the advantage as he goes into one.
Here they come diving downhill into turn one. That's that 90-degree right-hander. Larson away with the lead as they stack them up headed downhill to turn two. Larson, your leader. Kevin Harvick at the 4. He is running in the second position. Third, that's a good battle right there. You've got Clint Boyer. Also Chase Elliott. You got Alex Bowman. And you got Double Wide Racing further back in the pack.
Here they come. Oh, look at Martin Truex Jr. in the grass. He's got the right front tire in the grass, and is he gonna get down here to break his own without any problem? Man, that was real lucky for him. A little trouble back further up. Two Penske cars get colliding there. Logano, looks like Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney got together through the entrance to the inner loop. Man, these restarts are tough on these guys. Logano getting pressure from Matt right there on the corner exit of the carousel. I don't know how he did wreck right there. They all worked together pretty well to not get into a wreck. But look what it caused. It's busted everybody up. See Paul Bernard on the bottom trying to make a move on Kurt Busch. Now they're going to be side by side into turn 7, as well as the row behind them. Bernard wisely falling in behind.
Restarts amazing. 2 and 3 wide as they were going through the S's down that backstretch. Take a look at what Martin Truex Jr. did here, trying to get by the 2.
Yeah, he pulls to the right, just runs out of asphalt, and this stacks them up 2 and 3 wide. Ryan Blaney has nowhere to go. This is on board with Martin Truex Jr. You're going to see he thinks he has enough room. He swings right, just misjudges it, drops the wheel off as Brad kind of squeezes him. They are so lucky because you know how that splitter can dig into that dirt and rip the entire right front off the car. They're so lucky. Got him 2 spots doing it. I mean, you know, an aggressive move worked out for him. Here you see the 18 car and the 24 Byron trying to make their way back up through the back of the field. Already passed a handful of cars into the braking zone of the inner loop. The rest of the field coming through as well. Oh, we got a spin. Our own Parker Klingerman has been turned around some way. Man, he was having such a great run after qualifying really well with that 96 car. Got to get it backed up here, rerouting. That's what GPS is saying, rerouting.
getting back on the racetrack here.
Here's the nose of that 22. That was the car we saw go through the grass, the 22 of Joe Logano. Ryan Blaney jumps out of line. He's going to contest. There's some grass on that nose. We'll have to see if the 22 can stay on the racetrack. Let's take a look at what happened to that 96. Over in front of you, Dale Jr. was into the bus stop.
Absolutely. Just, again, two cars trying to go through there side by side. Can't really tell. I think it might have been Daniel Suarez on the outside or the inside, depending on your choice. Ended up taking Parker out.
No caution came out, though, as Parker was able to get it back going. And you see the 22, some damage to the front of that.
Yeah, that's I mean, this racetrack, we don't think about aerodynamics of short track and road courses, but at the speeds these guys are running, that aerodynamic will be a disadvantage for Joey Logano.
His two teammates hustle down into the braking zone. Looked like Blaney was thinking about an opportunity to pass here. He may not be very happy with his team. Doesn't look like he's real happy with him. Pushing him hard here. Will he get the bumper through the carousel? He's very close, trying to get him. Oh, yeah, I think they made a little contact right there, possibly trying to make a pass.
Blaney wants the spot really bad. He's been looking on the inside, the outside, showing him he wants to under braking. Logano is not going to give it up. Joey Logano does not want to give up position. Right here, Blaney's trying to make this inside move. This is dangerous. Logano's going to have to work really well with him to make this happen without contact. Good job by two teammates right there.
Blaney able to get by. Logano trying to hold off Eric Almirola now. It's getting very aggressive here at the Glen. You see Daniel Suarez. Well, he put Kligerman around in the bus stop.
Got the 6-car, one back.
You can go inside the headset with access to NASCAR Scanner all weekend long. A monthly subscription starts at just $2.99. Visit NASCAR.com/scanner. Steve, the 42 on pit road.
Well, this is his first pit stop of the day. We talk about creative strategies. The 42 says, you know what, I need to get some track position. He stayed out. Had some track position, but now he finally had to come to pit road. When you look at the left side of your screen, look at the bearing strategies. Chase Elliott was on pit road at lap 22, fast race car. He's driven back to the lead. But Kevin Harvick, Boyer, Bowman, and Busch are back in 6th, playing that strategy game. They pitted before the end of stage 1. They stayed out. That's how they got to the front. Now it's all about some timely yellows and saving a little fuel. They're probably outside their window. But how about this 9 that Chase Elliott, Rick? I mean, hands down the class of the field so far. He restarted back 6 or 7 positions and fired his way all the way back to the lead.
And we mentioned earlier there was a shifter issue on the 10 of Eric Almirola. Marty, have they fixed it?
Well, what they did, Rick, was they actually handed Eric. They had built the entire shifter to bolt a new one in. That was the plan. And here's the pit stop a moment ago. But what they did instead, they handed him a little bit of tape, and they kind of helped him tape it while they were doing the pit stop right there. But, Steve, I don't know how mechanically inclined drivers are, but would a little tape work to get that shifter back together, in your opinion?
Well, the simple fact is something that's meant to be held in with 2 3/8 bolts. Junior, I'm not sure duct tape's going to replace those 2 bolts.
Yeah, that's not going to do much. I don't understand them. You know, putting tape on the shifter to hold it in makes no sense to me. Must not really understand exactly what kind of issue he's got inside that car.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't have a major mechanical issue, or tape wouldn't hold it. I mean, there's just no way that tape can hold the shifter in its place. As Steve said, there's 2 3/8 bolts that hold that shifter onto the transmission, and tape would not take the place of that. So clearly he does not have a major issue, or they would have gone ahead and replaced it.
The word might be yet, Rick. Doesn't have a major issue yet. Obviously, something's going on there. And you see Martin Truex Jr. starting to let those new tires work for him inside the 8 of Alex Bowman.
Guys to the inside of Bowman off the end of the front straightaway, put Truex up into the 4th position. Bowman will fall back to 5th as they climb uphill. Next up for Martin Truex Jr., it will be Clint Boyer. That'll be the battle for 3rd as they head to the back straightaway.
Martin Truex Jr. has been one of the best road course races in the series over the last several years. Into the braking zone, gaining on Clint Boyer, who also is a great road course racer in his own right. Look at Truex. Oh, wow, what a wide entry into the carousel. Usually the car is so loose there. Look at the diving, too. He brings the car high in the middle to make that low, strong exit. That exit is going to help him put a lot of pressure on Clint Boyer into turn 6, showing him that he wants the spot. Clint Boyer going to give it to him, going to give him room, didn't give him the spot, but right Right here, Clint Boyer still gives him plenty of room on the outside. I think Truex will slow the entry down, hang a right, get side by side with him down the front straightaway, and beat him on breaking into one.
Here comes Truex to the inside of Clint Boyer, trying to take that spot away. That is for the third position, and Truex has the position on the inside. He takes it away from Boyer now. He'll set his sights on Harvick.
Truex flexing some muscle here in the early going at Watkins Glen. He's gotten by Boyer, and he leads that freight train uphill into the S's. Truex now starting to lay it out. He runs right into third position, but he's about a second behind Kevin Harvick, who runs in second.
And the battle's behind Truex now. Look at Alex Bowman looking out. Sometimes guys are trying to get a little air to the brakes just to be able to continue to brake hard all day long, keep the temperature out of that brake pedal. Also, can't fool the driver in front of him making a mistake. And Alex Bowman's right on the back of that 14 car. 14 car a little loose there. Looks like the back's a little unhappy through the carousel. Corner exit here, 88 wide, no chance to pass.
Yeah, Boyer wasn't very optimistic going into this race. He said they're going to have to manage the day. Didn't think he had anything for the Chevys. Oh, 77 car. Reed Sorensen with issues. That's up there in the carousel. See all the smoke coming out from behind the car. Bouncing out.
Full Courcella.
Yeah,
Right here in the interloop, they've had some kind of failure. Not sure where they're. I smell it over here as all the cars are just coming over toward where I'm standing now. Burnt up something in the car.
Yeah, tons of smoke, and that caution at a very interesting time. 7 laps to go before the end of stage 2.
So closing in on the end of stage 2, caution comes out again for Reed Sorensen. Second caution has come out here in the Monster Energy Cup Series racing. GoBowling at the Glen. We'll see how many decide to come to pit road as it is now open. Looks like not too many takers are going to be on their way down. A few there in the back of the field. Dave.
And watching Kurt Busch coming down pit road in the one car. He'd like some adjustments to that car. It is a little bit uneasy as he gets into pit road for just Sunoco fuel here. By the way, Joey Logano is making a toe adjustment on that 22. You guys have been talking about that problem he has on the front of his car. So we're going to go ahead and take care of that here. Kyle Busch also on pit road getting 4 Goodyear tires and fuel.
Mark Truex Jr. has been a part of the class of the field, currently in the third position. Strategy has put Harvick in second, and definitely the dominant one, Chase Elliott, up front.
And here we have another burst pipe in Denmark. If you look close...
Jamie, are there any interesting photos from your trip?
Ouch. Okay. Boring. Boring. You don't need to see that. Oh, here we go. Can you believe my client Stieg had never heard of a home and auto bundle or the renter's good bundle?
Wait, you're a lawyer?
Only licensed in Stockholm.
What is happening?
Anyway. Game show, Kumite, Cinderella story.
You know karate?
No, Alan. I practice Muay Thai. Completely different skill set.
Let's get down to business. The business of road trips, adventure, and reconnecting. Modernized comfort inns and suites have been refreshed because our business is you. Get the lowest price guaranteed on all Choice Hotels when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
Welcome to the land of those who do. $50 states, 50 bottles. Collect them all to get $100. WeatherTech is known for providing the ultimate protection for your vehicle. With laser-measured floor liners and cargo trunk liner, along with seat protectors and seat back protectors. And now the WeatherTech Cup Phone. With removable cups, fits virtually any size cup holder and adjusts to fit virtually any size phone. Even allows easy access while charging. Whatever you drive, whatever phone you have, Cup Phone is the perfect fit. Order yours today at WeatherTech.com.
Things tightening up for the lead.
They're beating these race cars up.
7, 8, 9 cars crashing.
They are getting at it hot and heavy here in the Watkins Glen. One car off course. Hard contact. Dangerous spot on the track. Looks like he gets off to the guardrail. No caution yet. Contact in the S's.
Fans jumping up and down, yelling, screaming, losing their minds here at Watkins Glen.
So much aggressive and great racing here at the Glen throughout the years. And speaking of great racing, the NTT IndyCar Series returns to action in 2 weeks from today at the Tricky Triangle of Pocono. That race coverage is on NBCSN. Only 4 races remain in the season. Joseph Newgarden still leading in the points there. 4 wins already this season. Junior?
Yeah, probably something to keep an eye on for this restart. You see them cleaning this speedy drive over here, exiting the inner loop. The guys will have no choice but to go through that, at least on the exit of that inner loop. It is quite a ways out of the groove through the carousel, but still side by side and tight racing through that inner loop. It could be a little bit of a handful for those drivers trying to get those cars locked down into this carousel.
So that'll be on the minds of the drivers as they will work their way through the inner loop and through the carousel. We heard from Rutledge Wood earlier, and he was with a pretty interesting group of fans. It looks like he's found another great location.
I have, Rick. I am on top of the bus stop party bus. 23 years these friends have been coming here. And if you smell something down there, Dale Jr., it's the bourbon bacon brownies. But this is a gourmet experience for all these fans. But I tell you what, the view is unbelievable. Everything that we're seeing, those curb hopping, Dale, they're doing it right, of course. I caught that joke earlier, but this is an incredible view. The backstretch fans over here, scaffolding is what everybody's kind of choice is down here. But, guys, this is a great view.
Rudd, I can't believe you didn't call out the Team Penske principal standing behind you with the radios and the sunglasses, and he wasn't taking part in the party.
Oh, no, he's not. He's spotting for Ryan Blaney, and he really appreciated his shout-out that you gave him yesterday. So
well, I like to point out he's consistent. Same location, 2 days in a row.
Dave?
Rick, we showed you Kurt Busch pitting a moment ago. We also listened to the radio, him describing what his condition of his car was, and maybe more interestingly, how out of breath he was.
Yeah, I don't think we got any damage from that. The 12 car that was going to spit out and wipe us out. The changes take forever to come in. The car's okay. 10-4.
Now, I don't want to bust on a guy who's having a 41st birthday today, but Dale Jr., this is more than a ride around the country when they come here and road race, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been like that for these guys everywhere this year. With this downforce, they're going so much faster through all the corners, and it's the same thing here at Watkins Glen, especially the 90-degree corners, turn 1, turn 6 and 7. A lot of speed through those corners, and it's real hard on the drivers. Physically, you can hear it in his voice there as he's out of breath.
Well, Rick, we're coming to 4 to go in the end of stage 2. And I can't think of a more important start for anybody than Jimmy Johnson. He was able to score points in the first stage. We knew the whole situation coming in, the crew chief change, his position currently outside the playoffs. Well, where he runs, he's barely in the playoffs, +1. And while there's still more races ahead of them, all of these matters. The reason I bring him up, he's running in the 9th position. The top 10 score points. So on this restart, if he can move forward, that's points. But if he moves backwards just a couple, he'll score 0 points in this stage.
Field approaching the Geico restart zone once again. Chase Elliott on the inside. Kevin Harvick on the outside. Just behind them, Truex and Boyer. Bowman and Hamlin in row 3. Who will be aggressive through turn number 1? Clint Boyer trying to make something happen on that inside line. But it's Chase Elliott who has the advantage.
And they come out of 1 into 2. Elliott pulls away with the lead. Truex will slide underneath Harvick, and he will go to the number 2 position. Harvick back to 3rd, and it's Clint Boyer who has his hands full. He's got to wind up behind him. Denny Hamlin leading that freight train.
Only 4 laps to go in this stage. All these drivers fighting for stage points, especially back here at the top, just inside the top 10. You see Blaney, Jimmy Johnson, Eric Almirola, Matt DiBenedetto, all those guys trying to fight for those stage points to help themselves on this finish here.
You mentioned those stage points, and Jimmy Johnson, well, think about Clint Boyer. He's in 4th. He has been reeling back at the points. He needs to finish this stage strong. They're side by side off the carousel. See, they take advantage of this spot. Gotta be smart here. It's really easy to overdrive this entry. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. right here. Neither one of them has given up the spot yet. Still battling.
And that's for 16th. The 47 and 17 fighting for that spot. 3 laps to go in stage 2. 2 wide and now 3 wide. Here comes Kyle Busch to the inside.
Kyle Busch dive bombs to the inside of turn number 1, trying to pick up a couple of spots. One car off up the curve in 1, but there's Kyle to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll power his way through, now slide wide in 2, and they're all jacked up behind him. You got Chris Buescher there, David Reagan, the 21 of Paul Menard. Ty Dillon, it's a hornet's nest off turn 4.
Yeah, and out on the backside of that is the 42 of Larson. Also, the 41 car. All these guys funneling down into this interlude. Oh, man, I can't believe everybody got through there without any problems. They're all just trying to take advantage of cars in position for passes while they can before they get strung out and before the end of this stage. A lot of wild driving there. Getting out of this carousel clean. Check out what Suarez is having to deal with. Racing with Ty Dillon down this back straightaway into turn 6. Going to try to show him the nose, see if he can get him the spot. Ty's not going to give him the spot. Ty blocking the inside move. Suarez taking it anyway. Ty's going to have a little bit of momentum. Watch Kyle Larson. Those two are slowed up. Kyle Larson's going to try to make it 3 wide into 1.
They're all fighting for the 23rd position back there. Ty Dillon, Suarez, and Larson. And 3 wide going into 1 isn't going to work. Chase Elliott, Mark Truex Jr. fighting for the lead as they get ready to come into the interlude.
Yeah, Truex Jr. is closing in on the 9-car Chase Elliott. 2 laps to go. Coming up on the bus stop in the braking zone. Truex trying to make ground there. This 9-car, though, has been great pretty much everywhere all the way around the track, but especially in this area, and you can see it. No gain for Truex through the carousel. Both those cars pretty tiny. Truex tight around that apron this time. We've seen him use different lines there. They're not really wide, gaining ground.
Remember this great battle from last year. These two duking it out at the end of the race.
We got a spin. We got a car in the tire barrier over in the carousel. The 43 of Bubba Wallace entering the carousel. I don't know how he got turned around, but he has hit the tire barrier. See if he can get his car moving here. He's backing his car up. Lost the tailpiece. I don't know if he made hard contact with the front, but he did back that car in with the left rear quarter panel as he pulls away. Could have been an issue with some of that speedy drive that I was talking about before they went back to green and how slick it is exiting this inner loop. Car seemed to get away from him there.
It looked like he was running in the 18th spot for Bubba Wallace. Because that caution comes out, they will end stage 2 under caution. They're on the final lap around the track. We look at the replay.
Yeah, he's kind of already up and backwards and sliding. Hard to say, as Dale mentioned, what got him there. Heavy contact really with both ends of the race car, the rear and the front, as those tires kind of grabbed and spun around the 43. He'll bring it to pit road to make some repairs.
Yeah, I think the lucky thing for him is I don't think that any of the suspension got bent there. That left front contact wasn't really hard enough, so at least the tires are all going to be pointing in the same direction, and they'll be able to pull that off, all that body work, and get going.
Guys up there on the pit box taking a look.
You see the 41 of Daniel Suarez. This has been continued, this hard racing. Well, right here you see the 8 of Hemrick kind of got into the quarter panel right there of the 41 of Suarez. There's another look at it.
Still middle. Inside 8.
Looks like the 8 clear curve that pushed him up the track and into the 41. A little bit of tire smoke out of the 41 here. Well, I say a little. The little is increasing as he goes around the racetrack.
So Suarez will roll around the track, and again, that was a fight back there in the 23rd position. Suarez now running 24th. Kyle Larson is 23rd.
Rick, you mentioned that we will finish this stage under yellow. That will give Chase Elliott the stage win. Truex in second. Big benefit, though, these last a couple yellows for the 4 of Kevin Harvick in third, Boyer in 4th, and Bowman in 7th. The reason I say that is because when they pitted, they could not make it to the end of this race on one more stop. They knew they needed yellows. You can save fuel under yellow. We had a bunch of yellows here, so that's going to save them. And you kind of underlined it as I was talking. We mentioned about the 48 of Jimmy Johnson needing points. The 14 of Clint Boyer needing points. Well, both will score points. The 14 running really well in the 4th position. That's a lot of points in this stage.
Pretty good run there for Boyer. The official app of NASCAR that puts race coverage and in-car cameras right at your fingertips is NASCAR.com/mobile. You can search for it in your app store. Just search NASCAR. Well, the fans definitely are getting the price of admission here at Watkins Glen. Another great stage. And some exciting racing taking place. Can Chase Elliott continue this domination at Watkins Glen? He's led 33 laps. This next time he crosses the finish line will be his 34th lap led, and that now means that he won stage 1 and stage 2. Chase Elliott dominant again. It's Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Watkins Glen. Very eventful 2 stages already. That means 40 laps complete, 50 remain, and at least one more pit stop by all of these teams. We'll find out if anybody's coming here now at the end of stage 2. Looks like Jimmy Johnson will bring the 48 to the attention of Cliff Daniels. Kelly?
Yeah, and Cliff Daniels telling Jimmy Johnson that it was going to be a last-second call, but if he did call him in, it was going to be a 4 Goodyear tire stop for Jimmy Johnson. They said they needed to get stage points. They've done that. They've collected 6 stage points today, and now Cliff Daniels trying his hand at a little strategy. His first time here. Meanwhile, Daniel Suarez in the 41 car is also in. He's had a little bit of damage to the quarter panel on that car, so they wanted to take a look, make sure they don't have a tire rub on the 41.
Gaining stage points and now trying to be in position to have the best finish possible. The 18, a lot of damage already on that one. The 9 hasn't had an issue. They've been up front most of the day. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Credit One Bank, official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans. Go Bowling. Go to GoBowling.com to find a center near you. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Speaking of going places, let's find where Rutledge Wood has gone to.
Rick, I'm up here on this brand new berm here at Watkins Glen that they built to make these VIP cabanas, and talk about a view. Right now, we can see all the cars coming down right through here. It's an amazing view. It reminds me of the view I got the other night at Outlaw Speedway, just up the road in Dundee, New York. This place is amazing. Kurt Busch was out there. The owner, Tyler Seary, was actually running that night too. We got to see him. Not only did he work on the track and prep it, then he got out there and ran it. But an amazing short track just up the road. So if you were coming up here for a weekend of fun, it would be hard to miss that place. But it's awesome how many fans are out here just hanging out, having a good time. And Steve, I think that Bobcat's named after you, buddy. Pretty wild.
He's a cute guy back there. I mean, he looks good, right? You find in all the parties. You don't have to search real hard around here, though. This place is full of great places to hang out and watch a race.
Somebody named a Bobcat Steve?
Yeah, well, works for me.
All right, let's listen in to Clint Boyer's radio.
The thing to go over with you here, bud, is when we do go green, keep that fuel switch down. We're going to run till it stumbles and then flip that fuel switch and hit pit road the next time. The good news is with the stage points the 48 got the first stage, we basically have broken even with him on stage points today, so we didn't lose anything to him.
Mike Bugaravich is calling a great race. He's gotten his driver up into the 4th position on strategy, and because of that strategy, look at the points earned today so far through the stages. While the front 4, Elliott, Truex, Hamlin, Harvick, that's fine. Well, they've all won races. They're into the playoffs. Clint Boyer with those 7 points. Remember, he's still trying to make the playoffs, as well as the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. That other bit of information, we're going to run until it stumbles. These cars are equipped basically with a second fuel pickup. It's settled in a little bit different location. You go until the first fuel pickup stumbles, meaning it's out of fuel, and there's usually about 1 more lap left. You flip the switch. That's how you don't run out on the backstretch and have to coast in. You drive it back around the pit road. So with these yellows, I would imagine that the 14 of Clint Boyer could probably make it to the end on 1 more stop, but the chess match is on. And we talk about execution. Josh Bilicki right here is having a little bit of trouble. Had a rough day yesterday, and then here leaves his pit stall with the gas can attached. Never a good situation.
Penalty for taking equipment out of the box, so he will be at the back of the field for this restart. Again, it's Chase Elliott, Martin Truex Jr., definitely the class of the field today. Those two will be in row 1. Then Harvick and Boyer, they have played the strategy perfectly. They're up in the second row in third and fourth. Hamlin and Keselowski, they've been fighting back there in fifth and sixth. They're in row 3. Getting ready to get the final stage underway. Another great restart for Chase Elliott as he'll fire his way into the right-hander. That turn 1 makes it through there. Martin Truex Jr. right on his back bumper as those two will fight for the lead.
Truex not letting Elliott get away, but they too have left the field. Harvick in third, behind Truex in second, and Elliott your leader. Elliott now with a bumper full of Truex as Denny Hamlin and Eric Jones. Some of the teammates going at it there. They're stacked up double wide throughout the field.
Well, it looks like a flashback to last year out front with Chase Elliott, Martin Truex Jr. leading this field. But here you go back here. Here's the leaders. Truex went to the inside, coming into the inner loop. Wasn't able to make a pass. Wasn't able to make the 9 car make a mistake. The 9 really getting off of this carousel really good and wide, using a lot of racetrack there.
I think we're going to find out right now how good Chase Elliott is. Martin Truex Jr. is going to put the pressure on. Right now, after a restart, you can get that track position. You may not ever give it up. So Martin Truex Jr., I know it's a long way to go to the end of this race, but if you ever get in front of Chase Elliott, you may not be able to pass you back.
It was last year where Chase Elliott was going into turn number 1 and actually had wheel hop. Looked as though he was going to go wide, maybe even lose the race, but he held on and got his first win. This time, perfect through 1, and he's pulling away from the 19.
Truex in full court press mode right now as they enter turn 2 and climb the hill, known as the S's here at Watkins Glen. But Elliott is strong up the hill. He'll pull away by 2, maybe 3 car lengths over Truex in this 2-car breakaway for the lead.
Yeah, from what I'm noticing, it looks like Truex is really good in the braking zone, getting into these slow corners just like this interlude, but the 9 car seems to be better in the faster stuff, or at least exiting all corners. He's able to put the throttle down, more security, leaving these corners. Watch this drive. The 9 car gets off of this carousel, putting distance between him and Truex.
I love this shot. We've ridden on the roof cam, that Toyota cam, as well as inside. See what Martin Truex Jr. is trying to do. He tries to use all the racetrack on both sides of it. That downshift gives him some RPMs on corner exit. Look how far to the left side he goes now, right to the curb, trying to lead low. Turn 1 is where I think he's stronger than Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott has been struggling over the last 6 weeks, but now trying to rebound and get going in the right direction once again. First 14 races, 1 win, and now he has been struggling, averaging 26.4 as far as finishes, but here he's led 39 laps already of the 45 run.
He continues to hold that same lead over Martin Truex Jr. These cars are extremely equal. Again, will he gain here in this braking zone? Looks like he gains quite a bit more on Chase. Maybe Chase really concentrates on corner exit, on being able to get the power down, getting out of the carousel and getting out of the inner loop and into the carousel. Again, a different line for the 9 car versus Truex. Truex low, tidy around the curb. The 9 wide, being able to use a little more throttle on corner exit.
It's so cool watching him jump that curve off that carousel. Heavy downshift right there. You're just putting that pressure on. Martin Truex Jr. knows that if he can just keep that pressure on, push Chase Elliott, hope Chase Elliott overdrives the corner, then he can be there to take the spot.
Still about 6 car lengths between the 2 of them up front. Marty.
Ideally, you would like to go, Rick, till about 10 more laps, to lap 55, 56 or so. We're sitting on lap 46 right now. But talking to Chase Elliott this morning, he told me the one thing he was worried about, this portion of the run, the end of the run. And that's where Martin Truex Jr. felt like he was the strongest. So Bagley, as they come underneath you, right now Chase Elliott holding on to that lead, but he's worried about how he'll be on old tires.
Well, right now he's got him covered, and he's keeping one of the best in the rearview mirror. Martin Truex Jr. doing everything he can to keep up with Chase for the lead.
Yeah, with this lap, it looks like the Chase Elliott continues to stretch that lead out. More and more comfortable with his car. Here we fade back here to 4th place. Clint Boyer, Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin having a strong run today. He's got a lot of great speed in that car. As they roll, he runs a different line as well through the carousel. A little bit of a diamond so he can get a good straight run off. He might have just missed the corner there entirely, but it seems to be working for him.
See this group of cars right here to show you how dominant the 9 and the 19 are. They're a second a lap faster than this group. They are driving away right now. These guy's going to have to sort it out, get a little bit of clean air to try to find some speed.
And Steve, we look at that 20 back there of Eric Jones. A lot of talk as of recently about what will his future hold, because Christopher Bell has done so well for Joe Gibbs Racing. They're looking for a spot for him in the Cup Series. Could it be maybe behind the wheel of the 20?
Yeah, as he pulls out the look underneath the 11. It's hard to believe we're talking about a driver's current position when his last 3 finishes are third, and second. He's doing such a nice job. Then here at the road course, running well inside the top 10, keeping up with Denny Hamlin, regarded as perhaps a future Hall of Famer. His numbers are outstanding. I think what we're looking for out of the 20 as well as Joe Gibbs Racing are some wins. They want to see this car go to victory lane.
Here comes the 11 of Denny Hamlin in the braking zone. We've seen him be aggressive here into the inner loop. Not able to put a position for a pass on the 2-car Keselowski. They exit the inner loop into the carousel. There's a 20 of Jones, Blaney, everybody pressuring in this tight pack of cars right here. Somebody's going to be able to make a pass. There's got to be a mistake coming soon.
Denny Hamlin's a very confident driver right now. After Pocono, he said he believed that they are one of the best 3 teams in the series, believes they have a real shot to win the championship. He's been good on these road courses. This team is getting strong at the right time. They will be, in my opinion, a championship contender down in Miami.
He's had a few opportunities at a championship. That's Denny Hamlin we're talking about. And that's one of the biggest reasons why Eric Jones, he has such great competition within the organization. So you look at him and there's such a spotlight shined on the 20 because he just doesn't have the credentials that everybody else in the organization does.
Working their way through the S's, we drop further back in the pack. A couple of good battles going on deeper in the field, but what about this one? Battle for the 15th position right now. Ryan Newman has it. You're on board with Ryan Preece. He's trying to track Newman down, grab that spot as they race up the backstretch.
Great shot with our Kroger bumper cam from Ryan Preece's car as he downshifts. You're watching a little bit of brakes or tire smoke off the car in front of him. We've seen a lot of problems this weekend with guys flat spotting tires. That's Ryan Newman. Probably did flat spot that tire. That could change the balance and the handle of that car. It just won't work as well on the front end with the flat spotted right front tire here. Got a little speed here.
See this battle. Eric Jones trying to get by the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Ryan Blaney still working himself up to the field. Remember, he had to start back in the back. Let's listen to what the 20 guys had to say.
Just got to keep your driver calm. The 14 of Clint Boyer right here, he's the one that lacks the pace. He has all of these cars stacked up, but there's still 41 to go, Rick. These drivers have to be patient.
Getting to know you, getting to know
This is Wendy's Bacon Fest. And this is the bacon double stack in the $5 Biggie Bag. No one does bacon like Wendy's. So get to Wendy's Bacon Fest now and get a Biggie Bag with the bacon double stack, nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $5.
Move it.
It's time for Wendy's Bacon Fest. And nobody does bacon like Wendy's. So come try the new Bacon Jalapeno Cheeseburger. Or the classic Junior Bacon Cheeseburger. And right now, get a free Junior Bacon Cheeseburger with your mobile order through the Wendy's app.
I mean, if you haven't thought about switching to Geico, frankly, you're missing out. The mobile app makes it easy to manage your policy, even way out here.
Your marshmallows.
Get digital ID cards, emergency roadside service, even Fido. Whoa. Oops. That cheeky little thing got away from me. My bad.
Geico. It's easy to manage your policy whenever, wherever.
Can I trouble you for another marshmallow?
Bristol Motor Speedway, the place where you can forget about work for a while. Celebrate the good old USA. And take in the best bumper-banging, fist-waving, hero-making short track race of the year. The Bass Pro Shops NRA Night Race. It's America's night race. This is what you live for, so be there August 17th. It ain't just another race. It's Bristol, baby.
The Premier League returns with a battle between former champions and the introduction of a new American phenom. Manchester United, Chelsea on NBCSN.
Under 39 laps to go. Monster Energy Cup Series racing.
We got a spin here in the interloop.
Glen.
We've got another crash here in the interloop. The 8 car is backed and into the fence on entry to the interloop. Pretty sure he got some help getting into the braking zone there.
The interloop has been the place this weekend for issues. That was a pretty heavy contact. You see the damage to the left rear corner of the 8 of Daniel Hemrick. And the grass on the grill of 13. I don't see a lot of damage, but I see some grass on the grill. That's the common issue back there. We've seen a lot of cars go through the interloop, get grass on the grill. Ty Dillon's going to come to pit road. Yeah, Dale.
Steve, just recently we had the 12 and the 88 get grass on the grill. The 12 car missed the... Here's the issue with the 8. Actually, he gets in the back of the 13, overruns the interloop, loses control of the car. He goes flying to the right into the wall. The 13 through the grass here. Ryan Blaney's been through this grass as well with the grass on his grill. The 88, maybe a little bit of grass as well as he was following Blaney. Here's a replay of that. So the 88's behind him, and that's how he's going to get the debris. The 18 also concerned, and they may have grass on their grill as well.
Oh, yeah, that 12 has a lot of grass right there. I think some has come up. The good thing for these cars is we're currently at 38 to go, which means we're probably anywhere from 2 to 4, 5 laps of green flag pit stops, deciding on how much fuel they can save, Dale.
And you see Ryan Dimon right there with in front of 88. He had flat spotted that right front tire getting into the interloop, came through the interloop again and slid it one more time and blew the right front again as he's going back to pit road. So that's why he's back here a lap down.
And with all of that changing with Ryan Newman, that has been beneficial for the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Now, when you look at the playoff standings, Jimmy Johnson is actually 16, 12 points ahead of Ryan Newman, who has dropped to 17. Marty?
Rick, we are rapidly approaching the final pit stops of the day. What should be the final stops of the day here at Watkins Glen. Brad Keselowski is running in the top 5 as of right now. But the number one thing you have to do if you want to play the fuel mileage game, you must get the car full. The 2 did not do that on the last stop. Take a listen on the radio.
Should be plenty good now, right, Paul? A little issue with our fuel head here at lap 17. I don't know. We lost a little fuel leaving the box. Hopefully it wasn't much. Don't really know for sure. What we're thinking, yeah, we should be fine. Force and stuff like that. Oh, like the fuel head got stuck open. You know what I'm saying? Oh, copy.
So what happened is the dry brake, Steve, stayed open when he went out on the racetrack. So when he went up through the S's, Brad Keselowski was losing fuel out of the tank. So a little bit of a concern. They're playing it like they're 1 gallon short. So they may have to pit a little bit earlier than everybody else in an already situation that's tight for these guys to make it to the end. Battle for the lead, heating up.
It comes into the S's. Martin Truex Jr. has reeled in Chase Elliott. This again is the race for the lead. As they cross the tunnel, they hit turn 4, and they're closing in on some lap traffic. Ty Dillon directly ahead.
That's a great point. This lap traffic is going to make it difficult for Chase Elliott. He's going to lose a bit of that downforce advantage that he has being the lead car. You see Truex close in through the interloop. The 9 catching the lap car of Ty Dillon into the carousel. Ty Dillon's going to run to the usual line. Cause a little bit of trouble for the 9. Wide center for the 19 car. Truex, good run off this corner here.
Yeah, Truex has been dealing with that lack of downforce. The 9 of Chase Elliott, with the exception of coming back through the field on that restart, he hasn't had to. So Ryan Truex has been over and over and over. But Martin Truex has been dealing with this, and Chase Elliott for the first time. So Chase Elliott is going to have to learn what to do with his race car behind Ty Dillon.
And you want to know how good these 2 cars are running first and second? 9 seconds back to the 3rd place car of Kevin Harvick as we see Truex pull out his line.
Trying to take that spot away. Look to the inside of the 9. Can he make the
move as they go into the S's.
No, he cannot. At least in 1 and in 2. Truex, though, will recoil. He'll follow Elliott up the hill, and they've still yet to clear the lap car of Ty Dillon. Elliott, Truex separated by 2 car lengths as they exit turn 4.
Yeah, that lap car, Ty Dillon, creating all kinds of problems for Chase Elliott as he's trying to find a way around, trying to just get close enough. But those tires on that 13 are giving that car an advantage. But he struggles through the interloop. Now it tightens up that lead. Chase does not have an opportunity. The 13 is not going to move out of the way and give him an opportunity to go by. He's going to race for his lap. He's allowed to do that.
Truex with a good run right here off of the carousel, but he's not going to take advantage of it. Going to try it 3 wide. Had no idea he would try it 3 wide. Going to drive in the corner, not quite there. Chase Elliott knows he's there, though. He's going to have to be perfect in 7, or Martin Truex Jr. is going to be all over him in 1. I think Truex is better in 1, but Chase Elliott with a good run off of 7.
Fight for the lead, really heating up between these two. Chase Elliott now with a 2-car length lead as they go into turn number 1. Martin Truex Jr. has been great at breaking into turn 1. He closes the gap again to a car length. Now they head into 2.
Now Chase Elliott's got clean air on the nose of his race car. Let's see if that's able to pay some dividends. He's able to pull away from Truex by 2 car lengths as Truex now will angle back up. You're riding on board. They're exiting turn 4 and setting up for the interloop.
Truex just cannot get close enough up through those S's to be able to take advantage of the braking zone advantage that he has, making the pass there. But he does run through this interloop a little bit better here, able to keep that gap a little closer. Closing in. He dives the corner here. He's going to cut back across the bottom of the track, try to get in the gas. The 9 car, though, has great drive off, able to maintain that advantage.
Truex is faster. If Truex could ever get in front of Chase Elliott, I think he would drive away from it, and both of these drivers know it. So Chase Elliott's going to have to be good on corner exits. Going to have to drive into the corners, not get out broken, getting into the corners. Going to have to be perfect. We saw Chase Elliott do that the last time here to beat Martin Truex. Can he do it for the next 34 laps?
Not just the drivers, Jeff. The crew chiefs know it as well. We are closing in on green flag pit stop. When do you bring your driver in? How far can you stretch the fuel? How soon do you need tires if you're the 9 of Chase Elliott?
Junior just made a great point. Truex is good going downhill into 1, but Elliott's got the power coming up the hill of the S's. Right now it's Elliott and Truex. They are pulling away as they exit turn number 4, and Kevin Harvick goes to pit road, but the battle for the lead continues up the back straightaway.
Yeah, Chase Elliott looks in the mirror and he sees that advantage that he gains up through the S's. He knows now they got to come this time, Jeff. You can't let this many cars beat you to pit road. A yellow will change the entire day. There you have it. The 9 of Chase Elliott locks the tires up, coming to pit road. He'll pit a lap earlier than Martin Truex Jr. Now it's all about execution. The 9 of Chase Elliott's pit crew. You have 10 seconds over third place. They are single-handedly racing the 19 of Truex. What pit crew will execute better, Marty?
A head-to-head battle. Chase Elliott coming down pit road. If you go by the old adage, you want to be the
racing the 19 of Truex. What pit crew will execute better, Marty?
A head-to-head battle. Chase Elliott coming down pit road. If you go by the old adage, you want to be the first to pit last. So Alan Gustafson making that call, coming down pit road. 30 laps to go here. He'll easily be able to make it to the end. No problem on fuel. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. 0 complaints from Chase Elliott about the car or the handling. And remember, what he was worried about, the end of the run. So they're going to make one little wedge adjustment, trying to make it better at the end of the run. He pits here. We'll see what happens when the 19 pits and where they cycle out.
I'm not saying I had a stopwatch, Rick, but it looked pretty clean. These backwards pit stops. Remember, look, the cars look funny because they're going the wrong way. The driver's normally next to pit road. We see the 20 come to pit road. The 47 pit road is full. The front stretch is full. The 19 of Martin Truex Jr. I think Cole Pern has got to bring him to pit road. If a yellow comes out, he'll lose 15 or 20 spots. Let's see. Here it is. Here's the decision by Cole Pern. Martin Truex takes the right-hand turn, coming down pit road. Kelly.
And when they saw the 9-car pit, they told Martin to run as hard as he could for one more lap. It's going to be a race to see where he cycles back around the 9-car. It's 4 Goodyear tires for Martin Truex Jr., who has been quiet on the radio. He knows he's got a fast race car, especially towards the end of a run.
Now we need to find out where they come out in relation to the 9. So the 19 team, another clean stop, Steve.
Another clean stop. How good was that lap? Here comes the 9 to Chase Elliott. Off the final corner, down the front stretch. The 19 is still on pit road, side by side. One at 50 miles an hour, one at over 100 miles an hour. Who will clear each other off from turn 1? The 19 passes the speed line. He'll grab the gears. Chase Elliott and the 9. Success for the 19. They'll hold the lead at Watkins Glen.
What a run for the 9 and the 19. They come out in the same positions after their green flag pit stops.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Silverado. With 50 industry firsts, it's the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever.
It's what's on the inside that counts. You're dang right it is. For a limited time, Pizzones are just $5 each. All 3 are part of the 5 and Up lineup, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Johnson and Hendrick Motorsports. Never stop chasing. That's how you do it right.
It would be great if human beings were great at being human. And if all of mankind were made up of kind women and kind men. It would be spectacular if the golden rule was golden to every man. And the good things that we ever did was everything that we can.
Treating others like we'd like to be treated has always been our guiding principle.
It's what's on the inside that counts. You're dang right it is. For a limited time, Pizzones are just $5 each. All 3 are part of the 5 and Up lineup, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
You've seen it all in nonstop, and the crowd here loved it when Bubba Wallace got behind the 18 and turned him.
Chaos everywhere around the 2.5-mile 7-turn road course, and it started with a 7-time champion, Jimmy Johnson. We know the pressure, and you see right here, Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch beating and banging down the front stretch. A big shot by Kyle Busch. Bubba Wallace says, I don't care, you're done. I'm sending you into turn 1. Listen. Wallace might have become a fan favorite with that move.
Yeah, a lot of contact here, and both drivers very aggressive on the front stretch. And then Bubba Wallace, after the 18 went by him, just decided, well, you're not gonna go any further around this turn. I'm gonna spin you.
Yeah, and this was the second accident in a cycle, if you can believe it.
Yeah, I mean, we remember where Bubba Wallace was turned around in the carousel. I think we know how that all started. Seems to be something going on with these drivers throughout the race.
The other incident you saw was the 48 of Jimmy Johnson got into the tire barrier.
Yeah, I was watching that, guys, as we were all watching it under nonstop. And coming out of the inner loop, Ryan Blaney got a little nose under Jimmy going into the carousel. Little contact was made. Jimmy stood in the throttle, hoping to stop the car from hitting the tire barrier. Was unsuccessful. Hard contact with the right front. Here's a 48 radio.
Earl, you find this spot and tell her to beat his Yes, sir.
There you have it.
You heard Earl very nonchalantly, yes, sir. Kelly.
Yeah, been a while since I've heard the 7-time champion that upset with someone, but he said he nosed it in hard there, so they're going to have to bring that 48 back down. They said all 4 tires are up, but they're still going to bring him down pit road and get him some fresh Goodyear tires and see if they can do anything about the damage, Dave.
On pit road now, Clint Boyer came into today just 12 points above the cut line and is riding that cut line right now with Jimmy Johnson. His right front tire was cut down. He had to come back to pit road. There's a suspension part or something that appears to be cutting the right front tires on this 14 car.
The pressure of the playoffs is real. Jimmy Johnson and Clint Boyer are the two drivers battling for that final position. I mean, it's coming. The playoffs are coming, and look at this. Clint Boyer +2. Jimmy Johnson -2. Newman has had a flat tire. He's only -8. It's almost like not who can run better. It's who could just maybe get lucky or just execute better. Jimmy was having a good day until the wreck. The 14 has got those stage points until now. 28 laps to go. We go to a NASCAR nonstop, and like chaos broke loose.
Yeah, you mentioned Ryan Newman, and this caution was a great opportunity for him, being the first car lap down. I believe that he gets the waiver round, Steve.
Yeah, he should. We're going to see what NASCAR says to make it official, but a lot going on. This right here, a big move by Bubba Wallace, standing his ground against Kyle Busch, Rick.
GoBowling has been at the track all weekend long, and so many fans here enjoying bowling right here at the track. A couple lanes, including Eric Almirola, who has GoBowling on his car today. Bowling a few lanes and having a lot of fun with the fans here, as well as professional bowlers that are with us at the track today. Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Watkins Glen. We want to take a look at the Ram trucks built to serve.
27 laps to go here at Watkins Glen. Listen, priorities, you have to stay on track. We've seen grass on the grill. If you go off at this point, everyone's good on fuel. You can't have to make an extra pit stop. Restarts. We know they're going to be 2, 3, 4 wide. What does that lead to? Unhappy drivers. You have to handle and control your emotions. If you get run off course, get back on course. If you get past, sometimes you have to let that guy go. Don't make a frustrated driver result into a bad day.
See a lot of the work being done to the 18. Talk about frustrated drivers between Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch. There was two frustrated drivers putting on a show right in front of the main grandstands on the front stretch.
Blinked, Rick, and we went back a year. And this battle has continued from the 9 and the 19.
Rut. Rick, I'm down here wondering, Steve, did you ever have like a code word or something when you saw your driver get this out of whack like some of these drivers are right now, this last lap, all this pressure? How did you rein it in? It's easy to say handle your emotions, but how do these crew chiefs and the spotters get through to those drivers right now with this red mist they're seeing?
You know, Rod, that's a great question, because the simple fact is those are conversations you have to have away from the racetrack without the pressure they're currently under, right? We got to talk about this. What can I do? Where the world doesn't know, I'm trying to tell you to calm down and quit acting silly, but you understand what I'm trying to tell you. This is the battle, and I think this pressure of the playoffs is making it even more intense for everyone.
Well, it's going to get more intense. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Steve?
Rick, we're not even in the last 25 laps yet.
This coming up on 25 laps to go. And remember, we still have, well, this included, this is 5 races until the playoffs start. As you look at the playoff standings, look at the points. 7 points separating Newman and Johnson right now. Suarez 16 back, Boyer 12 ahead of that cut line. So 28 points separating 4 drivers, all fighting for a position in the playoffs.
And remember, guys, that's the battle to make the playoffs. But there's a regular season championship that they're trying to get to. There's bonus points that are paid. So Logano right now leading, but it's only 8 points that Kyle Busch is behind. So these two are trying to be the regular season champion so they can get the most points heading into the playoffs.
Marty. Well, the day has looked easy for Alan Gustafson thus far, but now where the rubber hits the road, how do you feel about the car on long runs? Because it looks like it might be a long run to finish this race.
Yeah, the Napa Chevy's been pretty good. The pace is good all around. It's not bad on the long run. The 19's obviously pretty good too, so we made a few adjustments. Hopefully we can get a little bit better, but yeah, I expect this, depending on how the cautions fall, to go to the end. But I think we're in good shape. This is going to be fun to watch, and I got to give my boy HAG shout out. Happy birthday. Yeah, hopefully we win it.
I asked him about that a moment ago in this restart. He said, that's what I'm a little worried about this restart, Kelly.
Well, let's see what the 19 crew chief thinks. That's Cole Pern, and this is starting to feel reminiscent of last year, the 9 and the 19 duking it out. But where do you think that your car is going to be a little bit better than Chase Elliott?
I think we've been a little bit stronger. Braking zones kind of first half the track. Chase is just really good in, 6 and 7 coming to the front stretch, which leads into the passing zone. So kind of the same problem where our cars were different last year as well. So I don't know. Hopefully we can keep the pressure on and maybe force them to mistake, and we can get it. It'd be a good one to get.
All right, restart's coming up. Thanks, Cole.
Well, we see Chase Elliott and Martin Truex Jr. with the other driver that I think we all expect to run out front today. The 18 of Kyle Busch has been anything but smooth. The issue started early, spinning out, getting into turn 1, and then contact with the 24 riding around under yellow. And then this last incident right here, Bubba Wallace sends the 18 down into the corner. It was crazy. And now, Rick, you know why those crew chiefs seem relaxed? Because they're done working, unless their drivers hit something. These guys, it's going to be all up to the drivers these last 26 laps.
Coming up on 25 to go. Green flag back in the air. Elliott, Truex, fighting into 1. Now a little contact as they go into turn 1. The 19 got into the 9. Now contact again. They rub again as they go into the S's.
Leaning on each other, coming into turn 2. You got Truex and the 19 on the outside. You got Elliott now that's on the inside. They bang quarter panels again. They lean on each other in the S's. Elliott will slide through and keep the lead off turn 4.
Unbelievable to watch those two guys run side by side up to the S's. You're not supposed to do that. Here in the braking zone in the inner loop. Still single file, the 9-car Chase Elliott, a little bit of a gap here. Actually pulling away a big gap to that 19. Up there, you know, Truex could have some issues with that car. The banging of the sides and so forth could have a tire rub or so forth. Let's keep an eye on that.
Denny Hamlin has joined the battle. Let's see if Denny Hamlin, what kind of pace he has. Elliott and Truex have driven away from the field all day long. But now, Denny Hamlin in third spot. Let's see what he has for those two guys up front.
Yeah, the fight that's gone on between the 9 and the 19 has allowed the 11 to come into the battle. Kelly.
And the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. a little bit worried about damage to the right front fender, but the team has took a look at it. They said it's just wrinkled a little bit, and with the camber of the wheel, they're not worried about a rub just yet.
Was there a reason he drove me into 1?
Leaders clear turn number 1. Here they are in 2. You got Elliott and Truex, 1 and 2. Truex doesn't look like any smoke coming from that race car. Maybe it's okay as far as that tire rub is concerned, at least for now. Carney.
Hey, and Bagman, maybe a problem for Chase Elliott. Number 1, you heard the radio a second ago. Why did he door me coming into turn 1 on the restart? That's what he was talking about. And he just radioed the team right now. I may have a left rear going down. Alan Gustafson said he was worried about that restart. Jeff, that may have hurt them more than they know. As Chase Elliott hangs on to the lead, he's worried about that left rear.
Yeah, just aggressive restart. Just hard racing. I didn't see anything dirty by either driver. I just saw two drivers trying to get in the lead to win this race. A little bit of contact up to these S's. You heard Junior say you're not supposed to do that. Well, this is very difficult. Surprised both of these drivers made it through here. It gets very narrow. Remember, you're going about 165, 70 miles an hour up through these S's. Very tough. Good job by those drivers, though. Nobody gave it in.
Top 3, Elliott, Truex Jr., and Hamlin. They have won the last 3 races here at the Glen. They run 1, 2, 3.
Keeping an eye on the 9 with that potential problem there while we watch Eric Jones go to work on Kevin Harvick. This is the battle for the 4th position. Looking back at trouble for Austin Dillon. Coming out of turn number 1. He'll loop his way across the curb. Trying to get that car righted. He does. Now that he's got it righted, he's got to get it going. And he finally does as that battle between Harvick and Jones continues into the inner loop.
Yeah, Jones gets into the braking zone and passes Harvick at the inner loop into the carousel. Great move, great speed by that 20 car. We've seen speed from the 18 and the 11, his teammates all weekend, but Jones showing it now in the race.
Let's go back to turn 1 and see what happened. You see back here, Austin Dillon side by side with Ryan Newman. There's a little bit of contact around Austin went. It's turn 1, man. It's very difficult to get in there without having a problem.
So now Harvick chasing after Eric Jones in that 20. There you see the 18 and Joey Logano just behind him in the 22. Kyle Busch has had a very eventful day and right now running 23rd.
And recovering nicely, Rick. Up 6 positions since this last restart. 22 laps to go. I think there's an opportunity to get a few more as fast as that 18 is.
Jeff just told the story a few moments ago about the regular season championship between these two drivers right here. Logano has the advantage in the standings, but right now Kyle has the advantage on the racetrack. Once he's completed the pass around Logano, he's been able to pull away by about 5 car lengths. 6 as they exit the S's.
Yeah, that 18 car is going to try to climb through the field. The 22 of Logano has been struggling all day long on speed. I think the damage that he got early in the race to that right front fender is actually causing that car a lot of problems and causing him to lack a lot of speed. But the 18 car, even as banged up as it is, looks like he's been racing around Martinsville. Still got a lot of speed in it.
Yeah, with that damage on the nose, you see the hood all buckled up. That's got to be really hurting the car. How the car drives, a loss of downforce for sure. Kyle Busch won't quit. He's been in the middle of the battle all day long, but one thing we know about Kyle, he'll put it behind him to go to battle, go get as many spots as he can.
And we take a look at the Toyota driver updates. The 18, even though he has been in so many issues, he's still competitive. Look at where Mark Truex Jr. running. Denny Hamlin, second, third, fourth for Eric Jones, eighth for Matt DiBenedetto. But the 18 just getting by David Reagan, and now he moves into 22nd.
Right now, Kyle Busch moving around David Reagan. And now that he's gotten into the 22nd position, next up for Kyle Busch will be Jimmy Johnson, but he's got a long way to go before he can catch the driver, the 48.
Yeah, it's amazing racing. I think this 18 car still has a great opportunity to get back into this battle. There it is, battle for the lead when we come back.
I know a thing or two about loyalty. You don't earn it in a day. You earn it day by day.
In a great big world, you're spinning around, people walking around, you shake the ground, my foundation solid.
Now get an average $9,327 in total values on remaining 2018 Ram 2500 models.
There's something for everyone at Golden Corral. Take our outfielder, always with a great catch. Our pitcher, with her mountain mashed potatoes. And our third base girl, somehow with room for thirds. Golden Corral, the only one for everyone.
I'm going to open 2 beers. Okay. You tell me what sounds more refreshing. This one? Or this one?
Busch.
Agreed. The second one. That's 2 for Busch.
What got into you? At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
There's something for everyone at Golden Corral. Take our outfielder, always with a great catch. Our pitcher, with her mountain mashed potatoes. And our third base girl, somehow with room for thirds. Golden Corral, the only one for everyone.
Let's get down to business. The business of road trips, adventure, and reconnecting. Modernized comfort inns and suites have been refreshed because our business is you. Get the lowest price guaranteed on all Choice Hotels when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
There you have it, the battle for the lead. Chase Elliott still pretty comfortably out in front of Martin Truex Jr. He'd probably like to see that car get a little smaller in his rearview mirror as they head up to turn 6.
You're right, doing comfortable, and mine are different, Junior. I think Martin Truex Jr. is dogging him. I think that Truex is a little bit faster, but Truex cannot make the ground in the areas that he needs to make them to set him up for a braking zone pass. That's how you make passes on a road course. Chase Elliott's going to have to be perfect with 19 to go, or Truex will take this spot.
Jeff, you couldn't have said it any better. It's all the areas leading up to the braking zones. The 19 is better. Look right here. He will close in on the bumper of the 9. Now he's only a couple car lengths, but this is the strength of Chase Elliott. Look at this climb up the hill. This combination of turns 2, 3, and 4. This 4 car lengths will turn into 5, will turn into 6, will turn into 7. That is Chase Elliott's buffer zone, because as they scream down this backstretch and head into the view of Dale Jr., Dale, the 19 outbreaks them every lap.
That's right. When they're off the gas and on the brakes, the 19 is catching the 9. When they're back in the gas, as far as accelerating out of this inner loop, the 9 pulls away. Again, into the carousel here. The 19 draws a little bit nearer, but then as they get back to the gas right here, on this point here, the 9 is safe. It's very comfortably driving away on corner exit.
Yeah, to make the pass on a road course, you've got to build momentum on corner exit, then outbrake the guy into the next corner. But you see Truex has closed the gap. In the technical part of the racetrack, Truex is faster. But in the fast parts of the racetrack, the 9's able to drive away and keep that buffer zone, keeping the 19 from being able to make that pass. Look at the short jet clutch he's gained on him, but then he gives it all back all the way up to the Essex.
17 laps to go, and if you think back to 1 year ago, it looks a lot like what we're seeing here. The battle between the 9 and, at the time, it was the 78 for Martin Truex Jr. Remember, Chase Elliott said, I wheel hop going into turn 1. He gave up a big lead that he had, but he was still able to hold off Martin Truex Jr. and get his first win. Martin Truex Jr. obviously frustrated, couldn't get by him. Well, is that frustration continuing today as he continues to dog the 9 around this racetrack?
Yeah, I think that the 9 is really good on new tires. He seems to be able to hold a pretty decent lead. Truex has to hope that on old tires, he's better. And we saw that maybe a little bit on the last run. If this continues on, maybe at the end of the race on old tires, he might have a better opportunity.
And we also don't know how much Truex is saving. Does Truex know that he's a little better on a long run? So don't push the issue right now. Let it get a little bit later in the run. Then go pull the trigger and see if you can make something happen. You never know what kind of games these drivers are playing.
And they're pulling away again from third. Chase Elliott out front. Martin Truex Jr. running second. Let's go through the field. We'll start with Marty.
And remember, we talked about Chase Elliott being concerned about that left rear tire after the contact on the restart from Martin Truex Jr. They have pictures of it. Obviously, it's gone this far. It is fine. But you do wonder if that contact will hurt them towards the end of this run. Again, the 9 feels like they're fairly weak towards the end of the run. Kelly's trying to become just the 5th driver ever to win back-to-back races here at Watkins Glen.
Martin Truex Jr. would like to put an end to that, but he says as he gets close to Chase Elliott ahead of him, it's like hitting a wall of air. 4 wins on the season for this 19 team. Martin would like to grab a couple of more, but more than that, they want to work on their consistency ahead of the playoffs. Behind him is his teammate Denny Hamlin, who comes here off of what they felt like should be back-to-back wins. They feel like they've got a top 3 car in week in and week out. And crew chief Chris Gabehart told me Denny is in the right frame of mind and he's been ready to race.
How about the run for Eric Jones sitting in 4th right now, Kelly? They started 14th. He steadily made his way through the field, and more impressively for them, they came in plus 39 above the cut line. Right now, it looks like they'll add 16 points to that, plus 55 as it sits, Kelly.
Well, how about the work of this 12 team for Ryan Blaney for the 2nd week in the row? They've had to start from the back of the field, and now they're poised for back-to-back top 10s, maybe even a top 5 for Ryan Blaney. They use some strategy to get the track position, and Ryan's been able to hold on, Dave.
Kelly Harvick runs in the 6th position, qualified 15th, though. When I talked to the team this morning, they said, we just don't have the speed of Hendrick or of Gibbs. And I said, where? And they put it just about everywhere on the track right now. Having a good top 10 run, Marty.
Dave, when I talked to Brad Keselowski this morning, he said our road course program really not where it needs to be right now. Honestly, we're just a top 10 car. He told me we should be a 7th to 8th place car today. Guess where they run right now? 7th. Keselowski running exactly where he predicted, Dave.
The 8th place car is Matt DiBenedetto. When I talked to Matt this morning, he said we definitely have a top 10 car. Maybe not the speed of Chase Elliott or Martin Truex Jr., but we could strategize ourselves possibly to a win. Well, he's had a lot of speed today, Rick.
Yeah, accurately calling where he was going to be running. He is in the top 10, running 8th as we go NASCAR nonstop.
Markets down, but overall a steady day on the market with indexes trending upwards this afternoon.
Grant?
Hey.
Dad.
What an incredible set.
Love the wig.
The greater than ever Corolla. Let's go places.
Calling all crab fans. Crab Fest is back at Red Lobster with 9 craveable crab creations. From the new Ultimate Crab Fest Trio with 3 kinds of wild-caught crab to the return of crab lovers' dream. Grab your crab crew, hurry in, or order it to go.
Pieces or cups? Pieces or cups? Pieces or cups? Pieces in cups!
Man, we're killing it over here, huh? Not sorry. Reese's.
Whose dog is this?
It's my special friend Antonio. His luxurious fur calms my nerves when I'm worried about moving into our new apartment.
Why don't we just ask Geico for help with renter's insurance?
I didn't know Geico helps with renter's insurance.
Yeah, and we could save a bunch too.
Antonio, fetch a computer. Antonio. I'll get it.
Get to know Geico and see how much you could save on renter's insurance.
Red Lobster's weekday win menu is here. 5 days, 5 deals for $15. Get a different deal every weekday till 6 p.m. Like Endless Shrimp Monday, Admiral's Feast Tuesday, 4-Course Feast Wednesday, and more. 5 days, 5 deals, $15. See you before 6.
Welcome to the land of those who do. $50 states, 50 bottles. Collect them all to get $100.
Now or never.
I'm more of a now type of guy.
Cowboy up.
Rated PG-13.
Under 12 laps to go. The Monster Energy Cup Series racing GoBowling at the Glen continues. Think about it. Well, while this battle is heating up here in the final stages, next week it's Michigan, one of the fastest tracks that NASCAR goes to. Again, that'll be at 3 o'clock on Sunday, NBCSN. And this is about as close as we've seen Martin Truex Jr. get to the 9 of Chase Elliott. He gets close right as they're entering the inner loop, and he also gets close in turn 1. But take a look at this. He's not allowing that 9 to pull away anymore to those long lengths.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. starting to apply a little bit of pressure. Again, he's faster in all of the slower zones. We've got a little bit of lap traffic coming up. That could affect Chase Elliott as well. But Martin Truex Jr., again, as the run goes on with coming to 11 to go, I think that's where this 19 car gets better and better.
This is the closest we've seen him, Rick, to 19, 2 car lengths back. He's been making that up under braking. Will he look out? Will he stay in line into turn 1?
There can be no mistakes right now for either Chase Elliott or Martin Truex Jr. He is there, the he being Truex. He's about a car length behind Chase Elliott. They come to the entrance of the S's. They climb the hill now. Elliott's been fast through this portion of the racetrack, but Truex is staying with him. The separation is only 4 car lengths exiting turn 4.
That's got to be so frustrating for Truex to lose that much time up through the S's, because it takes away any opportunity to do any work right here. But there is some lap traffic, although minimal. There is some lap traffic that Chase Elliott will have to attack, and that will hurt him in those high-speed parts of the racetrack. That will be difficult through the high-speed aero parts of the track. But that's what Truex hopes becomes difficult for the 9 car.
And we keep talking about Chase Elliott. Could he make a mistake? But in the areas where Truex is better, that's where it's easy to make a mistake. So if he's trying to narrow that gap a little bit, driving into the corner a little bit too deeper could get Truex in trouble. So Truex is going to have to stay pushing hard, but too hard to get himself in a bad spot.
Turn 1 at Watkins Glen is so difficult. We've seen the best NASCAR road racers have issues here. We've seen Jeff Gordon lose it in turn 1. Tony Stewart. Today, Kyle Busch. That entrance into turn 1 is so difficult.
Right now, both drivers get cleanly through turn 1. Both Chase and Truex climb the hill up to the S's. You see Cole Pern there just monitoring the progress. Now Alan Gustafson, probably some nail-biting time going on in the pit of the 19.
Yeah, if you're Chase Elliott spotter, you need to be telling him, hey, the 19 is working his car harder than yours. Just don't make mistakes. Force the 19 to push the brakes, to push the tires. That will eventually give up. That will eventually equal out. That will eventually become your advantage. Keep calming that driver down that's leading that race. No mistakes.
Hats absolutely amazed at how much faster these two cars are than the rest of the field. I mean, they have driven away by 6.5 seconds from Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin is a top-notch race car driver, but these two on this day, they are just in their own field. Look, you can't even see Denny Hamlin.
As we see the leaders come down the front stretch again, how about some other drivers that have had great days? You got Eric Almirola in 11th, Matt DiBenedetto 8th, Chris Buescher in 12th, Jimmy Johnson with his new crew chief was in that accident. He's recovered up to the 19th position, currently just inside the playoffs. I know it's not, you know, great for the 48, but that's going to be their goal, having a decent day with 9 to go at Watkins Glen.
We saw Chase Elliott doing a great run coming out of turn 1, and he extends that up to the S's and pulls away now to a comfortable margin over Truex.
Yeah, just when we think Truex is closing that gap, seems like his car gives up a little bit. Here you see Rick Hendrick looking on as his driver trying to pace this field. But Truex closes that gap, and it seems like he just works that car too hard. And that advantage and speed that he has goes away, and he has to back off and cool back down.
Yeah, you wonder if that's not what he is doing. You know, we talked about it earlier. Could he be playing a little bit of strategy, saving a little bit of tire? You can see the gap. It just yo-yos. It goes up, it goes back. It's a little bit of lap traffic getting into turn 7. Will that affect Chase Elliott getting into 1?
So now the 19 has to focus on that back bumper of the 9 of Chase Elliott. The traffic has moved out of the way. So Elliott able to get by as he goes into 1. Again, trying to put perfect laps together every time. Again, 2 car lengths only separating these top 2. Under 8 laps to go.
But Truex be turning up the wick. He's trying to maintain pace as Elliott bobbles just a tad coming uphill into turn number 3. But this is where Elliott legs it out. A lot of power under the hood of that 9 car right now.
Yeah, you see that 9 car move a little bit. You know the Truex saw that as well. He wants to try to put as much pressure on as he can. There you see Dad, Bill Elliott, coaching his driver along, coaching his son along. He's probably not saying much at all, to be honest with you, just staying off the radio, allowing that driver to concentrate. But if Truex is seeing any kind of bobbles out of that 9 car, he wants to put the pressure on.
Truex closed the gap this lap, there's no doubt. Truex was about 0.2 a lap quicker. So now you see he's gotten much closer into turn 6. Going to have a perfect 7. Not close enough yet unless Chase were to bobble to make a move into 1. He's going to have to inch himself up there. Going to be feet at a time over the next 8 laps.
A year ago, it was Chase Elliott looking for his first career win. This would be career win number 5. Can he hold off the charging Martin Truex with 7 laps to go?
Nerve-wracking time at Watkins Glen right now. As Stevie mentioned, we've got less than 7 laps remaining in this one here this afternoon, and we're coming to a part of the racetrack where Chase Elliott has flexed muscle all afternoon long. Time for Truex to do the same. If he wants to win this afternoon in upstate New York, it's time for Truex to get to the whip and get to it right now.
Chase Elliott looking in that mirror, sees the difference. Not that 19 car not getting any closer. I don't know if he's running as hard as his car's capable of. A little whiff of smoke there. They go to the carousel. You need different lines. The 19 closes quite a bit there in the middle of the carousel. Haven't seen that happen in several laps.
That 9 car has been diamond in the racetrack, running up the racetrack in the middle of the carousel, but he was higher that time than we've seen him. Are his tires starting to run off a little bit, and now he's going to have to adjust his driving style. If he keeps doing the same thing over and over and over, he'll get himself in trouble because his car is changing. He'll have to make the adjustments with the car changing.
The 19 is coming. He's getting more aggressive, closing the gap on the 9. Now, the gap between the 2, just 0.3 of a second, Marty.
And for the 9 of Chase Elliott, he has strung together so many perfect laps, and the 19 will get close, but the 9 can reel him back out. I can echo what Dell Jr. said. Yes, Bill Elliott said about 20 words. That's about it today, Kelly. Right now, proud of his son in the lead.
Yeah, it's been really quiet on the 19 radio for Martin Truex Jr. as well. All I've heard Martin say is, I just get stuck here. He can make up the gap on the 9 to a point, and then it just seems to sort of stall out on the momentum.
Back to the inner loop. He's just going to have to hope for a huge mistake by Chase Elliott. He knows it's possible. We saw it all last year. Both these drivers are making tons of mistakes on those last few laps. But I don't know that aero-wise he's at such a disadvantage behind this lead car. I don't think he can just drive up there and take the spot.
What was an advantage for Chase Elliott, though, in that carousel is now turning into a disadvantage. Martin Truex Jr. is entering closer to him in turn 6 every lap. because Chase cannot get through the carousel as well as he did earlier. The goal now for Truex, equal out with him up to the S's. Don't lose ground. Try to just equal out with him.
Pressure greater now on the 9, trying to put perfect laps together. He's led 75 laps already.
Cannot make a mistake right now. Martin Truex Jr. looming large in the rearview mirror of Chase Elliott. High pressure situation for Chase with less than 5 laps to go. Junior, what's it like being in this position, knowing that this is a pressure-packed situation, trying to be mistake-free?
Well, it's almost impossible not to make mistakes. But these guys are the elite, 2 of the best we have out here. A soon-to-be champion and a former champion. We saw him last year have a terrific finish in this race. He's coming down. There's some lap traffic that could cause trouble for Chase. He changes his line a little bit, Jeff, in the carousel. You can see the 9 moving around. He's really working that car hard.
He changed his line a lot. He just wrapped the line that time rather than diming in the corner. Again, that's where Truex is strong. Truex is inching up. Lap traffic in front of him. Truex hoping the lap traffic. Oh, he gives away. Now, once again, Truex maintain right here. It's not a place to gain. Try to maintain from here all the way up to the S's, and you're better through the interloop and the carousel.
How aggressive will Martin Truex Jr. get? Will he put the bumper to the back of the 9? He's closed the gap. 4 laps of racing to go.
Chase Elliott's running for his life right now. Martin Truex Jr. has the wick turned up. It comes down to these 2 drivers for the win at Watkins Glen. Chase Elliott, Martin Truex Jr. up through the S's. Right now, Elliott is going to leg it out again. 3 car lengths, the separation between the top 2.
Down this long back straightaway. Braking zone again. Trying to get in there as deep as you can. Both drivers are. Wow. Good Lord, I can't believe how deep. That hurt Truex. He got in there way too far. Lost a little bit of time on the exit of the carousel. Regroup now. Gaining back on Chase. Chase going to get a good exit here.
Yeah, that interloop, that charge by Truex into the interloop, that's what we were talking about. You have an advantage. If you try to get more of it, then you can make a mistake. He was already on the edge of the car's limit, just trying to get a little bit more, trying to win this race. It just overstepped it just a little bit. Still time, though, if he does everything perfectly.
3 to go for Chase Elliott. The win is out the windshield, not out the mirror. Focus ahead. Hit your marks. Don't make the mistake that lets the 19 capitalize. Force the 19 to push the issue. Make him be the offensive driver.
This battle for the win comes 9 seconds in front of Denny Hamlin, who rides in 3rd. All the attention on the 9. All the attention on the 19. Again, Elliott so strong up through the S's is going to pull away from Truex, get a buffer between himself and that 2nd place car.
Lap after lap after lap up through the S's. The gap is still the same. That's got to give Chase Elliott so much confidence as they only come to 2 laps to go. The 19 gains quite a bit through that interloop. Let's see what happens here in the carousel. Will the 9 run tight? He's going to try to run as tight as he possibly can here. Not widening out that center. Still gets a great drive off using tons of racetrack on exit.
Truex actually changed his line that time. He went up the racetrack trying to mimic what the 9 of Chase Elliott's doing. He's closed 2 car lengths is the distance. He's got to be perfect. This corner right here, downhill, hard braking. Stab the throttle, hope the rear tires doesn't stick.
Just 2 laps to go, and a guy like DiBenedetto has made his way up into the top 10. He's running in the 7th position. Kyle Busch, after all the issues he's had, he's up to 11th already. But really the battle continues to be these top 2 and how close they are for this race win.
Less than 2 laps to go at Watkins Glen. Chase Elliott's crew chief on the left. That's Alec Gustafson. You saw Cole Byrne. They're cool, calm, and collected, and so are these drivers. They've got less than a lap and a half left to get it done here.
Bags, you asked me how hard it was to be mistake-free. It gets harder with each lap. Your arms are shaking. Your legs are shaking. Your heart's beating at 170, 200 beats per minute. There you see the 19 gaining a little bit through the inner loop. Chase trying to be mistake-free there. Little lap traffic. Wide center here. Will that make any gain at all? And down this long straightaway, doesn't look like
Truex going to be a profit there. Yeah, but Truex made a ton of ground up through that inner loop. Chase Elliott's going to have to stay aggressive. I know you don't want to make a mistake, but if you're not aggressive, that will force you into making a mistake, and Truex will be there. Truex is fast enough where to win this race, Chase Elliott's got to tackle this last lap, not protect.
Coming up on 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank.
7 corners, 2.5 miles. Chase Elliott must remain perfect. A smooth turn 1, and then the most important climb, 54 feet up the S's. He must be perfect.
This is for all the marbles here at Watkins Glen. The crowd in the S's have come to their feet. Chase Elliott up the hill for the final time this afternoon. Looks in the rearview mirror. 4 car lengths of separation. Chase Elliott leads the way up the back straightaway for the final time.
Like he has time and time again. He has a decent lead on Truex coming into the braking zone here. What, if anything, can Truex do differently? He charges into this inner loop within a car length and a half. Can he maintain that on exit? Not so much. Back to 3 car lengths. He charges again into the carousel. There's just nothing he can do about how good this 9 car is getting out of the corner.
Chase Elliott has been perfect on these last 20-some laps. Just done a great job. 2 more corners left. Don't overdrive. 6. Hit your marks. Truex trying to make ground on him. Chase Elliott driving away.
Coming into turn 7, the final turn. The 23-year-old from Dawsonville got his first win at this racetrack and has been dominant today. He's going to win again at the Glen.
Great job, Brown. Great strategy.
Led today of a 90-lap race. Won the pole, gets his 2nd win this season. What an impressive run Chase Elliott has put together, and this really has become his best racetrack.
I didn't think he could repeat or even improve on last year's performance. Those closing laps were so breathtaking, but Martin Truex Jr. held him to perfection again today. Never more than a second, never more than 6 or 8 car lengths off his rear bumper. Chase Elliott, lap after lap, corner after corner, a perfect final fuel run here at the Glen.
You know, we mentioned the 80 laps led. That's the 2nd most laps led here ever by a driver. So Chase Elliott really put on an incredible performance for everyone as he's going to do a little celebration
right here in front of his dad. That's pretty cool.
And you remember last year, he ran out of fuel. Ran out of gas trying to get back to celebrate in front. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson had to push him back. This victory fueled by Sunoco. Looks like he's going to have enough today. Fuel your best.
Dale Jr. mentioned it earlier in the week. He said, when you come back to where you got your first ever win, I think it was during qualifying, you instantly feel great. Well, this has, as you mentioned it, definitely become his best track. Junior, what a confident drive for this 23-year-old.
Yeah, looks like a veteran. I mean, he's becoming a veteran right here in front of us. And I think that's as much pressure as you can put yourself in as a driver. Being chased down by a champion who's been amazing at the road courses the last several years, and he did not make one single mistake.
I think the lessons learned from last year's battle, right? He made that mistake in turn 1 late, got away with it, but this year, no mistakes. Going to do an awesome burnout right in front of me. Lighten them up, fans in the grandstands over here, on their feet cheering. Fans poured out of their motorhomes to come see what was going on over here. That was awesome to see.
What a show we have seen out of Chase Elliott. We mentioned how the performance really almost unmatched. Just the 5th driver to ever win back-to-back races at the Glen. Joins an impressive list, too. Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, one of the best on road courses, and Marcus Ambrose. And now Chase Elliott has added his name to the list, and Mr. H is going to celebrate with him this time. Saw Rick Hendrick walking his way to victory lane. And will this be burnout number 3?
just an aggressive parking job. I was impressed. I like how he spun it around, facing his crew.
He'll climb out, and once again, the fans appreciate that performance. Win number 2 in 2019. Talladega was the first win he got this year. You just heard him ran out of gas again.
Little buddy.
It takes a team. And right there you saw Chase Elliott thanking his team. But the driver put on a performance of a lifetime. Right.
Rick, you're not kidding. The performance of a lifetime, not only getting the pole, but leading 80 out of those 90 laps. Chase Elliott, you have won at Watkins Glen again. Congratulations.
Very wild. Thank you, guys. That was freaking awesome. I feel like I've never been so far from home. I felt like I was at my house. So thank you. Y'all are awesome. What a day, man. Such a fast Napa Camaro, and these guys called a great race. Just stayed mistake-free, and Martin was a little quicker. I felt like those last 2 runs, but the track position was king, and didn't mess up into 1 this time, so that was good. So just a huge thanks to everybody that makes this happen. Mr. Hendricks here today, and just a lot of people that obviously have got me at this point. Wish my mom and my grandmother were here today, but I can't wait to see you guys when we get back home. Love you.
And 3 burnouts. You really put a show on for these fans. They're out here supporting you every single time. What do you want to say to them?
Just thank you. I'm sorry I ran out of gas again, so I'd have done more, but it happened. So just thank you. Like I say, you guys are awesome, and I've never felt like I would have never thought a New York race would have felt like home, but you guys did that, so thank you.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks.
Kelly?
And so for the 2nd year in a row here at Watkins Glen, Martin Truex Jr. comes up just short, runner-up. And Martin, as you were hunting Chase down, I could hear you say it was like hitting a wall of air as you got close to him. What more could you have done?
I tried to do all I could. You know, Chase, he did an excellent job, and you know, just not make mistakes. And really all I could do was get to, 2 car lengths at 1.5 at the closest in braking, and just try to force a mistake. But he hit his marks. His car was really fast in the key areas that he needed to be, leaving a few of the key corners. So I just couldn't get a run on him, and just was kind of stuck there. So unfortunate, but our best Pro Camry was really, really fast today. I mean, we passed quite a few cars there that were fast and finished up front. Just couldn't pass that last one.
Just another incredible top 2 finish for you guys on a road course. What does it say about this team?
We enjoy the road courses. Cole and James and all the guys really understand what I need here. And, honestly, we weren't as good as we needed to be yesterday, and we made some changes after practice, and definitely in the right direction. Just wish we could have been just a tiny bit better. But really it was all about restarts and track position. And, if I could have just got by him on that last one, we would have set sail, I believe. But we didn't, and he won, and he did a good job. And, overall it was a good weekend for us.
Martin, thank you.
A lot of respect there from Martin Truex Jr. Definitely one of the greatest on-road courses. But he went up against a young man who has had so many troubles over the past 7 weeks. Hasn't finished in the top 10. Wanted to shake that issue that he had. Well, he does it in convincing fashion. Dad was celebrating. He was very happy about Chase Elliott getting his 2nd win of the season and his 2nd win at Watkins Glen. Being pushed back as we look at the playoff standings. Now only 4 more opportunities until the playoffs begin. And what a tight battle it is back there at 16.
It's unbelievably tight. Ryan Newman, Jimmy Johnson tied. Jimmy working with his new crew chief, Cliff Daniels, for the first ever race. Was successful in the stages, had a little trouble with an accident there, but recovered nicely. Clint Boyer as well. Those stage points helped that 14 car to stay 12 above the cut line.
Post-race coverage. Again, Coming up next, right here on NBCSN, and IMSA Racing from Road America will come up after that. But you see the driver of the 9, Chase Elliott, back inside the car. He still has to be pushed to victory lane, though, because they ran out of gas. Matt DiBenedetto mentioned had another great day. He was running 7th, actually ended up in the 6th position, and Dave caught up with him.
So Matt told us a top 10 for sure, with strategy maybe more. How about just passing cars and finishing 6th?
Man, that was another good run, man. That was so much fun. It's fun always driving through the field of these road courses, and I don't know. I guess we're road course aces here, and you know, it's not my background, but it's just fun. I love doing it. But yeah, it's all the support we get from Toyota, Procore, Dumont Jets. I don't want to forget anybody in my interview. I've been a little bad lately. And Nesta Waters, Freight Equipment, all these folks that make this happen. It's fun. I'm fighting for my life. Everybody knows. They see the headlines and all the mess in the media. I'm just fighting for my life and my ride. This is all I live for. So I hope I can stay with this team. I love these people. They're so good. Wheels, our pit crew, our guys. They just lucky to be able to work with them. I hope it's for a long time.
Matt, your cars are fast. You are showing what you can do. What did you learn today that you didn't even know last year?
You know, it's just good for your confidence. I mean, I've been fortunate to drive for some great teams and great team owners. The people at Go Fast were so nice, great people. But, you know, when you get in a car that's fast and people that, you know, give you fast race cars and Toyota and JGR, it does give you so much more confidence. I mean, passing guys I have so much respect for and best champions, I mean, it makes you feel great. And it is good to know, like, thanks, Coach, what I've known forever, that this is what I'm meant to do, this is what I live for, and live, eat, sleep, and breathe. And I know victory lane's coming. I hope they keep me around this team for a long time to come so I can take them to their first victory.
Another, and dare we say typical, top 10 for Matt DiBenedetto.
You hear the passion, you hear the emotion, so much swirling around this team with Christopher Bell moving up. Where's Eric Jones going to end up? A lot of rumors have him going to this 95. Well, Matt, let me tell you, buddy, you're doing a great job of putting pressure on the decision makers. I know the business of racing sometimes takes over, but you can hear the emotion, what it means for him to drive equipment that can run inside the top 10. Another outstanding run. He outran Kevin Harvick, Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski, both Busch brothers. A great run for Matty D.
Marty, let the celebration begin there in victory lane.
Boy, it is hard, Rick, to lead all but 10 laps at Watkins Glen, but Chase Elliott did that today for back-to-back wins at the Glen. Man, you can hear the enthusiasm from this team and from Chase. I got to ask you about that last stint. Maybe the most perfect stint you've ever driven in your life, because you could not afford even one little bobble.
No, it was Martin was really good. I thought he was maybe a little better than us there that last one, but my team did a great job. Our Napa Camaro was fast. It was fast enough, and guys stayed mistake-free today. I just had a good day on pit road, stayed mistake-free on the track, and track position was king. So just appreciate all our partners. Napa Chevrolet had great power today. The Hendrick Engine Shop's doing work. So Hooters Mountain Dew, KBB, Valvoline, look forward to next week. Just nice to get out of the slide we were in. These past month and a half hadn't been any fun. So great way to rebound, and can't wait to get home, celebrate with my girls.
Even better news, you had fuel for burnouts this year. One in front of your dad, which you told him you were going to do, which was nice, but 2.5 burnouts is a nice way to celebrate, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. My burnout rated about a C-. I ran out of gas again, so it happens, but we'll move on.
All right, so let's bring in William Clyde Elliott here. And, you know, I know he said less than 40 words today, but how cool is this moment to share it with him?
Yeah, it's, you know, he was back in the bus stop again, and, you know, just trying to get through there. There was a couple times I messed up, and then Martin messed up there with a handful of laps left and had a little bit of a gap, so always nice to hear a comforting voice occasionally.
Yeah, you told me you were not going to talk a lot. You held true to your promise, right?
Pretty much. Just try to give them information. When something happened over there, I was just trying to be the guy that gave the team information, as quick as I could. But, with all the technology today, these guys pick it up pretty quick. But I'm telling you what, I'm proud of him. He did a great job today. And Mr. Hendrick and all the team guys and all the guys back at the shop, they put a heck of a car together here today.
All right, let's ask Mr. H about his young driver, and I think Watkins Glen is becoming his best track. What do you think, Rick?
He's a heck of a road racer, man. That coach over there on the backstretch was giving some points.
Wasn't bad.
He told me he went up to played with his dad one day on the road course and he got by him, so I figured Bill helped him out a lot. But, man, I'm proud of him. What a race today.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and certainly here, everybody to celebrate. A lot of Hall of Fame horsepower here for Chase Elliott as he celebrates. And I love what he said, Rick. I've never been so far from home, but felt like I was in my house. I think Chase Elliott's starting to feel pretty comfortable here in upstate New York.
The crowd absolutely roared when he came across the finish line, winning his second time here at Watkins Glen. Let's go down to Dave. I believe he's caught up with Denny Hamlin.
So for Denny Hamlin, third on a weekend where we knew the 11 was pretty good. Where was it just off from the top two?
I thought the bus stop was consistently where we would lose just a little bit each lap. I mean, we were a tenth to two, maybe each lap off, and that's, I mean, when you spread it out amongst 7 or 10 or 12 corners, wherever we got here, it just adds up, and that's kind of where we're at. So we were the next best. The 20 was really good there at the end, but we just the next best. We just didn't have the car that was able to go out there and compete with those guys. I could hang with them for a little bit, but in the long run, it seemed like that's where we struggled the most. But proud of the whole FedEx Gears team to bring me another fast car and keep this momentum going.
Benny, is that something that you personally can work on, or is it that were you different than Martin's car, and that was where the car was worse?
Yeah, we're always a little bit different in that sense, but I think that we could get the car a little bit better. I feel like I still could improve. I think that Martin's overall just a little better road course racer than I am, but we've closed the gap dramatically. This year in particular, I thought Sonoma we were lightning fast, and then here with another top 5. So we're chipping away. I mean, we're really chipping away and really doing a good job executing, and that's paying off with good finishes.
Strong run for Denny today.
Thanks, Dave. And Steve, another incredible performance that we've seen at the Glen. A lot of tempers, though, also flaring. Nobody could get to the bumper of the 9, though.
Well, you asked me 3 hours ago, why do fans love Watkins Glen? Well, there you go. 20 laps of door-to-door, bumper-to-bumper battle for the lead. Chase Elliott and Martin Truex Jr. There's so many opportunities here at the road courses. We talk strategy and restarts and chaos, but in the end, the two best cars found their way to the front, and they pushed each other to be perfect. We're very fortunate to have both of them because they had a big gap back to third, but that race for the win between Chase Elliott and Martin Truex was an absolute epic battle.
Bagman, we enjoyed the S's once again this year. You brought them to life every time the cars came through.
Thanks for having me again. What a race today. We had a little bit of everything. Fast cars, hot tempers, cars on and off the racetrack, and at the end, a man-to-man matchup, a head-to-head matchup with Chase Elliott, Martin Truex Jr., and Chase doubling up here at the Glen. Dale?
Sorry, guys. We had a lot of wild action here in the inner loop, as I expected. I mean, this has always been the place where everything goes down. Pretty smooth, though, for Chase Elliott on those last several laps getting through there. He did a great job. Just such a great drive by him. Awesome to watch Truex try to find a way to get there, be able to get to that bumper and move him around. The tempers flaring all day long. That was a lot of fun. Probably not fun for those drivers, but fun for us to watch. What do you think, Jeff?
Incredible action on the racetrack. You saw the skill of the drivers. You also just learned to take skill. It'll be up here. You got to turn your talk button on to talk. Saw Dale Jr. with quick reaction. But listen, what we saw on the racetrack today, some of those tempers, will it go into the next race? Will it go into the playoffs? We saw a lot of people upset at each other, and the points are so tight. I mean, the pressure is on these guys so hard to make the playoffs. But the drive by both of those drivers, Martin Truex Jr. and Chase Elliott, was stellar. Neither one made a mistake. Incredible to watch. Just so much fun to watch two drivers go at each other like that.
The Hall of Famer, Bill Elliott, started the tradition at Dawsonville, the pool hall. The siren will go off for every win. Well, it's going off again back in Dawsonville. Chase Elliott, again a winner. Let's go to Krista Kyle and DJ.
Thank you, Rick. And if you were a fan who tuned in to the closing laps last year and then hadn't watched anything and tuned in this year, you thought, what a deja vu. Chase Elliott once again holds off Martin Truex Jr. for his second road course win. And they talked about it. He said, I've never been so far from home, but felt like I was in my house. 872 miles, 13 and a half hours in a car. That's how long it would take you. Yeah, I know. That's how long it would take you to get from here to Dawsonville, Georgia. But yeah, Chase is right. These fans, Kyle, they just got a great show today.
It was a great show.
and we talked about it. This place always finds a way to produce a great race. Whether it's beating and banging towards the end, whether it's two guys that are so equally matched, you can't slip a piece of paper in between them. That's what we saw today. One lap would be Chase's, the next lap would be Martin's, and they traded back and forth, but nobody gave a quarter, nobody gave any ground, and it came down to that last lap, mistake-free, or the last stretch, mistake-free for Chase Elliott.
Yeah, and it may not have been the side-by-side beating and banging finish that we have kind of grown accustomed to here, but what we saw was phenomenal driving by two drivers that did not make a mistake. And all these drivers talked this week about how hard they had to drive these cars, and when you have to drive that hard, and especially Chase Elliott being out front, he couldn't slow down to protect that at all. He had to keep giving it everything that he had every lap so that Truex couldn't get there. And to me, that's just phenomenal racing and doing your job at the very best, and he did it for so long in that last stint.
We know some of you are tuning in right now for IMSA WeatherTech Championship. We're going to get you there in just a few moments out there to another road course, to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. But as you see the celebration continue for Chase Elliott, Mr. H, Rick Hendrick, came over and talked to you guys. What did he say?
Well, the first thing that he said
was what?
Yeah, he forgot to wish Jeff Gordon
happy birthday. Happy birthday, Jeff Gordon. That's what he said.
Yeah, and from us too. Yeah.
So Rick came over.
That's the first thing he said.
You guys were supposed to deliver that message.
Yes, we had to deliver it because he was supposed to. He forgot to do it. But the other thing that he said, that was the longest 10 laps, last 10 laps of a race. Remember, he said this gets harder every single time, but talk about what a great job Chase did.
Yeah, he did. He talked about just what a great job Chase did in the car. And I think this year, this is a different Chase Elliott. We saw him win his first race, okay? His first race here. We saw some mistakes. We saw him blow turn one there at the end of the race and Martin have an opportunity. We saw a mature Chase Elliott. We saw Chase Elliott as a race car driver and the race car driver that he's become and the race car driver that he can be. With his mirror full of a champion, with his mirror full of one of the best drivers on a road course this year or in the past years, he hit his marks, he did what he needed to do, and at times he drove away from that. So I think we're seeing a maturing Chase Elliott here at this time.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, and when you see young people get that much better, you know what's coming in years to come, too, so a lot to look forward to.
Well, so Rick Hendrick got to wish Jeff Gordon a happy birthday, and he's standing right there in that mix next to Alan Gustafson's birthday, I believe, is tomorrow. So the birthday theme's continuing here at Hendrick Motorsports. When we come back, we're going to hear from a couple more drivers. There you see Chase Elliott getting that checkered flag. His teammate Jimmy Johnson, good points day for Jimmy. Ryan Blaney, also a great run. We'll hear from them coming up. In just a few moments, we'll get you out to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, Road America for more great road course racing, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship coming up again just a few moments when we finish up here from Victory Lane at Watkins Glen. The standings didn't really get a huge shakeup, but boy, is there some drama heading into Michigan next week, especially around that bubble, because Jimmy Johnson able to make up 12 points. He is now locked with Ryan Newman for that final spot. And actually, if there's a tiebreaker, Jimmy has the advantage with the better finish at Daytona. There was some contact out on the track with Jimmy. Kelly Stavis talked with him.
A really good race for Jimmy Johnson got derailed there. And Jimmy, I have never heard you that upset on the radio. It sounded like you're upset with the 12 of Ryan Blaney. What happened?
Yeah, he just drove through me in the carousel over there. I was trying to hear what he had to say, but his lips are quivering so bad and he can't even speak. I guess he's nervous or scared or both. I don't know what the hell the problem is. But he just drove through me. Spun us out, and clearly that has big implications on what we're trying to do for the playoffs right now. So clearly not happy with his actions there.
Yeah, obviously upset. Can you see the positive, though, coming in with Cliff Daniels, that you had such a good run going?
I scored points in both stages there, which was nice, and setting up for a top 10, top 8 run, and just got drove through. So he claims it was racing. I can't wait to go racing. Everybody stay tuned.
Well, Jimmy doing our promotional efforts for us
Yes,
right
he
there.
is.
Stay
Yes, he is.
tuned. But as you heard that interview, Kyle, what were your thoughts?
You know, Jimmy's had the most on the line there, and I think that's what he was trying to say. We have a lot on the line. The 12 car doesn't have a lot on the line at this point in time. But he felt like, and they do, don't get me wrong, but he felt like that he had everything on the line, scored points in both first segments, and got taken out.
All right, Dale, I'm going to get your thoughts in a minute, but let's hear the other side of the story. Kelly, very busy, also talking with Ryan Blaney.
An impressive run today for Ryan Blaney and this 12 team from 37th up to 5th, Ryan. But first, I got to ask you about contact with Jimmy Johnson, because I just spoke with him and he told me that you flat ran through him. What's your take on that incident?
Obviously, you're going to have two takes on the incidents. I mean, first things first, I didn't mean to spin him out. I mean, that's not how I raced. I didn't mean to do it, and I know what he's fighting for, but he got off the bus stop kind of funky, and I passed probably 10 guys off the bus stop all day. I was getting through there really good, and he had old tires, and thought he knew I was there, and he left more than a lane, and kind of came down. I checked up, tried to stay off of him, and he just kind of turned around there, but definitely unintentional. I understand he's ticked off, and I can't blame him for being ticked off, but not what I wanted to happen. I didn't run through him. I mean, I thought I was there. He thought he was clear. Just kind of one of those deals.
I know he came over to talk to you. Do you feel like anything was resolved there?
I mean, it was good to talk about it. I mean, you don't want to not talk about it. And he's still upset, and I can't blame him for being upset. I'd be upset too. But, I mean, you got to understand, I didn't mean to do it. I mean, I thought I had enough of a nose there for sure. But running through him is kind of far from the truth.
Well, let's talk about the rest of your day, because for the second week in a row, you guys have really been able to make something positive out of a day where you started from the rear. Have you guys been able to persevere yet again?
No, just good cars, hard work. You know, we had to start in the back, like you said, and took a long time to kind of get up through there. And our car was good, and we made it better throughout the day. And I think we restarted like 9th or something and got to 5th there, and that's about all I had. I just couldn't really go any further. But overall, thanks PPG and Ford Mustang for a pretty good car today. All the 12 guys coming back and doing great on pit road to get all we could get. That's the days you need when you start in the back.
Thank you.
Yeah, had to start in the back all the way up into the top 5, but it sounds like we've got something brewing here, Dale.
Well, first off, the 12 team's going to have to give their driver a better starting spot. They're going to have to quit starting from the rear. Yeah. You can't keep rebounding all the time with that. It's okay right now, but once you get in the playoffs, you can't have that. And as usual, when something happens, each driver has something a little different take on it. And I think probably Jimmy's frustrations come from, they were having a good day. They needed a good day, and so much has been going wrong. And this is just something to pile on top of that when he thought it was something that could have been avoided. Ryan Blaney's not that tight, but Jimmy's not in a position to be trying to retaliate or do anything right now. He's just going to have to race hard, keep his head down, and keep focused on these next 4 races to make sure that they accumulate enough points to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, and listen, I agree. I don't think Ryan's the guy. Ryan felt like he was there. He felt like he had made passes. He felt like he was good through the bus stop. He felt like that Jimmy, there were a lot of things that Ryan saw one way that Jimmy sees the other way, and that's the way all accidents are. And, we can sit here and try to make something out of it, but they've already talked about it. Jimmy's still mad. Ryan's over it. We'll go to Michigan next week, and I doubt it comes up again.
Yeah, but like you said, because of the position Jimmy's in points, he can't do something. We saw an incident maybe earlier in the race where we thought maybe William Byron and Kyle Busch had some action, and William Byron's not really in a position to be able to do that either.
No, he's not. But that's the kind of things that happen on road courses. I mean, you're working so hard out there, and when something happens, your immediate reaction is, okay, I'm going to go take care of this. You wish there was probably 10 or 12 more laps that you would have had time to cool down on that incident, but that's just, that's this type of racing now.
Why are you laughing?
I'm just, you wish there was a button you could pump some cold air into that helmet and just cool you off real quick.
Because you guys have both been there.
Yeah, because you will drive with a bit in your teeth to catch that guy that spun you out. You'll run faster, you'll run harder, you'll do things, and that's, obviously William Byron waited for that opportunity.
Yeah, and all of that happened in the first segment there,
I know.
And I'm not really sure why Kyle was upset. I mean, it didn't look like that William Byron did anything down in turn 1. I just thought Kyle, might have got onto the strips there as he tried to stay off of William Byron, and that got him spun out. But he felt like that maybe he was chopped off for something, and that created the spin, and then he retaliated, and then the 24, that wasn't very, I'll say this, that wasn't very smart by William Byron at that time, at the end of that first stage, to mess up the front end of his car like that. So, stay a little more under control, but, I understand, hey, you got to send a message sometimes.
Well, and it was a busy day. I mean, Kyle Busch had some contact, an incident with Bubba Wallace as well, and we heard Kyle did not talk to reporters after the race. But remember, again, Kyle's in the playoffs, but it shows you how badly every driver wants it. So
yeah, and listen, I don't know what this is all about. I went back and saw some footage and looked at. when Bubba spun earlier, I didn't see Kyle anywhere in the picture, so I don't know if it happened then. And we don't know what happened to 2 or 3 corners before this, what these two guys were doing. But I think Bubba Wallace, in the big picture of life, stood up and said, I'm not taking this crap. And just put it to him. And that's the way it is. And you know, at some point in time, whether you're William Byron, whether you're Bubba Wallace, whether you're Ryan Blaney, whether you're Chase Elliott, if you're 23 and under, you got to stand up to these guys and show them they're not going to run over you. That's the nature of this sport. That's how you enter that upper echelon of the last 3 or 4 drivers to go out and win races week in and week out. You gain respect that way. I know it doesn't sound that way, but you gain respect that way.
Think we're going to have a great show in Michigan next week?
Oh, there's no doubt. Yes,
it's Michigan,
It'll be interesting.
All right, well, 23-year-old Chase Elliott wins again for the 2nd year in a row at Watkins Glen. And remember, if you like these road courses and maybe the tempers that linger, we've got the Roval coming up, of course, too. But, hey, a lot more racing before then. Just 4 races remain until the playoffs. Coming up next here on NBCSN, it's the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship from Road America in Wisconsin. We'll see you next Sunday at 3 Eastern for the Monster Energy NASCAR Series race from Michigan. Congratulations to Chase Elliott.